cannot say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Oh, what's up, fools? Today is 5/17/2025. It is 2:21 a.m. Eastern Time. We I know that I said that I wasn't going to be going live for the next week or so, but there's been some small developments here or there, and some things that are pushing things back a little bit. There's always these projects that I start on, these like video essays that I start on, and it's very common that I start on the video essay and then I just never actually finish it. I'm really hoping, like, normally as soon as I push it back a little bit, it just never gets done. Hopefully this isn't one of those cases. Hopefully I'm actually going to get this thing done. But yeah, this time there's some developments that make it to where I got to push things back. And so I was close to getting a TikTok. I was on there earlier. And so one of the people that I was talking to, and I'm live on TikTok right now as well. So if you guys will go over there and watch on TikTok as well, or you know, get some people over there to hit the like button, that would be awesome. But the sorry, some of the people that I've been trying to talk to about like the Unfuck America tour, they were live when I when I was scrolling through earlier. And they had Z on as well, and they were all sitting there talking about all of the problems that are going on with like people canceling each other and all of this, and so I went and jumped on and talked to them for a while, and I saw someone called you the team of Steve Jobs. Nice. Yeah, I was looking at myself and I thought, dude, I look old as fuck sitting up here with these motherfuckers. I feel so fucking old. And you jumped on and showed your racism. Yeah, that's what I did. I jumped on and I showed my racism, but no, I went on and I wanted to like talk to some of the people who were like against Z, because all of the videos that I see, right, the videos are all saying she's so racist, she did something so racist, she's such a horrible person, look at all of this, blah blah blah, right? And they're just making a lot of claims, but they don't ever actually explain the claims. They don't show the clips that they're talking about. And then the ones that do have clips, it's only clips and no claims or explanations or anything. And so, yeah, lots of times when I watch these, I just get more questions than answers. And obviously, we've all gone over a lot of this together on stream, just getting more and more confused. And a lot of the people, like on some of my videos on this, so I've posted about this on TikTok, and a lot of the people on TikTok are saying things like, you know, you need to speak to black people about this. And I'm like, I did. Like, I have spoken to black people about this, actually. I learned about this from Irrelevant, who's obviously a black man, who was going over this himself and kept calling all of the women on that panel racist. And so that's when I got an interest in this and started looking into it. And then obviously the black people in this community and the people who are part of my chat, friends that are black, like all of them, I don't know anybody who understands their point of view or their thought process. None of them, nobody seems to understand where this thought process is coming from, that any of that was racist. And even in the little bit where I got to talk to Allie, who was actually the host of the panel, and I do think I said, when we went over her panel, she was like kind of unnecessarily getting a lot of shit for how she hosted the panel, when I feel like she did a fairly good job at hosting the panel. I feel like she was I feel like that it was a tough spot to be in. And so Allie, who had the panel, jumped onto this panel as well and talked to us. And she was able to answer some of the questions, but as soon as I asked her, like, I think 2 questions, she had to go, unfortunately. But yeah, I really would have liked to be able to like understand her perspective on some of those things, because it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. You should open the requests so I can talk shit about them. Requests are open. What do you mean? It is open for requests. Um, no, it's not just pattern. Excuse me. It's not just pattern recognition. That's super oversimplification. What happened with Z and that situation wasn't racism at all. Yeah. So if you go and look at, I mean, I guess maybe I should just pull up like the panel and play some of it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I can play like the little bit that happened, the back and forth with Allie and I, because another person named Tashika came on, and most of the women, so there were I think 3 black women who came on, but all 3 of them, when they first got on, the first thing that they said was, the person who was hosting the panel was Mercedes, and Mercedes was like, I want you guys to come on and talk to Tom, because Tom seems to like have an understanding of this and has a lot of questions, and so you guys should talk to Tom. And almost every black woman who came on, the first thing that they said was, I'm not here to talk to Tom. I'm not talking to Tom about this. And so, yeah, I just wasn't able to like really ask any questions or get much in. But Allie did allow me to ask a couple of questions and get some of that in. What's up,
Reluctantly.
Reluctantly, sure.
Dude, it was so cringe. They were like, I'm sorry, I didn't come up here to talk to Tom. I just, like, but you can tell that these far lefties, they don't want to talk to anybody. They just want to get up and monologue and give, like, a life story and tell everyone that they were, like, raped when they were kids and stuff. And then they don't want any, like, back and forths about anything. Like, it's just how it goes. They're just perpetual victims. And if you try and, like, talk to them about how maybe it's not that way, then you're like committing a micro or macro aggression.
Did you hear this junkie talking on the live? Yeah, these people. So like, I don't know. There's no way these people are leftists. They're probably just trolls. Because yeah, I would find it hard to believe that anybody on the left at all would go and attack people for being like a recovered heroin addict or something like that. That's fucking insane. So yeah, these are probably just random trolls who want to fuck around. But
I don't know. I wouldn't put it past a lefty to pick and choose when they can insult people, and yeah. I was stoked to hear from Mercedes though. Mercedes is like based, and she needs to get the hell out of that sphere, or yeah, the separation angle, and yeah. I like Mercedes. I think she should come over and have a chat to some real liberals. It's a shame because the youth do get started on TikTok. Yep. And TikTok is just so toxic in my opinion. So, but like the far left is a lot bigger on TikTok. It's like MAGA, it's like the extremes are huge on TikTok. So if you start your political journey or like anything to do with politics on this app, you are like going to be subjected to some of the worst political stuff. Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, you have to find your way out of it, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that she was asking at the beginning is like, why is it that YouTube is able to have like a bunch of moderate people and a bunch of like sane people over there, but TikTok can't? Why is it that TikTok is like this? And I was like, yeah, actually, we had the same problem when we were initially on Twitch. We had a bunch of just very far left people over there on Twitch. And over time, all of us just kind of moved over to YouTube. But if you go over to Facebook, Facebook is all right-wing people. It's all just right-wingers who are also who are also kind of gatekeeping their communities as well. And so, yeah, this was wild. So this guy right here. So this dude's name was Ray Ray, and this was not a good look, dude. So they bring they had this guy Ray Ray on, and Ray Ray kept saying that he was just a Republican, and it felt weird to even have him on. Like, why are you even having Ray Ray on then if he's a fucking Republican and he's not like he voted for Trump, and like why even have him on? That's weird as hell. And so yeah, they did have him on, and I guess maybe she knows him or something, but he was there just kind of like talking smack about the left the whole time. And then this guy jumped on. Wait, the older millennial jumped on, which I thought he got banned. I just checked his channel the other day, and I thought he was banned. But anyways, watch this. This was wild. So just watch this. There was somebody who said that they wanted to come on and talk to Ray Ray. And so they came on. And watch this.
Sorry, OM.
It's all good.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's the antithesis of good trouble.
The older millennial is like I think he's like the biggest political TikToker on TikTok. I think but he's a right winger. He is just pushing misinformation, nothing but misinformation. That's it. Like he just makes stuff up and then goes live or goes and makes a TikTok about it. It's all pure misinformation. It's wild.
It's both black and white. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I think this is the guy. Watch this. This is crazy.
I've never tried to get alive as hard as this because I think this is important. You earlier when you were gonna bring me up an hour and a half ago, you asked me if I was gonna do it out of love and like have a nice cordial conversation, and the answer is yes, but not for this. It's for the love of like other communities who are deeply affected by shit like this. If you can give me the big box, I don't know if you know how to do that.
I don't know.
No, okay. I'm just gonna show you this. I'm gonna play it because I think it's important, and it's important. I think also because maybe you don't know this sort of like, to Snow's point, you might think that you're like playing with kid gloves, but coddling this shit is really bad.
Talking about 100 men versus one gorilla, who would win?
So this right here, he put his phone up to the screen, and this guy that he's showing on his phone is Ray Ray, who's sitting right here, who's been sitting there the whole time talking about like, oh yeah, the left and cancel culture, oh it's so bad, and oh the left is such a mess, blah blah blah. And so this guy comes up and plays this clip of Ray Ray.
Bitch, I'm a gorilla. I'm gonna put it to you like this. Not only would I unalive all 100 men that come my way, I will attend their funerals and take their woman from them afterwards. You ain't never heard it. Once you go silverback, you never go back? Well, hell, I might want to think about this. I might do even worse. I'll keep you alive, but I'll rip your bananas off, okay? Like Lorena Bobbitt. And then I will take your woman. What do you call a picture of me with my arm around your girl smiling like this? That's called gorilla cheese. One of y'all gonna have a wife named Manila. I'm gonna take her. We gonna call that Gorilla in Manila. Y'all act like my cousin Shaq didn't dominate the NBA for decades. Y'all act like my whole
Cousin Shaq. My cousin Shaq.
No.
So I just want you to be clear. This is all I came to say. If you want to platform people like this.
Yeah, there was a period.
You're
There
muted.
there was a period during that where I was willing to give him like the benefit of the doubt and think maybe it was just an impression of a gorilla, but that's obviously not the case. It was obviously like the more you heard him talk, the more it was obviously a very racist joke, and so yeah, there was a period where I'm like, wait, is this actually racist? Are they just doing the thing? No, that was obviously fucked up.
Right? You just got to get it clear. It's fine having these conversations. Certain people don't deserve the fucking kindness that you are showing.
And
this
that's
person.
you.
That's all I'm saying. I think that everybody who hadn't seen that video might have a different fucking opinion. Okay,
if
Ray?
I was worried about
And I swear to
that,
God, Ray, and the next time I fucking see you, I will feed you your teeth. All right, brother? That's all I came here to say. That's all I came here to say, okay? Great.
Like, you
guys should talk
about
I like how Mercedes
if you want to continue to platform this fucking bigot, that's on you. That you get all the smoke after this. That's fine. That's you guys. You get the decision.
What did you say, Mantis?
I just said I like how Mercedes and her wife are just like just doing nothing. Like what?
Yep.
You get to have this conversation. That's fine. You just know that now you can't just play dumb and say, oh, but we're just trying.
I don't. You guys can't see, but Dean Withers is like sending a ton of donos over here on the left, sending like roses and stuff while this is happening.
To reach the other side. This is who you're trying to reach right now.
No,
okay?
I can't wait till you
That's
drop
fine.
so I can
That's
explain
fine. Ray, I hope you choke.
No, I can't wait till you drop so I can explain that.
Guys, this language, just be careful.
Okay, cool. Can I explain that now? Can I have the floor? And I will do it calmly, okay? Because I think he's talking about the main joke where I said cousin Jack. That is literally a Pete Davidson joke in a roast. Like, go back and see it. Like, comedy is a very subjective thing. Comedy,
I mean, if I'm gonna keep it a buck though, that was pretty racist though.
Yeah, I do want an answer for that. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm just
the only
saying.
the only thing that I've seen of yours, bro, is the challenges back and forth.
What up, Mojo?
Yeah, because
I will say that because I'm not familiar with race stuff. Because I mean, it's like the first time I'm actually speaking old dude, so I'm just speaking like from just what I know. But I will just straight up like whatever explanation you will give, I don't think is acceptable because I mean to even like parallel.
Well, you skip over some of this.
You know, whatever. I didn't go to see his page or anything or whatever. I just, the only.
That's the whole thing. Like Z literally come into the live the other day or whatever, and she's making microaggressions.
Thank you.
They just.
The only things I saw with him were the challenge things with Good Trouble, and whatever. I didn't go to see his page or anything.
They just kicked him. Like as soon as he's like starting to make like excuses for this, and he's like, no, it's just a good joke, bro. It's just a good joke. Like it was just funny. That's all it was. It was just funny. Like Pete Davidson made this joke. Like, that's different, bro. Like Pete Davidson making it at a roast where Shaq is there volunteering for this sort of shit. That's very different than you going on a TikTok and just making the joke out of nowhere. So yeah, so they
I think it's a fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just say one thing. I'm gonna jump off because you can go through the panel. I was just gonna say I think it is a fine line between because the trouble that someone like Mercedes is gonna get herself into is trying to be really accommodating to people on the right who she believes are coming in good faith, and like the left isn't like completely wrong when they say these people are liars and they're bad faith. It's just they take it way too far where they're like not even willing to have any conversation whatsoever. But I think she's really got to be careful about like a lot of MAGA are just bad faith and they are just using people on the left to like get their clicks and to do their thing, and they're not actually sincere. And she's like got this whole I want to do this from the love place going on that's probably going to get her into some sort of trouble, but she'll wisen up quickly, I think.
Yeah, I've been through the same thing when I was moving over from the right and starting to like realize like all the things that I was wrong about. I really didn't like all of the claims of like, these people are so bad faith or they're all like racist or this or that. But yes, over time it became just more and more clear how true all of that was. And so yeah, it's I think it takes a while to kind of I don't want to say deconstruct, but that is probably the best word though. Like, yeah, to actually deconstruct these things. So it's, it takes a bit.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of, the kumbaya shit. So.
Yeah. But I like Mercedes a lot. I think Mercedes was really cool. And,
yeah, she was awesome.
Yeah. I was glad that I found
she belongs in the edgy debate sphere of YouTube. I don't know why she's delaying the inevitable. Like she just needs to. No, I don't know if she does actually seem maybe a bit too nice.
But, yeah. Well, I mean, you stay where you built your platform. She built her platform on TikTok, so yeah.
Yeah. All right. Adios.
I'm glad to be back.
Later, Alex. So, yeah. So Z is on here. She's down here at the bottom.
Yeah. It's good. It's good. There's no point in going and that was good. We got to get used to this. Oh my god! This includes the older millennial, someone named Anthony Core. We got to speak up in there.
The older millennial. I can't.
Yeah. Let's see here. There's there's Tom Foolery show.
Oh yeah, Tom.
Does Tom want up?
You can bring Tom up. I don't know if he's there. Oh. Hey, Tom.
Oh, hello. Hey.
Hey,
Let's
hey.
see. I'm trying to figure out how to use this. Does that work? Okay, there we go.
There you go.
I one of the things that I'm a little confused about when I'm listening to you guys talk about this is a lot of it's talking about like anti-cancel culture and not just going right after people. Is the vision not more so like whether or not people are justified in going after people? Because I think a lot of us are like surrounded by bad actors and people who are just going to go after people. Yeah, so the frustration that I had listening to the first like hour of this is a lot of what they were talking about is that like going after people, trying to purity test people, trying to cancel people. This is all wrong. This is the problem with the left. This is something that nobody should ever do. And it was kind of getting frustrating to me because I'm listening and I'm like, wait, shouldn't we sometimes purity test people though? Like, sometimes aren't people bad that we do want to like separate ourselves from? Isn't there times where we should be trying to like make like separate categories of like those people and us? Like, aren't there times? And the main reason that I want to go through this is because that often when I hear people defending Z, that is the first thing that they say is, guys, we need to stop with this cancel culture stuff. If we actually want to win elections in the future, we can't be tearing down movements that are trying to get people to vote. You know, like, that's always the thing. And it's like, no, don't do that. Z did nothing wrong. Say that. Like, if Z did some horribly racist shit, then yes, she probably should be held accountable. And if she's not actually willing to apologize, if she's not actually willing to take accountability for this, if she is just running from something that she did that was horribly racist, like, it makes sense to actually make a big deal about that. But if she did nothing wrong and she's not running from anything, stop making excuses for why, if she did do something wrong, we shouldn't go after her. No, just say she did nothing wrong. Like, just say she did nothing wrong. Keep saying that. Stop making excuses for why we should just never purity test or why we should never hold people accountable. That's not a good argument. No matter what. But as you just saw, like, if somebody's actually doing something wrong, we do still want that person to like be held accountable in some way. We still do want them to like answer for those things. And that a lot of times is what develops into cancel culture, is if those people just refuse to actually admit that they did something wrong. So yeah, I'm saying there is no difference between what you guys are calling cancel culture and holding people accountable. There's no difference here. These are the same things. And so for you guys to like separate these things over and over as though they're totally separate things, they're not separate. They are the same things. Like, we need to be clear. These are the same things, right?
Yeah, and like, but like, there's levels to that, I'd say, because like that video was blatantly a whole ass problem. That video was like, no, you know what I mean? Like, that was not it. But see, like, that video, I personally would not compare to, say, like, the thing that exploded the Unfuck America for, right? So, like, that, and I'm here to talk to conservatives. I'm here to engage with them. I am here to try to rehabilitate them, lead with love, and get them over here. But I see stuff like that, and I'm like, the conversation between, if I were to ever have a conversation with him about that, it would have to be behind closed doors, because I don't think he needs to be platformed to talk about that.
Sure, but I'm more so asking about like a lot of what you guys are talking about is that like I think that there's a pretty big difference between like people who are more moderates or liberals and then people who are leftists, and that they do just objectively have different values, that like lots of times they're going to be different types of people. But I'm asking, it seems like there's like a big gap when what you're calling is cancel culture, and that like people are too willing to shut people down. Like, there's always going to be tribalism, right? There's always going to be people who need their spaces and need to be like hyped up. And so in some spaces, they are just going to be blood sportsy debate bros who are just going after each other, and their audiences are learning good talking points from that, or ways to combat things, or they're learning about, like, you know, if they saw something, a meme on Twitter that was interesting, that maybe was a little convincing from MAGA, and they thought maybe the Hillary email thing was real or something, you know, they hear these things debated and they're learning. I was convinced by debate. move over. That is like, debate is the thing that like changed my mind. I was a right winger, but I was as I'm getting like more politically involved, when Trump is running for president and people who call themselves conservatives, people who call themselves Christians, people who are changed my mind as well. Yeah, the people who call themselves conservatives voting for Trump made me really question who we were as a people and what values we actually held, whether or not we actually cared about the Constitution. And so I think that debate is something that is there to really help you get the questions answered when you're looking for answers. When you start to question things and you start to think, you know, maybe I'm not right on this, or maybe I am like missing something here. Maybe there is more information that I'm unaware of. Maybe I was misled by some of the right-wing content creators that I watch. Debate is something that is there for those people. It is something that is a great utility for them to look to when they have those questions. That is the place where those questions get answered. So yeah, it's if you guys are watching, I'm streaming on TikTok and YouTube right now. If you guys have a platform that you would rather watch, but it is I am trying to, I'm trying to grow on TikTok right now. So if anybody on YouTube wants to go over and watch on TikTok, it would be helpful. You know, go over there, tap the screen for a while, even if you only go for a little bit and then come back. But yes, it is still tiktok.com/tomfoolery show or @tomfoolery show. And so, yeah, let me play this real quick. That was interesting that maybe it was a little convincing from MAGA and they thought maybe the Hillary email thing was real or something. Yeah, so I'm saying that like a lot of these things that we have questions about, a lot of these like are really beneficial, because they were talking about like how people who do debates, they're not really convincing people. They're doing this just for the win. And while that is true, it is very true that like the people who are debating are normally just trying to get a win. It is good for people to have a place that is not there to convince other people all the time. That's not always like everybody's goal. Sometimes it's good to just have a place where liberals just go in and talk about how much the right sucks, right? And it's the same for the right. Like the right's going to have a bunch of places where it's just there for them to talk about how much the left sucks, right? Not everything is about convincing the other side, but even sometimes when we're talking about debate, if people are just trying to get W's and they're trying to just win, not everything has to be like an honest conversation of like, you know, we're all here to really learn from each other and blah, blah, blah. Sometimes like, yeah, just having people go and dunk on each other and just owning the other side, it really gets your side amped up. It gets your side feeling good about themselves. It makes them feel like they're on the right side. And you have to have both of those. You have to have like, the once people are convinced by something, you got to have the space for them to go to where now they feel like they're with their people and they're at the Coliseum cheering on the gladiator who's fighting for their side. Like you got to have both. Something, you know, they hear these things debated and they're learning from that, and lots of these spaces are good for just. I'm gonna skip forward a bit.
My own community.
My is too much of a moderate. There's a lot of people where if you are somebody who was a Republican and you changed over time and you're a liberal, there's bad faith actors who will come after you for having old content up where you were, you know, a Republican and you had very different beliefs and you leave it up. Well, they'll attack you for that. If you take it down and apologize for it, now you're hiding it and trying to, you know, make it to where nobody knows that you actually did that. And so there's a lot of people who just want to come after you for any reason. I feel like there is some purity testing that still has to be done to even separate the sane people from the non-sane people or the people. So yeah, here's where I'm talking about. They're talking about how purity testing is bad. And I'm saying, I don't like this phrase. It's too much of a blanket statement. We actually need to purity test the people that you guys are talking about right now out of the movement. These leftists, these people who are calling Z racist, the people who are coming after for people for absolutely no good reason, who just want to keep destroying movements, and they aren't even willing to vote for Democrats at the end of the day. They're not willing to actually, vote for Kamala. They'll still call Kamala a fascist. And, those people need to be pushed out of the movement. Those people need to be purity tested out. We need to separate ourselves from those people. And these conversations where we're just saying like, oh, we need to stop purity testing. We all need to get along. No. Don't do that. Purity test. Get rid of these fucking people. Call them out. Call them for what they are. And make sure that everybody knows we are not them. They are not us. We are separate groups of people. When we're talking about liberals who believe in capitalism, who believe in electoralism, who believe in the Constitution, these are a very different group of people than the ones who are Marxist, communist, Antifa, ACAB, like these are insanely different groups of people. We are not the same groups of people. And it's infuriating every time I talk to a Republican, every time they come on and I start debating them. The first thing I do is I have to keep telling them I don't believe any of those things. I have to spend the first 15, 20 minutes trying to explain to them, no, actually, I didn't think that rioting with BLM was a great thing, or I don't think that I don't think that, I don't think all immigration or all deportation is bad. I don't believe in open borders. I don't believe in 62 genders. There's a lot of these things that are kind of obnoxious to me. And it's that is the branding of Democrats right now. But that's not most Democrats. That's not liberals. That's the far left. That's the leftists. People who are just doing this stuff for content, and is that what you guys are thinking as well? Because that's what I'm trying to understand. Is there a separation from those types of people that you guys are looking for, or are you just trying to convince them to get on board?
No, I think I think I can answer this. I mean, really, what our purity test is that, are you going to vote for Democrat down the ticket, or are you not? That's our purity test. So as long as, of course, there are always going to be exceptions to that rule, like calm down in the comments, right? But generally speaking, like our goal is to build electoral power. So when we see something like what we just saw with Ray, and the fact that he doubled down on it, on top of it, like that is not somebody that is even close to be having a conversation about moving to the Democratic side. So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the TikTok comments, the TikTok chat said that Mercedes is a grifter. And just like Peyton and that her trying to cozy up to Ray is no good. I think that you could say that if she didn't kick him off, right? But she did. Like, she did kick him off. Obviously, she wasn't willing to see past racism just to cozy up to him. That's obviously not the case. When you're looking at somebody who is getting rid of him and taking him off the panel after seeing that clip and seeing him say that, yes, I'm not willing to apologize for this. That's not somebody who you want to call a grifter. That doesn't make sense at all. Why would you call her a grifter for that? That doesn't make sense. If she's actually separating herself from him and kicking him off the panel, why would you still call her a grifter? She was in his live earlier today, legit. She was all about cozying up. Sure, but you're saying that she's all about cozying up with like limited information. When she sees that clip, she kicked him off, right? That's not what a grifter would do. A grifter would not do that. So it's possible that somebody would have like limited information, and that they would be that they would not know how like racist somebody is or how detrimental they are to their platform. But it seems as though, yes, once she gets that information, she makes the right decision. There's no way you could call her a grifter after that.
For us to platform somebody like that, right? But that still opens us up to, and it's also, let me be clear, it's not just about converting MAGAs either. It's also about getting to young people before they become MAGA, because this is a big problem, is that we're losing, and the whole reason behind the Unfuck America tour, as you know, is that we want to target young men because young men, more than any other group, are moving to the right. And so if they have no one else to look up to other than Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, I mean, I can literally, there's so many of them, right? But ask me who's on the left. Hassan Piker, Destiny, right? Like, and most of the left have a problem with Destiny, and a lot of the left have a problem with Hassan, right? So we don't have anybody on our side that is just looking to build electoral power, and that's I think what our goal is here.
Yeah,
There,
I think
there was also, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say a lot of it comes down to, like, for example, I bet you a lot of this chat has a problem with Destiny, but like Destiny is a person who is like, that is the first person who broke through my algorithm for me to be able to be like, whoa, this guy's slamming down like really hard. The right has a name for Destiny. It's called the Destiny Pipeline. Like, people don't like Destiny at all, and they're popping off in the comment section.
I feel like there's a way to speed this up. I hate listening to stuff at like normal speed. I gotta speed this up a little bit. It'll only go up to 1.5, so if that's too fast, y'all let me know and I'll slow it down.
I guarantee if we had Destiny up in this panel, what just happened with like pulling something up that Destiny has said in the past, it's just like atrocious, would come up and we'd run into that situation. They'd be like, Destiny, this. And it's like, that's where it starts to get more nuanced, and we're like, well, how do we navigate this, right? Because like, what is your opinions on, say, like Destiny? Do you think that someone who's a valuable tool on this side? Because I think they're insanely valuable when it comes to flipping people from red to blue.
I mean, I'm friends with Destiny, and but I will say that also, even with some of the things that he's done more recently, when his lawsuits are over, I would expect some accountability there at some point. I would expect him to speak on these things, and that I'm willing, and that a lot of times when we talk about cancel culture, to me, it is something that is overall just accountability. That is what we're asking for from people. And it was kind of frustrating listening to people throughout the Unfuck America tour panels where they would say, we're not canceling Z, we're just holding her accountable. And I would love to have asked them, like, what do you think the difference is there between what you're doing and cancel culture? These are pretty much the same thing. I think that a lot of times if people take accountability, that canceling just goes away from actual sane people. But I do think that is the point, is that yes, like a more pragmatic people who are actually willing to engage electorally. Hassan is somebody who wouldn't even tell his audience to vote for Kamala and refused. He kind of counter-signaled her throughout the entire election and was one of the people who was calling her a fascist and saying she was wanting to genocide. Sorry, there's words that we're not allowed to use on this platform. The things that she wasn't doing enough for Palestine. And so I think that it was confusing listening to you guys talk about this and trying to gauge where it is that you're actually what it is that you're actually advocating for in totality, because it does sound like it is like, let's all hold hands and just sing Kumbaya together all the time.
Well, I think what we're advocating for is something that simply doesn't exist. Destiny is the only person that I can name off the top of my head that is a debater on the left who's not a politically correct person. That's the only person I can name. And when I was MAGA, that's the only person I could have named. And now I'm
all right, let's skip forward through some of this.
But instead of like, so like, for example,
is on YouTube right now, that is a community that was started on Twitch. It was called Twitch Politics. People still call it Twitch Politics, even though it's on YouTube today. It is a community that was built over time, and Destiny was the person who built it. People like Vosh came from Destiny. People like Hassan came from Destiny. Like all of these large streaming political content creators on the left, they all started off in Destiny's community and have been able to build an audience over there, even that are diametrically opposed to each other now.
Tom, have you spoken with Counterpoints? Have you spoken with Counterpoints at all? One of the people on the right who I respect. I just had him on last week. Yeah, we were just talking last week.
But they all.
Yeah, I've had Counterpoints on a bunch of times. Yeah.
They all started off with Destiny, and Destiny's done a good job at like really helping other content creators build their platforms and allowing them to go onto his platform and build through him. So it's I think it takes somebody like Dean, like Parker, like these people to make those decisions, because as long as they are the big content creators.
As I was saying that, I was realizing that a lot of these people would have this criticism for Destiny, that he does help a lot of people grow through his platform, but they're all white people. So it's all people like Hassan, like Vosh, Pisco. It is a lot of white men, and yeah, they would have that criticism for Destiny as well. So I was realizing, like, as this was coming out of my mouth, I was thinking, oh, yeah, this probably isn't gonna play well, because like you, no, I didn't build my platform through Destiny.
creators, they're the ones who are going to shape the culture that's going to be on this platform.
And then that's my problem, though, because what we watched with this cultural shift in this last Unfuck America tour is we watched a bunch of I don't think it was handled. You know, like if I don't pretend Destiny was over here and in charge of debate culture, right? I don't think how the UnF America tour was handled would have been handled like that over here. I don't believe it would have been flayed out in front of millions and millions of people. I don't think how the UnF America tour would have been handled out of the closet. I don't believe it would have been internet in the way that it did. And I just think that they had the power in that moment to kind of be like, yo, let's kind of handle this behind closed doors and keep going for the better of the movement. And I feel like that's just not what happened. And that's what's disappointing to me, because I don't feel like what happened to explode the tour should have been anything to explode the tour.
Yeah, I mean, my position is that it's almost completely audience captured all throughout TikTok. Is that, yeah, if they didn't do what their audience wanted, they would get canceled by their own audiences. They're already getting in trouble with their audiences for not being extreme enough, or not, going hard enough, or not canceling the tour before it even started. Like, I feel like they're being pushed into the positions that they're taking right now by their own audiences, and if they're not willing to stand up.
If he platforms Fuentes, I'm glad I haven't watched him in a while. I don't understand, like, these, this is another thing that, like, with the far left all of a sudden on TikTok, they have this position on platforming that is a position that I just don't ever see. Like, the idea of platforming, right, is that you allow somebody to just come on and speak unencumbered without any pushback, right? And that sort of idea says that you can't ever talk to people that you disagree with on your platform. That is what that means. Like, just to be clear, if you are going to hold that position consistently, you cannot talk to people that you disagree with. When Destiny platforms somebody like Fuentes, he's debating him. I've platformed Fuentes. I've platformed tons of people who I disagree with, but I platform them while I'm pushing back, while I'm disagreeing with them, while I'm debating them. And the idea is that you have to, Tom platforming his chat is crazy. Yeah, I'm already allowing chats to pop up on my screen but the point is that, like, yes, if things come up that I disagree with, I push back on it. But if you're going to hold a position that, like, you can't put up somebody like Nick Fuentes because he has bad ideas, your entire position has to be that you just cannot ever have people on your show that you disagree with. You just can't do it. You can't do it across the board. I know the thought maybe it was uncritically platformed, but that's good to know. Yeah, I think that's more so like what the criticism would be, is like if they uncritically platform somebody, if they're allowing them to come on and they just don't push back on them at all, I think that generally, yeah, that's going to be detrimental, and then that's going to be harmful. But I think that, yeah, if you're actually pushing back on the things that they're saying, that, like, this is perfectly fine, and that people who don't hold that position and they just think that if you, like, platform somebody that you disagree with at all, that this is wrong, that means you can only ever talk to people who agree with you 100%. Because I'll say, there are liberals, okay, that I disagree with. Anytime somebody has a position that is different from mine, I think it's harmful. Everybody does. Everybody believes that. Everybody believes that if people have a position that is different from theirs, it'll be harmful to an extent. Meaning that if I want this utopia that is all of Tom's ideas and all of Tom's beliefs, all of Tom's prescriptions, this is Tom's utopia. Anybody who advocates for something different than Tom's utopia stops us from being able to get to Tom's utopia. It slows us down. Even if they're on my side for 99% of things, that other 1% slows us down from getting to Tom's utopia. And so so to an extent, that 1% that's left, the 99% is good. The 1%, that is harmful. I do believe that the 1% is harmful. Hello? Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, sorry, my mic went out. Yeah, Newsom his Newsom's platforming of people like Kirk and Bannon is a good example of somebody just bringing people on, not really giving a whole lot of pushback. I think that if you're building to something further in the future, I think it can be helpful sometimes. So there's times where, there's a person named Tashika who comes on here a little bit later, okay? And she's able to come on and just speak for a while and then get off. This Tashika person, I do believe, is harmful pretty much across the board. And I'll get to that in my video on the Unfuck America tour when we go over it. But this is somebody that I do think is harmful, and I think she has a lot of very harmful beliefs. Yet, there are times where I'm willing to, let's say she jumped onto my show and all she wanted to do was talk. I might be willing to sit there, allow her to speak, allow her to ramble for a while, not give any pushback, hoping that this will give some sort of, this will create some ability to have a conversation in the future and be able to actually get through to one another. I think that that's like a thing that makes sense as well. And so it's possible that that is Gavin Newsom's plan, is that he's having conversations with these people at first that is just a very general conversation, and then later he'll come back to them and be able to have a conversation with more pushback to where they're willing to listen more because they've already gained that respect. They've already gotten that I'm blanking on the right word, but they've built some sort of relationship there to where they're willing to listen to each other. That's very unlikely when it comes to Gavin Newsom and what it is he's doing. But I'm just saying that there's times where I think something like what Gavin did is okay. It's just, that it requires coming back to that later and actually working on it.
Their own audiences, because that is something, again, like him or not, that is something Destiny's done a ton of times throughout his career. Is he's had massive fights with his community and has shaped his community to be something that is going to agree with his politics. And I wonder, I don't know enough about Dean and Parker to know if this is the case, but it feels like watching the Harry Sisson thing and now the Unfuck America tour thing, that it seems to be the other way around, that they shape their politics
around their audience. 100%. And that's why I agree. Like, we collectively agree on is that Destiny stands up for what he believes in, and that matters, because long-term strategy, that's the way we need our influencers, right? If we're going to win elections, we need people that have a backbone and that stand up for what they believe, not people that are just going to try to appease the 5%, which, by the way, they will never be happy. And that's part of the issue with their strategy, is that, and that's why all these people continue to get canceled, right? It's ironic, is that they're trying to not get canceled so bad that they continue to get canceled.
Yeah, you can see it in their own communities. You can see in Dean and Parker's discords that there is a lot of dissent. There's a lot of disagreement over whether or not are challenged by
the left. And I just want people to know that, to think that the first time we as a group have gone live, and we're going live, and it's been a 2-hour event, and it's our first time speaking out on this, and they accuse us of attacking the left as we watch them all go on 700 hours plus of lives and videos about this situation. I think that's so hypocritical. I'm like, wait, we're wanting to cancel culture, at least trying to shift it to where it's not so eggshelly, where there's room for more of the edgy folk. And to say that one live is counterproductive to the movement because we're, dissing the left, I cannot conceptualize that someone who was part of an enormous group who just did that for how many hours for the past 3-4 weeks, why they would think that, you know what I mean? I don't understand.
Yep. No, I do think, though, it's a little frustrating listening to the rhetoric, even on this live sometimes. The frustration for me is the problem can't be whether or not, if somebody does something wrong and people believe they're wrong, the response can't be, but guys, you can't hold me accountable because this will be destructive for the left, right? The answer should be they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't, you guys are overreacting. They're, don't, if there isn't something to apologize for and there isn't something to be held accountable for, holding people accountable, it's got to be it's destructive for the left to hold people accountable for things they didn't do. It's destructive for the left to keep holding people accountable for things that they did 5 years ago that they've already apologized for. That's got to be the messaging over and over. It can't be, guys, don't hold people accountable because then we won't have a party anymore.
Yeah, see, and that's how we feel. For example, but how do you say that? So if you don't believe, do you believe the thing that destroyed the UnF America tour? Do you think that how do you feel about that situation? Do you think that is a situation? So, for example, Destiny goes on the live and he's like, this is the stupidest thing ever. Why are they canceling each other over this? What is your opinion on that? Because, for example, the reason why it's hard for us to talk about this is even stating the words that we believe what happened on the live was not worth canceling the tour over will get us canceled for even saying that. How do you feel about what happened?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say it's not worth canceling the tour over. I would say that it's not even worth talking about, that there wasn't anything wrong that happened there. And I've pretty consistently been trying to ask people, like, hey, if you think something bad happened there, I would be happy for you to come onto my show and talk to me about this. And the few that do come on.
One of the frustrations that I have is that a lot of the black people who have issues with this, I hear them consistently as I'm going through a lot of these videos, a lot of the panels, a lot of the lives that they had on this, a lot of the TikToks they put out. Almost all of them are saying at some point that people who were talking about this never reached out to them, never tried to talk to them about it, never asked them about their feelings, never asked them what they think about it. And I have reached out to these people. I have tried talking to them. I have tried hearing from them. I do want to hear their perspective. I do want to know what it is they think about these things. I do want to make sure that, especially when it comes to like getting the events correct and getting the order of events, getting different people's perspectives, I want to hear that. And I've reached out to a lot of these people and they're unwilling to respond. They don't know who I am, but at the same time, I don't want to come out with a video and a lot of these people be sitting there afterwards where there's a lot of like criticisms of them and there's a lot of, points where it's showing like, yes, they said this and there's just no evidence for this. And the other people who I've talked to, they all say this is wrong. So it looks like this person lied. I don't want them to turn around and be like, whoa, he never even asked me. He never even asked to speak to me. Nobody ever asks me my opinion. I'm a black person and I'm here to have the conversation and they won't have it with me. I have tried talking to these people. I have tried reaching out to them. I have tried doing all of these things. And yeah, it seems as though they're unwilling to have the conversation with me. And you'll see that on this live as we move forward, that they are unwilling to talk to me about these things. So, well, you care about objectivity, Tom. That's where you're messing up at. Well, I mean, it's more so like if I'm going to make a video about this, I want to make sure that the video is correct. Like that is more so the thought process here, is that like if I'm going to make a video about this and I'm going to have a take on this, if I'm going to make a statement, if I'm going to go and get people's perspectives, yeah, I want to get everybody's perspectives. I want to hear from both sides. I want to hear from as many people as possible. I want to make sure that I'm actually right and I'm actually correct. And it's it's just it is frustrating trying to do this when from the same people that I hear saying, nobody's asking me, nobody's talking to me, nobody's reaching out to me. But then when I do reach out to them, yes, they're not reaching back out. Now, with that said, a number of people have reached out and have said that they're willing to talk. There's a number of people who have, especially after this live, there's a number of people who reached out to me. But it's just it's a little disappointing when you hear them with this complaint over and over that people aren't asking them, and you're one of the people who is, and you still they still don't want to talk to you. It is a little frustrating, but at the same time, I do understand. They don't know who I am. I'm a fucking guy on YouTube. They're on TikTok. We're in very different spaces. They've never heard of me. They're probably not going to go and talk to literally each and every single chatter that, comes into their DMs saying, hey, I want to ask you questions. Like, they don't have time to do this with literally everybody. And so if they don't know who I am and they think I might just be some fucking random chatter, that it might, it makes sense to an extent. So I just, it is frustrating when you do actually make that attempt and still don't get anywhere with it.
Pretty quickly say, oh, it's not for me to say whether or not something wrong happened there. I'm going to listen to, black women. If they say something wrong happened there, I'm going to listen to them and say, okay, if I bring you like 10 black women who say nothing wrong happened there, 20, 30, like how many do I have to show you in order for you to believe the other side? That doesn't matter to them. And so I don't even know how to have a conversation with these people or try to figure out what it is that somebody did wrong when they won't even go through a logical thought process or explain it logically or give any answers for these things. You can go to my comments on my videos on this and it's all just, oh, people have already proven this, or people already said this, or they'll tag Peyton's video, which has no answers in it whatsoever. And so from across the board, it just wasn't even worth talking about. It wasn't worth mentioning, and it's wild to me that it ever became a conversation in the first place.
Yeah, I agree with you, but what you just said, I think people in the comments, they go off on that. They want to cancel you for what you just said. For you to say these people will be in there, and this, I'm gonna follow you. By the way, you are intellectually sound. I'm like, holy shit, I want to pick your brain some more. But you're very, you see what I'm talking about, like. my problem is not holding people accountable. Pretend I was to go out and do something that was like worth being held accountable over. Like we decided, hey, that's something that needs to have accountability. That's fine. But like in your situation, how do you get the left to understand that the Z Live situation shouldn't have even been a situation? And if there's someone, are you able, like, would you be willing to bring someone up and like who has an opposing view and help me learn how you would debate that?
Oh, 100%. That they're the one making a claim, so they would have to be the ones to explain what it is that was said that was wrong. And then once they say how this is wrong, then I would ask them to be consistent on that scenario. And in every conversation, as soon as somebody says like, "Oh, well, she said that that they were being aggressive," right? And I say, "Okay, she didn't say that, but let's assume she did say that they were being aggressive. If they were actually being aggressive."
So yeah, I see crowd code on TikTok said Z is a known racist. Why associate with them? So this is the point, is that I don't see anything that actually says that she's racist. And I've been through a lot of information. I've spoken to a number of people, but I haven't actually seen anything that actually says that she is a racist or that she's done anything racist, that she is a known racist. And so, yes, if you want to come on and you want to show me something, or you want to talk about this, you want to present some evidence to me that maybe I haven't seen, I'm happy to have that conversation. And if you want to hop on, I'm happy to go over it. But everything that I've seen is very old stuff, and the majority of it has nothing to do with race. Like a lot of the stuff that Peyton posted was her saying the R slur, which was from years ago, and it was a very long time ago. And she doesn't use that word anymore. There's stuff that he said with her business associate, which was just untrue, and he didn't show any evidence for that at all. He made claims about lawsuits that she won. There's just a bunch of stuff that people keep making claims about, and especially when it comes to the panel, if you actually look at what all happened there, none of it makes sense. And we're going to get to that in a little bit when some of the people from the panel start hopping on and we talk to them.
Would it still be wrong for her to call them aggressive? And every time, that's where it immediately falls apart. They're not willing to have the conversation anymore because, there's no way that the standards that they hold, they could be consistent on this. It seems as though they decided that they wanted her to be racist, and therefore she was racist. But yeah, I'd be willing to talk to anybody about this.
This is cool. This is cool because I don't, I've never watched this done before. So I know everyone wanted to free Tashika in the chat. Is that a fun? Do you mind if that's her, or do you have I don't know.
I don't know if she's actually willing to have the conversation, but I'm willing to talk to Tashika for sure.
And I just
so what I said right there, I doubt she's willing to have the conversation, but I am, is because, yes, from the little bit that I've seen from her, she's not willing to actually be challenged on this. She's not willing to actually have the conversation, and she's not willing to actually engage. But yes, she does come on the panel, and so we get into it here.
Say, guys, before I start getting accused in the comments of hiding, I'm literally about to bathe and put my kids to bed, so I will be here, but I can't talk for 30 minutes. So.
You're doing fine. You're great. Okay, I'm letting Tashika up, and I'm going to let you guys have a conversation, and I'm going to sit back and watch how this is done because I have no idea. So.
Oh, hey, finally. I love being put to the back of the bus. I know that's where you like to put us, but it's great. That wasn't funny. What was funny about that? Okay. Right, so who?
She said, what's funny about that? Because I'm sitting there laughing as she said, oh, I'm in the back of the bus. This guy right here has been on here for over an hour. He's black. There were other black people who were on the panel as well. But yeah, she automatically comes on and is like, oh, wow, I'm put in the back of the bus.
Sounds like it was because you were black that you were put on last.
What's funny about that?
Other black people were put on before you as well.
Oh, wait, what's funny about that?
Well, it's funny that you. I think it's funny that you would jump to that conclusion. Yeah.
Jump to the conclusion that the only black woman that anyone is ever talking about is the last word you brought up. Let's lock in for a second. Okay. When you say they, who are you speaking about?
You're talking about if I say they are saying these things about Z.
Right. So who's they?
Just in general, a lot of the videos that I've seen, I actually don't know this space very well. I just found out your name yesterday and found out who you were, and so.
Right, but you said they, and you're talking about one person. So who's they?
One person. What do you mean?
Are you talking about one person or multiple people? Because a space is a multiple group. Yeah,
I was talking about a space of people. I think if we're talking,
right, and what space?
What specific comment you're talking about, though.
Right, and what space would that be?
The TikTok online leftist sphere.
The leftist sphere? Who's calling out the racism though?
Who's calling out the racism?
Right, like who's like the group that has an issue with it?
The left.
The left?
Yeah, I don't know their names.
So, okay, so it's I'm gonna go ahead and do the
but
math.
obviously,
I feel like that you're referring to is black people. Those have been the main people speaking out about this. It is black people that you're referring to. I think it's really important that we specify the particular demographic that you're critiquing here, because it's not just Peyton, right? Peyton's.
Yeah, I totally disagree with this. I don't think it is black people. I would say obviously the majority of them are white. Like, white people are going to be the majority of everything because the majority of the country. And so even when it comes to the leftist sphere on TikTok, it's still the majority of those people are going to be white people. And the majority of the people that I see talking about this are white people. And the majority of the people who are upset about this are white people. The majority of the people in the TikToks, on TikTok, on Discord, on all these platforms who are all upset about this, the majority of them are white people. And so I don't know where she's getting this from, that it's the majority of them are black people. I have no idea why she's saying this. That's just not true. And the majority of the black people that I know don't have a problem with this at all and think that they're all crazy. So I don't know. I don't know why she jumped to that conclusion.
Because I spoke, right? The words that Peyton used were my words. He made the video because I said. You know what I mean? Like, he made the video the same.
So this is true. What she's saying is true. Like, a lot of what she said, she sent him a bunch of messages about this. She told him about the video, about the panel. She was the one who she sent him like a bunch of issues that she had with the panel and the issues that she has with Z. And a lot of what Peyton said is exactly what Tashika told him. And so this everything she's saying here is accurate, that like Peyton is the one who everybody sees. He is the bigger content creator that people see talking about this and kind of leading the charge. But it is her that kind of pushed him to do this.
I called him, or he called me actually, right? So the demographic, the they that you're referring to is black people, right? So that's the first thing here. I don't know who you are. So, and I think your name is pretty accurate. So I didn't really come up here to care for any kind of conversation that you wanted to pose here. My main question would have to be like the context of this live and why you guys feel the need to do this. And you go ahead and explain time and time again.
Yeah, and she says pretty quickly that she's not interested in having a conversation with me. As I said at the beginning, I doubt that she's willing to have a conversation with me. As I said, yep, she makes it pretty clear that she's not willing to have that conversation. So, no, Mantis.
Why Z's behavior were problematic. Even Z herself agrees that they were problematic. She apologized. Unless she was lying and revoked it, then that's fine. But personally, that is beyond the issue that I have. I don't care, nor do I consider myself some kind of prolonged victim of Z. I don't know who she is, and I truly don't give a damn. My main issue is that I think you guys seriously don't understand what words mean. None of you are leftists. And the left is not infighting. You guys talk about, and I literally just made a video about this, which is really ironic, but you guys talk about Trump supporters like Naruto talked about Sasuke, okay? It's odd, okay? It is never going to be your job to bring these people to your side. What you are supposed to be doing is incentivizing things like...
Yeah, I have no idea what Naruto and Sasuke, I have no idea what any of that means. That's ridiculous. But I mean, I agree with her at least on this. That like, yes, we are not on the same side. They are not. They are leftists. We are liberals. We are not the same side. We are not the same group of people. I'm glad that, like, but this is again like when you're talking to Trump supporters and you're trying to explain this to them, they paint us as being them, and so everything that they believe, all of the there's the account libs of TikTok, right? None of the videos that they play are libs. None of those videos are libs. Those are leftists. All of them are leftists. It's some like 15-year-old blue-haired, non-binary person who identifies as a squid or something like that. Like, those are not liberals. Those are not liberals who are defending this stuff. Those are not liberals who are pushing this idea. Those are not liberals at all. But we are the ones who are painted with their bullshit. And so either they gotta shut the fuck up, or we need to do a better job at separating ourselves from them and making it clear that that is not us and those are not our people.
Education, of which the host here has said that she does not have time for, which is despicable. You need to incentivize for things like education, speaking, art, dance, community, leadership, good leadership, not white ones like Dean or Parker, get them out of your mouth. And actual representation, right? Not diversity, representation. Diversity comes after representation. They are not one and the same.
And so, yeah, even though Dean and Parker are like actively speaking out against Z, and they're coming out against her. They left the movement. They said that all the stuff that she did was racist and blah blah blah. Even though they did that, it still wasn't good enough for Tashika, and Tashika really does not like Dean from the get-go. She already has like a personal beef with Dean from the very beginning, and so it's people respect their right to self-expression, right? Yeah, I mean, again, like it's I don't. Liberals obviously don't have an issue with somebody identifying as like squid gender. It's just that liberals wouldn't call squid gender a gender, right? Like when we're talking about gender, we would use like English as English, and gender meaning like, you know, men and women, not like horses and butterflies and squids and shit like that. But they can, yeah, I don't have a problem with people identifying however they want. It's just that I personally wouldn't call it gender. But they can identify. Like, dude, people identify as Browns fans. Come on. I mean, if you can identify as a Browns fan, you can identify as a squid gender, okay? I don't really, you can identify with whatever you want.
Okay, so I don't see why on the left you're not on the left. The left is not fighting with each other. The left is fighting with you. At this point, I'm actually going to build a coalition of Black women to join any group, any movement that you guys want to start. If you're all white, or most of you are white, or especially any movement ran by Z, I'm going to create a coalition of Black women to join any movement that you create and just destroy it from the inside. Because the way in which you guys censor Black voices is inherently so disingenuous. Because you relinquish all the work that you find necessary to do to the Black people around you. And they can literally just tell you any goddamn thing, okay? That's one thing, since you guys like Destiny so much, that's actually one thing that Destiny said that I highly agree with. The fact that you guys are so fundamentally useless that you don't even know how to handle these types of situations. You spent 4 hours on this live talking about cancel culture, and when people were actually giving you the answer to the problems of which you were describing, you sat here and were like, I work so much,
I mean, Destiny does say this, and it is annoying, but the problem that he has with this, and the part that I agree with him on, is that even being willing to like give this much time to people like this is the problem. That like even being willing to hear out this much ridiculousness and not like putting a stop to it at some point, and having that person like actually listen, or having that person actually engage with somebody else, having them actually like answer questions. Like this is the part that Destiny a lot of times is talking about when he's saying that like they're kind of useless. Now, obviously, liberals have their issues with being politically viable. It's not half as bad as it is for the left. Like the leftists are a million times worse. They have nothing in Congress. They have nothing in the Senate. They have nothing anywhere in politics. And so while yes, there's a lot of issues with liberals, and they have their problems right now, they are not as bad off as leftists are. So I like she can sit there and talk about like, oh, how incapable the liberals are. Fine, but we're not as incapable as the leftists are, so it's not really much of a dunk coming from a leftist.
blue-collar worker. I don't have time to read books on intersectionality. That's like the main thing that you should be studying. Because you're white. I don't give a damn what your wife is. You're white, okay? You're white, that's Coon, and she's white, right? So like I don't care. I don't care about any of this. But again, I have to say again,
so I don't know if she just called her wife the C word, or if she called zombie the C word. But yeah, she just called one of them the C word, just for like being part of the panel or being married to her or something like that. And Tashika is one of those people that you would say is racist. Like she's just racist. I know that a lot of the people on TikTok, they don't use the term racist that way. They have their own version of racism that doesn't align with like the definition, but yeah, I question your interpretation of the situation. Yeah, I mean, again, if somebody wants to hop on and like have a conversation about my interpretation of it, and they want to go over it, I'm happy to get into it.
Hey, how's
Allison,
it going, Tom?
hey, I didn't know if you meant to, because your request popped up and down numerous times, so I wasn't sure if you clicked on it on purpose or not.
Oh, it's on purpose.
Okay.
I watched the whole live. Yeah.
All right. What's up?
I really question. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking you to go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm YT. I just really questioned your interpretation of the situation, especially with Tashika talking about intersectionality. Do you know what that is? I mean,
yeah, of course.
You did tokenize certain people. You're like, well, I do have this one black friend. I mean, it was weird. Tom,
No, wait, I did not. Hold on. I did not do that. I said that a bunch of people have said things like, you need to speak to your black friends, or you need to talk to black people about this, and that black people are the ones who were told me about this because they had a problem with it. That's what I was saying, that like, yes, I watched a black creator who was going over this and got all the information from him. But to say that I'm tokenizing them by bringing that up when I'm saying this in response to other people telling me to do this, that is not me tokenizing them.
Okay,
that's
but
them tokenizing them.
okay, that was kind of strange. Okay, how is Tashika racist?
Wait, you agree with that, right? Like, if they say
No,
you need to
I
speak to your
really
black
don't agree with
friends,
that. But
why?
no, because I don't do that. I mean, I talk about my 84-year-old best friend all the time. I've never felt the need to fucking like say what she is. I mean, with anybody in my life, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't usually just like attach race when I'm like using like real life examples with my friends. You know?
No, I agree. Again, I agree that is not a normal way of thinking about this. But I'm saying that if people told you, hey, you really need to speak to 84-year-old people if you want to understand this issue, and you say, well, I did speak to my 84-year-old friend, and they also said the same thing as me, so I'm not like speaking. I'm not saying something different from them.
Well,
that's
if
not you
we could
tokenizing
continue
the
listening.
84-year-old. That's them tokenizing them, right?
Well, I didn't even say what she was. I mean, we can continue listening though.
Okay. Oh, you wanted me to hit play? I thought you said that you had another question after that.
Yeah, I just asked how Tashika was racist and to who that would be to.
Oh. The white people?
She's racist to white people?
Yes.
Tom, are you serious?
So this is why I said a minute ago that you guys use racist in a way that like doesn't align with the definition, or isn't the way that most people would use the term racist, but that like, yes, most people would
Okay, what did
define
she say that
racism
was
as, like,
really offensive?
discrimination based on race.
Okay, what was a line that she said was quote unquote racist to white people?
Not here. I don't.
Okay, then where?
She specifically say it here. Although her calling them like the C slur is probably a little bit racist towards black people, but
so yeah, it would not be towards white people, Tom.
Sure, I said that was towards black people, but
so then
yeah.
But you're sitting up here calling Tashika racist. So I would like to defend, or I would just like to understand firmly.
Sure. Okay. So this is Tashika's Discord post when she was getting ready to end her TikTok channel because she thought that TikTok was going away. So this is what it says.
Oh, so you're just pulling up random stuff of Tashika now? I mean,
well,
is
you
this
asked me
relevant
why
to
I
your
said
life?
this.
I mean,
You asked me why I said this. I'm pulling up the reason why I said that she was racist. If you don't want me to,
I can't wait.
what you're saying random? It's not random. You asked me why I said this.
Okay,
It's
I
not
can't
random
wait.
at
Let's
all.
see it.
All right. It says, hey everyone, I have a long journey here and I truly do love you all. With TikTok likely coming to an end, I took a look and everything and I am ready to move on. I appreciate every single thing you all have done, or you all have gone through with me. But for my final announcement, I want to give some final thoughts that I hope you all will think about in the Discord's absence. Here are all my final thoughts. 1, I hate white people. It will never go away. And I want to humbly apologize to all my fellow Negroes that I call crazy for saying
dude,
that
are
they
you
also
fucking
hate white
serious?
people.
You did not just fucking read it out loud. Oh my gosh.
It's spelled
The amount of
K-N-E-E-G-R-O-S, but yes, I'm reading a statement from a
Are
black
you
person. If you want me to represent the
Oh.
black person correctly,
Hey,
I
dude.
am reading what they said. It's their words.
Fucking wild. Okay, so can are there other people requesting too? Because I don't want to take up the space for other people who probably deserve to be here more than me. But also,
Well,
dog.
wait. You asked me for evidence that she was racist. I just
Okay,
read
but
the first time she said she
okay,
hates white people. There's 6 more
because
times on
dog,
here
if
if
you
you want me to
actually
read those as well.
understand, if you understand this stance, okay, if you understand as a white person, Tom, I understand going into a space with people of color that I'm not going to be immediately accepted, and that is because of shit like this, Tom. You're trying to prove a black woman is racist right now. I mean, so yes, there's a massive there can be a
You
massive
asked me
distress,
to.
and that's
Wait,
okay.
you asked me to. Stop doing this. You're asking me to do something, and then you're acting like I'm weird when I respond to you and do the thing that you're asking me for. This is the third time you've done this. You realize that. You ask me to do something, and then I do it, and then you say I'm weird for doing it. This is wild. What is happening? Why did you ask me to do it if you're going to say I'm weird for doing it?
Dude, I didn't ask you to fucking read the word aloud. That was like fucking crazy.
You just asked me
Like,
to prove that
that's
she was
fucking crazy.
racist, and I
just
went to the source, and now you're pivoting to whether or not I said the word
it's
Negro.
fucking
But
crazy, John.
you asked me
I mean,
to
but you're
prove
also
that
but you're
she was
also but you
racist, and
say
that's what
it,
I was doing.
but you also say it while trying to say that a black woman is racist to white people. I mean, that's
I'm
just like,
reading
what do
her
you mean?
words. It's her words, not mine. Stop doing this. What is wrong with you? It's her words, not mine.
Because I
Stop
watched
acting
you in
like
the
it's
live.
my words. Yes,
I
but
watched
stop
you in the
pivoting.
live.
You keep pivoting from one thing to another. You asked me to prove that she's racist. I read that she says I hate white people, and then you're like, "Oh my gosh, you just said Negroes. Oh my goodness, I can't
Are
believe you
you
said
able to
that."
bring
Stop
I'm not
moving
talking to you.
off.
Stand up as
It's
well.
the.
I don't want
sorry.
you to put. I don't.
Sorry. Yeah. Don't move off the thing. If we're talking about whether or not she's racist,
It's
you
unreal.
understand that that is racist for her to say,
Well,
right?
understand
You
that
do
you.
agree, yes?
I mean, I just find you to be more racist now. I mean, dude, you just keep
Okay,
like
that's
you
fine.
just keep
That's
setting
fine.
the
We can
bar
talk about
lower.
that afterwards. But you
Okay,
understand
but
that
like
if you
you
ask me to
calling a
prove that
black
she's
woman
racist and her
racist is
saying
fucking
over and
wild.
over. Okay, but you
And it's
asked me
Tashika.
for
She didn't.
evidence, and you understand she said, I hate white people, and she says it like 6 more times in this post. She makes it very clear how much she hates white people, and she
And
says
I
very
literally
clearly,
just.
there is
Do you
nothing that
understand
will
why?
ever change that. She says, there's nothing that will ever change that.
Okay, and do you understand why?
No?
Oh, she's here. Maybe bring her up and address her directly if that's how you're gonna.
Okay.
Well, if she wants, no, actually, whatever you want, girl. I just can't. So, like, I mean, it's just fucking weird, dude. You try to convince us a black woman is fucking racist, and she literally gave more substance to
You
the
asked
entire
me
live in
to
those
prove
3
that she
minutes that
was
you guys
racist.
allowed her to be there.
You,
Then you
I
gave
didn't.
your
Hey,
entire
I had
thing.
nothing to do with that. I would have loved to have like had her on longer and talked to her. That is not me. But you keep doing this where you're saying I'm trying to prove somebody's racist. You asked me to prove that she was racist. So stop pinning this on me. You asked me to do this.
No, you
and now
wanted
you're
to
acting
show
like
me
it's
so
weird that I
fucking
did this.
bad. You
I did
wanted to
not.
show
I
me
didn't
so
even bring
fucking
it up
bad. Don't
when you came
gaslight
on.
me.
I did not bring it up when you came on. You are lying. I'm not gaslighting you. You're a liar. You asked me to do it. You brought it up, not me. You brought it up.
No, you wanted to show me so fucking bad.
You're such a
Anyway,
fucking
I think
liar.
I think I can handle this right now. I don't like white people, and I won't until you change. I won't until you guys stop being racist. And I also think it's pretty valid to have an aversion to people who used to eat your people. I think it's okay to have an aversion to people who used to use your disabled babies as gator bait. I think it's okay to have an aversion to people who shut the fuck up.
You're just
actually.
racist. No, you shut the fuck. Then get off of my live. Shut the fuck up. Tell me to shut the fuck up on my live. Fuck you. What the fuck? Why the fuck would I keep her on here telling me to shut the fuck up on my stream, dude? Give me a fucking break, dude. If you're like, she's doing this thing where like, oh, white people a long time ago ate babies. Like, there's this is racist. Like, and we would consider it racist from any fucking group. But she has this like black superiority complex that because she's black, she's allowed to do all of this insane shit and then wear her blackness as a shield afterwards to be like, no, I cannot be racist. I cannot be racist because I am black. I'm allowed to say these insane things. I'm allowed to sound like a fucking crazy person. I'm allowed to be deranged because I'm black. I can be as hateful as possible. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's insane. You're an insane person. So in other words, it's just justified racism, but still racism. Yeah, that's pretty much the argument. And then that other person did going, you wanted to prove to me that she was racist so badly. I didn't even bring it up on here. I said it in passing earlier and then moved on. She requested up, and that's what she brought up is she said, you said Tashika was racist. How is she racist? Show me some evidence. So I was like, okay, well, here it is. She said, I hate white people. This is the first time she said she hates white people. I can keep going on this post. It says, she says, I apologize to all my fellow Negroes that I called crazy for saying that they also hate white people. I'm so sorry. These people suck, and I hope their fucking aorta splits right open. Number 2, white dudes for Harris is so inconceivably racist. And if you have white faves that touted that shit, and you still fuck with them, die. And if you understand why that's racist, or if you don't understand why that's racist, die. I literally, this is a page of like 10 points, 12 points, and most of those 12 points are about her saying how much she hates white people. So I'm sorry, but like for you to come up here and be like, dude, why are you calling this woman racist? Well, because she said I hate white people. Wow. Oh my gosh. You want to prove that she's racist so badly. Like you're obsessed with proving how racist she, like what is wrong with you? Why are you so obsessed with proving that she's racist? I'm not. You told me to fucking do that shit. What the fuck? These people are insane. And this is why I'm saying, look, guys, you guys have nothing to do with us. We have nothing to do with you. Don't call yourself liberals. Don't call yourself Democrats. I don't have a problem. As long as we understand that you guys are not liberals and we think of you as the same as we think of anybody else in MAGA. Just very reductive, insane people who aren't logical, don't know how to come to the right conclusions. Like Tashika came on here and said that we were talking about black people. When I said I was talking about black people. Talking about white people. Talking about mostly white people who are trying to look cool to Tashika and other black people. But the majority of them are white people. The majority of them are white knights. The majority of them are people who want to look like they're super woke and they want to look like they're the savior. But no, I'm talking about white people, mostly. Some of them are probably black people as well, but disproportionately white people. Like Peyton. Tashika, stop requesting up, you fucking dumbass. I'm not pulling your dumbass up. Hello.
Can I ask why you're not bringing up Tashika? I'm just curious.
I just brought her up, and she's going off, like telling me to shut up and telling me to stop talking when I'm just trying to respond to the things that she's saying on my own fucking show. I'm bringing her up to talk to her, but if she's not willing to talk to me, and she said she's not willing to talk to me, and she said for me to shut the fuck up, no, I'm not going to bring her up. Why would I?
Great. Let me answer this question. You were not part of the original live, right?
Correct. No.
Okay, you've not had a spotlight on you as a result of that original live, right?
Correct. No.
Okay, you've not been demonized as a result of that live in any way, right?
No.
So you would agree that you're likely emotionally detached from the entire situation, correct?
Totally. And I
okay,
totally
so do you understand why someone
who
who may have been attached to the situation may not have the same reaction as you have?
Yeah, of course.
Or is that a crazy idea to you?
No, that's
okay.
Of course.
So why are you tone pleasing her when she's allowed to have an emotional reaction to something that was specific to what happened to her? Why is that? It's just weird to me that you're saying that she's crazy for having an emotional reaction to something that happened to her, that is actively happening to her.
That's not what she was
but you're
talking
just some
about.
But you're just some weird white bald dude on TikTok.
That's not what
who
she was
thinks that
talking
you have an equal opinion to what she's saying. I'm just confused by that. That's all.
My opinion is above and beyond hers. It's not equal, but
Explain to me why your opinion is above and beyond Tashika's.
Well,
when you
because
don't know anything about the situation, you've never even seen the live.
I'm
So
happy
how
to
is your
get to that.
opinion above
But
and beyond
the
the
first
person who's
couple
educated
things that
on
you
the
said
live?
was that like her reaction to the live is obviously going to be different from mine. That's totally true. And if we had ever gotten to that point, that would have made sense. But we weren't talking about the live. We were talking about her justifying why she hates white people because they eat black people hundreds of years ago. That is not what we were talking about. That has nothing to do with the live. That is just her being racist. That's it. Like, there's nothing beyond that.
Sorry, how is it racist for her to point out that there's been hundreds of years of oppression of black people? How's that racist?
That isn't what she said. Stop changing it.
That's
Don't
what
change
you
it.
just said.
No,
she said.
I didn't say
You just
anything
said
about
she
oppression.
said that.
I didn't say anything about oppression.
You just said that she was talking about. What did you just say then? About
That
hundreds of
she
years
said
ago. What'd you say?
that they ate her people. White people ate her people hundreds of
Okay,
years ago.
how's that racist of her to point that out?
It's
Why
not.
is that
She
racist
she
of her
didn't
to
just
point
point
that
it out. Come on, be good faith for
you
a second.
just said,
try to be good
I am
faith.
being good
What
faith.
did she say?
Hang on. You just said, here's what Tashika said, therefore she's racist. So what else did she do then? Because that's what you just offered up.
That is not what I offered up. I said that she
So
used
what
that
else
to
makes her
justify
racist
why
towards
she
you?
hates white people. That is not that she just mentioned that there was oppression from white people to black people, which is what you said, which is insanely bad faith because, yeah, that's very different from the I'm
How's that bad
justified in my
faith?
hatred for white people is one thing because they ate my people versus, there was oppression of black people and I'm just mentioning this. Those are drastically different things.
Okay, so if I can just say this point uninterrupted. Would you agree the far left is, or a question before I make the point, would you agree the far left, as you would call them, the far left is a relatively new phenomenon? And if so, how many years would you say the far left has existed?
I mean, normally when I think of the far left, mostly I think of like people economically far left or socially far left that align with like
Well, however you were using
Marxists,
the term, you were talking
communists.
about woke. You were talking about people who are woke. How long have you been dealing with those type of people?
Well, I said that I'm sorry. These are very different.
You just said
statements
that
you're
people who are
combining
like, you just
together.
said people who are like Tashika, who are on the left, who are too woke, that they're not Democrats. Do you remember you said that about 5 minutes ago?
Maybe I think that I said that people like what's his face or Peyton are trying to prove that they're woke to
so
pander
how
to
long
black
have
people,
those people existed in today's culture? Like I would say that it's
like
been
the
a
white
5
knight
year,
like
maybe
caricature. Yeah, it's
whatever
it's a
you
short
want to
amount of
call
time,
it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to be clear. And you exist on YouTube, I guess, and you're new to TikTok?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't deal with them on YouTube. You've only really dealt with it since you've joined TikTok?
Well, no, I've spoken to those people a lot. I mean, obviously, I've had tons of
okay,
debates
great.
with like Marxists and communists and people
great.
like that.
So I want to be clear. This small subsection of people who have talked down to you for a couple of years have made you feel so upset and so oppressed and so judged that you just made a very broad statement where you said, you don't like any of you people. You're not liberals. You're not Democrats. We don't want to deal with you. You just wrote off an entire population of people that have only been giving you hassle for a couple of years. But I want to be clear, Tashika's crazy for not liking white people who have been actively oppressive for hundreds of years to people like her. Is that what you're saying? Because that seems a little inconsistent to me.
No, I didn't say anything about them giving me grief, and that's why I separate myself.
So why is it you
myself
just
from them.
wrote off all people who are quote unquote woke or on the left? Why did you write them all off as if they're all crazy people, even though you've not met all of them, right?
Again, it has nothing to do with it has to do with differences in ideology, like differences in goals, differences in what we want to achieve. Like they have a totally different perspective on the world, and it is something that I find to be harmful
Great
to
point.
Democrats.
Great point. Let me ask you a question. Do you think you, as a white bald man, have the same perspective and goals in the world as Tashika does?
No, that's my point.
Yeah, so it's also an ideological thing. Race is an ideological thing. You understand that you as a white guy wants different things than Tashika, which is why you're able to tolerate racism and she's not, right? You're making it seem like being woke versus being a Democrat is only an ideological thing, to contrast that with the idea that race is not an ideological thing. But your race is going to impact your ideology.
Sure.
You as a white guy don't care about the racism at all because it's not impacting you, so you don't give a shit. So you're putting it to a side and you're saying it's an inconvenient. Can we just look past it, right?
No.
And Tashika, because she's black, does not want to look past it. And that's the ideological difference that you're having here. No, is that
No.
too much?
No,
For you to understand? Oh, okay.
No,
What was
not
wrong
too
or
much for me to
illogical about what I
understand.
just said?
You're just changing the parameters over and over. Like if you're making it
How am I
about like
changing the
whether or not
parameters?
somebody's like dealt with oppression or something, which is not the issue here. The majority of black people are not leftists. The majority of black people do not hate white people or would never say that they want all of them to kill themselves or anything like that, right? The majority of black people are not Tashika, do not agree with Tashika, and would denounce Tashika's rhetoric and her beliefs and her ideology. So these are not the same things. The majority of black people are liberals, like me. I am on the side of most black people.
So I want to be clear. Your position is the majority of black people like white people, correct?
Say that again?
Your position is the majority of black people like and trust white people. Is that your position?
No, but I would say that it's not that they hate people for being white.
Okay. I mean, I think you're overstating Tashika's position a little bit, don't you?
She literally said she hates them. She hates white people. Her reason was because hundreds of years ago they did something. So that means today, people who didn't do those things are now associated with all those people who were white hundreds of years ago. And that is her reason.
Because you're still continuing on things that are negative towards her community.
No, eating black people is what she said.
Yet you understand that she's referring to what happened hundreds of years ago, but she's
Correct.
not stating that you, Tom, she's not accusing you.
Correct. She's holding me
currently
accountable for
cannibalism,
that.
correct?
Correct. She's holding me
She's
accountable.
also
for
stating that you're No, she's also stating that you are perpetuating harm from that type of racism. That you are still engaging in racism. Maybe not be eating people, but that you're still perpetuating it and just not caring about it.
But that's not what she said. And in her post, she goes on
It seems
to
like you're not able to
continue.
read through things. It seems like you take people very literally. Is that the problem here?
No.
Do you think that she was accusing you of eating people, Tom?
No.
Do you
Again,
think she really thought you were a cannibal?
No, again, it's the same as like if a black person a white person hates a black person because black people commit the majority of violent crime. And even though the majority of black people don't commit any violent crimes, they still hate all black people because of violent crimes, right? They're taking what other black people did and putting it on all black people and just, pushing their hatred for that group of people or their bigotry towards that group of people based on things that
So
that
what you're
group of people
suggesting
didn't
is
do.
that what you're suggesting is that not all white people or not most white people have racism. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that they didn't eat black people, but that as well.
Jesus Christ! Can you get over to cannibalism? She's not saying that you're get over the cannibalism.
No,
You just
again,
seem to
stop
be
saying that. I didn't say that.
hyperfixating.
I didn't say. No, I'm not hyperfixating. That is her reasoning. You are trying to make up other shit that
She
is
is
not what
trying
she
to.
said.
I don't know why it is the bald ones are always so fucking loud and proud.
If you could
understand
acknowledge
the
that
point
first
of
and
her
then say,
stating-
but your
Sure, the point of her
perception. No,
Sure.
hold on, wait. Just let me.
I mean, you
if
could bring up
acknowledge
Tashika and
this-
she could clear it up, right?
I could, but we tried that a couple of times actually. If you could acknowledge.
Well, how about
the
if I
first
make
part,
it safe for you? Do you want me to make it safe for you?
I feel
I'll
safe
protect
as
you.
fuck. I feel safe as fuck. It's more.
Well, I
of,
mean, you dropped her. She could be addressing this directly because I'm going to guess. I'm just going to guess that what Tashika meant when she was bringing that up was to point out the atrocity of the oppression, to point out how extreme it was. That this wasn't people being rude. This wasn't people saying, I don't like you because of your race, but that people were being eaten because of their race. I think she was trying to point out the depth at which this animosity was. That's what I would imagine she meant by bringing that up. I don't think she was trying to suggest that all white people want to eat black people, Tom. Is that what you really think she was trying to make?
No, it's not. I've clarified this 5 or 6 times now, but you keep repeating it and arguing against that after I've made it crystal clear that I do not think that.
Okay,
That
make
is
it,
still
make
what
it
you're
crystal
arguing
clear
against.
then. So what is it then?
I said earlier, it's not as if like
Why
white
is it
people
she
think
brought
that
it up
all
then?
black people are committing violent crimes, yet they still do put that on all black
No,
people.
no.
While
Why do you
understanding
think
that
she's
the
bringing up the
minority are the
cannibalism?
ones doing it.
Why is she bringing up the cannibalism, Tom?
Because that's something that she associates with all white people. That because white people did that at some point, she now associates the cannibalism with all white people.
Okay, Tom, I'm pretty confident she also associates not being able to dance with white people, but she didn't bring that up, right? So why did she specifically bring up cannibalism and not the fact that white people maybe don't dance well? Why do you think she brought up the cannibalism thing that's associated with white people?
Probably be weird
Let's try
to
again.
hate white people for
There we
not
go.
being able
So
to
what
dance.
you're saying is she's trying to explain why she has a lack of trust towards white people. She's
Mhm.
trying to explain the roots, the origins behind it, right?
Correct.
So
Yep.
let's deep dive into this one, right? So why do you think she brought up cannibalism to help you understand the depth at which she was hating or bringing up that she did not trust white people? Why do you think she brought up that example? Why would that be helpful to bring up?
Well, because she's a bigot. She associates what white people
She's a
did
bigot
with
against
other white people.
cannibalists?
No, with white people. Again, Native Americans ate babies as well. Like, there's tons of like different groups that have eaten babies, and she's just
Do indigenous people in America currently have the power to harm black people?
No, but
no,
that
so that's
is-
why they're not focused on it, right, Tom?
the
Because white
dude,
people today in America currently hold the power, which is why it should be more focused on the fact that white people had that amount of hatred previously, and because they currently have power, they're more of a threat to her than indigenous people would be. That's why she would be focused on the white people, Tom. Power matters in this conversation. Is that seriously too difficult for you to understand?
No, I understand it. I think it's a ridiculous point, though. It's not relevant
What's
whatsoever.
ridiculous about that point? What's not relevant about that?
Well,
Hang on.
because
Hang on. You're telling me it's not relevant that she's focusing her energy on those who have the power to impact her daily life rather than those who don't have the power? You're saying that's irrelevant point to make?
Well, yeah, especially when it comes to whether or not like
Why is that
they're
irrelevant?
eating black people, but the
Wow. Okay,
the
we have to make this
power
point
level-
again, Tom, because this is really irritating. You understand that cannibalism was really just an example of showing how deep the hatred is that white people have for black people, right?
You mean no? It's an example for why she has deep hatred for white people.
Which is why? Because white people hated her
Because she's a
people so
bigot.
much that they ate her people, right?
Well, no, it's
I can't tell if you're dumb or you're bald. I'm so confused which it is because it's so clear
I'm
she's
done
bringing
or
up
I'm
the
bald?
cannibalism.
What,
You're right, it could be
are
both.
those diametrically
They could be
opposed
correlated.
things?
I've never met a bald debater on YouTube who ever made any sense. They've always been self-centered and entitled and completely
I think you have a
egregious
lack
in
of
their opinions.
experience, but that's one of my
I
problems
don't
with
think I need
most
experience with
leftists
more
is
bald
that
men.
you
I think
all
I'm
seem to have a
set.
lack of experience. I think you're all terminally
I'm not a
online
leftist.
people
Most
who don't
people,
have...
hang on.
I
I'm not
don't
a leftist.
believe
Most
you,
people
dude.
on TikTok.
I don't believe
most
you.
People on TikTok. Most people on TikTok.
Today's your
consider me a
leftist birthday.
racist
You're finding
liberal.
out. You're finding out that you're
Most
a leftist.
people on
This is
TikTok
beautiful.
consider me a racist liberal.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
So don't call me a
that's
leftist
because
when
they're all
most people on
leftists.
TikTok would call me a racist liberal.
That's I don't care if would you call yourself a liberal?
I don't really care. I don't.
Yeah, I didn't think
identify.
so. No,
It just
you're
doesn't
not a
matter to
liberal.
me.
You're a fucking leftist. Shut the fuck up. Come on. You know
Okay,
you're a
what
leftist.
makes me a leftist? What makes me a leftist?
Even the
You know, you
idea that
explain
you're
to me what a
trying to
leftist
use
is.
like the proportions of power that different racial groups have and trying to make this a decent excuse for how people feel towards a race based on that power level, that is a leftist ideology. That is leftist ideological
It's a
thought
logical
processes.
ideology.
It is not.
It's a logical ideology.
It is not logical.
You're the same. I just want to be clear. You're the same person who made the argument that it's ridiculous and it's leftist wokeism to suggest that racism should be defined as prejudice plus power, right? You're that guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so does that mean then that you think that quote unquote racism done by a white person is equivalent to and the same as
No, not
racism
the
done
same.
by a black person? So
No,
there's a
not the
difference,
same.
right?
Yeah,
What's the
there's a
difference?
difference.
What's the difference, Tom? What's the difference, Tom?
It's going to be the systemic power levels, but that doesn't mean that they're not racism anymore.
Jesus, Tom, that's crazy to me. So wait, you're telling me the word racism is misapplied when used to describe two different people doing the exact same thing? It almost seems like we should have different definitions for the word.
Well,
right?
no, things can exist on a spectrum. Like there's different types of genders, but we have
I'm sorry, you
different
just said that a
words
white
within
person
the-
and a black
Hold on,
person
you
do
can
the
listen
exact
for a
same
second.
thing is not
you
the
can
same,
listen. You
correct?
can listen. No, I didn't say that. So I'm saying that
Yes, you did.
I'm saying that they are the same in some category. So like just the same as like a tree is not the same as another tree, but if I call it a forest, they are both the same thing now within that forest. But depending on the categorization, when we're talking about racism, yes, they are all racism, but that doesn't
Your
mean that all
analogies are so
racism
bad,
is the same.
sorry.
I can try to dumb it down for you, but can you repeat back to me what that meant?
Yeah,
Just to
why
make
don't-
sure that
why
you
don't you try to
understood.
dumb it down for me?
Can
Sure,
you-
you're trying to suggest that not all forests are the same. Like, what the fuck is your point?
No,
Is racism by a white person
hold
ever
on,
the
wait,
same
no,
as
no,
racism
no,
by
I
a
need
black
to make sure
person?
that you actually understand this, because this is the point, and I
Sure,
don't
go
want you
ahead.
to
Say
keep
your point again. I'll try
Okay.
to listen better.
saying that racism can exist on a spectrum to where some things can be worse
Understood.
than other racisms.
Understood.
And that just because
That was a
they're
slip of
all
the tongue there,
categorized,
Tom.
yeah, just because they're all categorized as racism doesn't mean they're the same exact thing. You understand
Great.
that, right?
Sure. Yeah. Understood. So let me ask you a question though. If you agree that that spectrum is defined by who is the one who is exercising the racism, wouldn't you agree that different terminology is important? Because yes, you're right. Being rude exists on a spectrum, right? But if we're saying that one population, that when they do one action, it has a completely different result than when the other population does the action, why is it crazy to use two different words to describe those two actions when the impact is totally different? Why is that weird? Why is that woke? Why is that leftist?
Well, again, because the way that we use language is generally going to be based on a colloquial understanding of the words. And so any definition that we look up from like major dictionaries are not going to say prejudice plus power, but it's going to say that discrimination based on race is going to be, especially unfair discrimination based on race, is going to be what we call
Gosh,
racism.
Tom, it's almost like you just said that white people control language and therefore that's why they use the word racism to describe both things. That's almost
Damn.
like what you just said, right?
That's wild.
Is that not what you said? I'm sorry. Is it not?
I didn't say anything about white
Is it
people.
not though? Is it not those in power? Who
Do
are
you
the
think I
ones who are gonna be
said
able to
white
dictate
people?
what language
Do you
is?
think I said white people? You
Who-
keep
sorry,
changing the
just
things that I'm
curious.
saying and then
Who
asking
do you
me
think?
if that's
Who do you
is that
think?
not what you said? No,
Who do you
it's
think
obviously
the?
not what I
Who do you
said.
think the editor of the Oxford Dictionary has been until the past couple of years? Right, the editors of most major dictionaries up until the past 10, 15 years have all been white men, right? So pointing to a dictionary is not going to win your argument, right?
It kind of is. That's how we're using language right now. Is we're using language based on definitions and colloquial understandings of the words. And if you're not going to use a colloquial,
You understand
understanding of the
colloquial is
words,
the opposite of dictionary, right?
well, it's not
You
the
that fucking
opposite.
dumb, you don't know
No,
that?
they are not the opposite. What do you
But
think?
they're not synonymous, right?
They're not
They're
synonymous, but you
correct?
said the opposite.
So why are
and they
you
are
saying
not synonymous.
colloquial? Yeah, they're not synonymous. So why are you saying colloquial and dictionary in the same word?
How do you think
right? Don't point
dictionaries
to a
get their
dictionary
definitions?
definition.
How do dictionaries get their
Sure,
definitions?
it is by by colloquial words being adopted by dictionaries over time, which is why some dictionaries are now defining racism as prejudice plus power. If anything, dictionaries are about 10 to 15 years behind the colloquial use of terminology. Do you agree with that, Tom?
No, not that far. Maybe like
No.
3 to 4.
Do you think dictionary? Okay, let me ask you this question. Do you think dictionaries are the ones that prescribe what words we use, or do you think
Obviously not.
dictionaries are the ones that know? Great. So you agree there's a lag behind the colloquial use of a word versus the dictionary definition, correct, Tom?
Yeah.
Great. So how about we don't use dictionary definitions to describe colloquial terms? And colloquially, a lot of people understand the difference between prejudice and racism.
So
And I'm
really, so
asking
you think if
again,
we ask
why is it
most
crazy?
people how they
Let me
define
ask you-
racism,
Oh, no,
they
no.
would define it based on power?
If you ask most people in America, because most people are white, Tom,
So it is colloquial. I am correct.
then the
it is
white
colloquial.
people in
They're not
American,
behind. They're not behind. So
white
your whole
people
argument,
in
oh,
America,
they're behind. No, they're not
Tom,
behind. You
Tommy
agree.
boy,
They're not behind. They
Tommy
are on
boy,
spot. They're
Tommy
spot on.
boy.
That is the definition
I fear
that
that
most
you
people would
described
use.
the word woke. I fear you used the word woke to simply describe anything that is uncomfortable to white people.
I don't think that has
Because
much to
would
do
you?
with race, but
I don't think you think at all. I'm asking you very simply. You agree that when quote unquote a black person is being racist, you agree that it has a very different impact than when someone of the opposite race says it. I don't remember if I said black or white to begin with. But if someone who's black is quote unquote racist, you agree the impact is very different than when someone who is white is being racist, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you disagree that there's utility in using different words then to describe those two different things?
Yeah.
You disagree or you agree there's
I
utility
agree.
to having two different words?
I agree.
You agree there is a utility in having two different words?
Yeah, I
So
think
why do
that
you
like it's
describe it
good
as
to have
stupid
like the
woke
word
leftist
gender,
ideology?
but that doesn't mean I don't think we should have the words man and woman anymore.
Yeah, I'll
Like,
school you on you
those
being
are-
a transphobe
Those
in
are
about
two
20
different.
minutes. Let me
Those are
finish on
two
the
different.
racial
Oh,
issue,
hold
Tom.
on, hold on, hold on. That we have the word gender, but gender is categorized.
Tom, your
into
head is too narrow for
different
me to be
things.
able to get all this
Sure,
information in
sure.
at one
Just
time. Let's talk
that's
about
fine,
gender
but
later.
you need to
okay?
listen in order to get there. So if we have the word gender, but we also have below the category of gender the categories of man and woman, and these can exist on spectrums. That doesn't mean that man and woman are now like useless. Or the word gender is now useless, or any of these other categories are useless categories. We still have more categories below those. And so if we have the category of racism, but then we have racism towards black people or racism towards white people, these would still be separate categories under the category of racism.
Yeah, great. All right, so let me ask you a question. Why is it wrong for simply using the word prejudice for when black people do it versus racism when white people do it? What's your objection to that?
That the racism over time has been like discrimination based on race, and that the problem with racism is that it becomes
Wait, stop right there. Stop
systemic.
right there. Racism over time has always been defined as racism based on race, bigotry against based on race, right? When you're referring to over time, what was the time when black people were oppressing people who are white? What was that time?
It's not really a systemic thing.
Oh no! So let's rephrase it. Racism has always been bigotry by white people against black people, right, Tom? Over time,
For the most
right?
part, I mean, there's like native,
For the most
indigenous
part.
people and others that are included in there as well. But then, like, there's also issues
what
with like
indigenous
the way
group?
that
Why don't you name one?
Irish
Name an
people,
indigenous group that you're referring to. What about the Irish people? You educate me on Irish people, please.
that
What about the
Irish
Irish people?
people
How
were
are we
also
discriminated against?
Irish people were also discriminated against. They lived in ghettos in especially in like Philadelphia. They had places where they weren't able to get jobs. There's signs of Irish need not apply.
Let's walk this through really slowly. No, he's not totally wrong, but let's walk through this really slowly. Who were we prejudiced against? Who was prejudiced against us, Tom?
White European people were.
So I want to be clear. What
against
you're
other
saying
white
is,
people.
so let's go through this slowly because I know the smooth brain matches the smooth head. You're saying that white people were racist against white people, Tom? That's your argument?
Yes.
Huh. Why were white people racist against white people?
Well, wait,
Explain
you just
that
said
to
a
me,
minute
Tom.
ago that
It
like,
almost sounds like
hold
you're
on.
describing being ethnophobic, not
Sure. Yeah.
racist.
Well,
It's almost like you
racism
don't know the
is-
difference
is
between race and
also
ethnicity.
Well, no, racism is the discrimination based on race or ethnicity. Those are both
Really? Those are
included in there.
synonymous to you.
Yeah, I think that like if somebody's like downing black culture, but they're like, oh no, the people are great, just the culture is horrible. Like it doesn't.
So I
mean
want to be
anything.
clear.
I'm
the
like, oh no, they're
Palestinian
not talking
doesn't
about
like-
the race, guys. They're talking about the ethnicity. It's the culture.
So
it's
I want to
totally
be
different.
clear. I want to be clear. You're saying that a Palestinian who hates Israeli people due to the oppression they're suffering, they're racist towards Israelis. That would be your argument?
Well, yeah, like anti-Semitic, but
yeah, that's what you would say. Okay, and you would say that Irish people who hate
Racism is
English
what this guy
people
needs, TBH.
due to
As a black
800
man, I can
years.
say that his type of whiteness will be the
I'm
first
sorry.
to go, and he'll
Let that
appreciate
play
PPL
for a
like me
second.
doing it.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So I want to be clear. Your other argument would be that Irish people who were oppressed by English people for 800 years until they tried to genocide us, you would say that we're racist towards English people because we don't like English people. Is that your other argument?
Yeah, of course.
It almost sounds like you don't know what racism is.
Well, yeah, if they're against.
So
like,
can you explain to me, how does a white person hate another white person because they're white? Explain that to me, will you?
Well, as I said, it's not just race. Like it can be race, nationality,
Okay, so it's not
ethnicity,
racism
like,
then. So it's not racism.
You're getting a little too semantical on this. The racism again. If you want, we could look up a definition.
It's
that'll
not
have a
racism,
colloquial
you
understanding,
donkey.
and it's
It's
going
not
to talk about.
racism, you
So
donkey.
it's going to include.
Tom, you're a moron.
Ethnicity.
It's not racism, you moron.
Okay, so again, so if somebody just doesn't like black people because of black
Irish
culture, that's
people-
not. Hold
do
on, wait.
Irish
Listen
people-
to the question and
Go
answer the
ahead.
question.
Why don't you tell
If they
me?
don't like black people because of black culture, you're saying that's not racism because it's about their culture, it's about their ethnicity. It has nothing to do with their race, right? They have to
Make a better
dislike the skin
question.
color, right? That's your statement.
Make a better question.
That's the question.
Yeah, I reject the stupid question. Give me another question.
Nope, that's the question. Your statement is that they have to do it. They have to be discriminating based on the race, and it cannot be on ethnicity. That is your statement.
I'll answer your
That
question.
is the problem right now.
Sure, I'll answer the question. I think it's because a lot of people who say that they hate black culture is due to the fact that they hate black people.
Okay, so
because white people, because let me be clear, white racists tend to love black culture.
Sure, but you're
They
saying
adopt
that
it,
it is
right? They adopt it big time, right?
Sure. So what is it about the race? What is it about the race that they dislike? If it's the, because I think it is the culture that is mostly what it is that they're arguing against, and then it's not the color of their skin or the biology or the regional
So what is
developments
it
of these
there?
people.
Why is it you think white people? So why don't you explain to me why you think white people in America hate black people?
Well, I think that most of it is going to be cultural differences and tribalism. And so it is mostly going to come down to ethnicity, but you're denying that as racism right now.
So explain to me, what is it? What are the differences that you think lead white people to hate black people in America?
Well, I just did like differences in culture, like
No, elaborate. Yeah, what differences in cultures, Tom? Elaborate, please.
Any differences, like the differences in the type of food that they eat, the differences in ways of talking, differences of ways in celebrating like their
I want to be
culture,
clear.
their
You're saying that
religion.
you're saying white people hate black people because of what black people eat. That's your argument?
I continued to name more things, and you tried to stop me to try to get a lame gotcha so that you could just pretend I only said eating.
Going one by one. Going one by one.
Okay,
Let's
I'm
go
not
one by
going to
one.
say any one thing is the thing. So you're gonna have issues there because I will never say
Well, I
that
could,
one
and
thing.
I would say it's their
is.
race. By the way,
So
if you're
okay,
not
so
gonna
what is
bring
it
up
about their race?
Tashika-
What is it about their race? Is
Hang
it
on,
their
hang
genetics?
on.
Is
If
it
you're
the
not
color
gonna-
of their skin? Is it the
If
is
you're
it the
not- hang on,
regional
hang on,
development
if
in
you-
Africa? That like what is the race part?
Sure. If you're not going to bring up Tashika because you don't like how she comports herself, can you bring up Geek? Geek is someone who hates me, does not like me whatsoever. Geek is someone who was on the original panel. Can you maybe bring up someone else and they can address
Yeah, I
that
would be
question, which
happy
would
to
be more
talk to.
appropriate?
Yeah, I would be happy to talk to somebody else.
Great. Let's bring up Geek then.
Well, I want to talk to Geek.
Hang on. I didn't hear. Is his audio gone out or is that just me? Oh, thank God. I think TikTok canceled you, Tom. I think TikTok was like, that's just too much stupidity for today.
Okay, is it
There you
working yet? Is it up?
Great. So do you want to bring up Geek?
Yeah, I was saying I'm happy to bring up somebody else, but I would rather talk to just Geek because yeah,
You'd like to talk? Oh, I'll happily drop for Geek.
Okay.
Oh, and then I will ask again that you don't be so fucking soft, and then you bring Tashika up and just.
Hey, Allie.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. So I'm not exactly. I understand you guys were talking about a race and everything, and that's fine and all. I just wanted to quickly address a few things that you were saying towards that we weren't able to really jump into on Mercedes Live.
Yeah.
Like for example, it seemed like you wanted to hone in on the whole unorganized thing and unprofessionalism of what Z already admitted to what she was doing. Why are you not willing to have a conversation about microaggressions, especially when considering that you were having a whole 10-minute conversation with Irish about it?
No, I'm willing to talk
you
about
can
microaggressions.
when it was a
That's what I was
that was
saying
what's
to
interesting,
you.
right? When it was, I understand that what you were saying to me, but we already clarified, and I already clarified that my entire issue was the whole microaggression thing, right?
Mhm.
The unprofessionalism came after the fact, and it seemed like you only seemed to want to talk about that part. Why would you not want to talk about the actual issue at hand that we were actively addressing? It just doesn't make any sense.
No, I agree with you. That is what I was saying. Is that when you were talking about it, I was saying that the unprofessionalism to me, like it makes sense why people who were part of the tour would have issues with that, and that she would apologize to them. But then when it comes to the microaggressions, it seems like that would be your issue, and that's what I was asking to speak to instead. Was that like if we could talk about the microaggressions? I was wanting to talk about that.
Right. Okay. But if we agree that the unprofessionalism that she showed us on my live itself, right, compared to how quote unquote professional and calm she was towards other people, like for example, literally less than I think a week beforehand, she was on Dan's live. Not to mention him because I don't have any issues with that man. She was on Dan's live with Alina, having a simple back and forth conversation with him, very simple, no issues whatsoever. But the minute that she heard Tashika raise her voice briefly at fucking Hannah, she decides to use that one specific situation and treat everybody on my panel weirdly, like weird and wrong, and obviously be racist. Do you believe, right, because you had a lot to say on Mercedes' live, do you believe that that's okay?
So I'm it's hard for me to like even know where it comes from. Like like when we were talking about the fact that like it made sense that other people were getting defensive with her, I also felt like it made sense that she was going onto a panel where she was going in where there were a lot of people who were being like overly critical of her, and then there were people who seemed like they were capable of having a conversation. But from my position watching it afterwards, I can't tell who's talking and who's saying which thing, and it's hard to know who says what. And so I think for her going on there, it wasn't about like somebody being black or white, but she was just going on to a panel where she knew there were a bunch of people who were being like very harsh in their criticisms of her. And so I think she went in a defensive manner.
I just want to know who was being overly critical of Z.
Again, I don't know who they were.
Sorry, that doesn't. Wait, no, who? But do you know like when did it happen? Like who was being overly critical of Z? Nobody was. I don't know where you got that from. To be honest,
I think that you did a good job, like numerous times, like restating that you weren't saying that like the tour was bad or that like she that everything like needed to stop or anything. Like you were doing a good job at like padding your language. But there were other people, as soon as you would say that, they would say, yes, and we disagree on this as well. And we have different positions because some of us think that this is horrific. Some of us think that this is really bad. I can't get the exact like language of what it was they were saying, but they were like making clear that some people were a bit more just wanting answers and just asking questions. And other people were more critical, thinking that like this was a screw up.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's your thought process and everything like that's great. But once again, can you explain who was being overly critical of her?
I couldn't tell who was talking.
Was one person, and that was after that. Once again, the only time where somebody was being quote unquote overly critical of her was one specific person, and that was after Z completely dismissed her experience of what organizing and what that looks like. Even when Tashika was having her quick 2-minute back and forth with her, Tashika wasn't overly critical either. She was like, hey, I just think that this is weird. She had Tashika didn't raise her voice one time. Tashika didn't curse that woman out. Very much, hey, this is my critique directly towards you. It was simple. It was quick. It was swift. I don't understand how this is being overly critical.
Okay. When I say overly critical, I don't mean like maybe overly critical isn't the right term. That's my fault. It's that they are being critical and that they are calling out her movement. And like there were people who were talking about how unorganized it was and how the people who were organizing this didn't know what they were doing. And so I'm saying that from those statements, it makes sense that she would go on in a more defensive manner.
Mind you, wait. Just to clarify, we didn't know. I'm so sorry for cutting you off.
I know,
again.
you're right.
This
didn't know it was her.
This is really throwing me off, right? Not necessarily what you're saying, just in general, right? Once again, the whole unorganized thing was just towards the fact. We only said that this was disorganized based off the multiple people that were going on the tour and all their different answers. That was the main reason why I was like, hey, okay, this seems like it's going to be disorganized. Mind you, Z didn't come up until a whole 2-hour conversation that we had with multiple other people that were on tour.
Right? So we weren't even 4.5 hours in, right?
Yes, way into the conversation. Way into the conversation. So the whole disorganized thing only happened after we spoke into like the third person. I think that was like Simply Black Theory. We were like, okay, well, it seems like everybody has a freaking different answer. So we were kind of a little frustrated and confused about that. But this I'm not sure if, let me ask you bluntly, please don't take this disrespectful. What made you get involved into like the conversation about the Unfuck America thing? I'm actually curious. And what makes you feel like the way that it's been spoken about is quote unquote wrong or over the top. Because you said that earlier in Mercedes Live about how you believe that the way that this is quote unquote handled, and how when we asked about the whole microaggression, that you didn't think that it had anything to do with it. And that to me is just, that was kind of crazy. So I'm just curious.
So from what I've seen, the rhetoric around this has escalated over time, and it all seems to refer to the same thing. So when there's a couple of questions there. I got involved because I was just watching this play out as it was happening, and decided to make a video to kind of like get everybody's perspectives on it. And I reached out to you as well and sent you a message on Twitter to try to ask you behind the scenes, like about your experience in this and what all happened from your perspective. But I am making a video to kind of go over this, and so I have been speaking
Wait,
to
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Pause really quickly. My Twitter?
I believe so, yes. It's...
Which one did you reach out to? I have like two, and I'm not on one of them.
I can find out very quickly. Give me just a second.
I am so sorry. I'm actually just curious because I haven't checked a lot of my Twitter messages.
Talks with Allie. At Talks with Allie.
Okay, yeah, no, I haven't been on that account in like over a year, so of course I haven't seen it. But you did try to reach out to me. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. For anybody else that's just curious, including yourself, you can easily reach out to me here, or literally you could have literally messaged me on my YouTube video, or literally my Instagram. Those are all open as well. I don't really get on Twitter because fuck Elon Musk. Either way, with that being said, I was only curious, right? Because realistically, I didn't think it was a good look for you, right? To like step into that space and then pretty much try to make it seem like what me and how other people felt. It felt like you were trying to invalidate us. And I didn't appreciate that even from like a random person. Like you're a complete stranger, right?
Sure.
So it's just like, why are you even up here to speak on a matter that you yourself is not like very familiar about? And I think you just told us, like, what was it, 2 days ago, that you just listened to it? So it's like, okay,
I listened to it.
it's not even like it moved.
Yeah, I listened to it maybe a couple weeks ago. I only found out like who Tashika was a couple of days ago, but I sent you this message on Twitter on the 9th. So that was over a week ago. Almost 2 weeks ago now. And so I have been like trying to talk to a bunch of people about this, and I understand you're saying like I'm there invalidating your experiences, but it is more so that yes, like I see what's happening, I'm giving my perspective on it and my thoughts on it, but I'm also wanting to have those conversations with you guys and try to understand your perspectives, and I'm trying to like actually reach out and talk to you guys, and Erica was somebody else as well that I wanted to.
I do find it interesting that you found my Twitter. So sorry. I do find it interesting you found my Twitter, but you couldn't find me on here.
That's
really interesting.
I don't. Yeah, it's. I've never gotten a response on TikTok, and I have a lot of problems. Even people tell me they message me on TikTok, and I don't ever see those messages, and so I have a lot of problems with messaging on TikTok to where I try to use other platforms instead, but I can message you on here in the future. But yeah, the point was that I was just giving my perspective on it because I do want to talk to more people in this space, and I think a lot of people, because they don't know who I am, obviously they're going to be reticent to even answer my messages or talk to me. Especially they're not going to talk to every single chatter who wants to reach out to them, and so it can be a little odd. So actually being up on that live and being able to like say like, yes, I do want to talk to these people about this because I am making a video and I want to hear their sides of it.
Don't you think it's interesting that you were willing to even try to reach out to us, but Z didn't do that? And I'm just letting you, I think I said it in that live. Z said that she quote unquote apologized to our content creators, right? But she felt no need to apologize to us, the one that she actually, let's say she was unprofessional, right? Since that was like your main thing that you kind of wanted to talk about, because she admitted to it. A lot of people agree with that. She was unprofessional. Why was she still not reach out to the people that she was unprofessional against?
Yeah, she agreed that she was unprofessional.
That makes any sense?
I don't think she was, but I come from a very like different perspective on this because there's people like, and I know that people don't like Destiny, but Destiny's also somebody who ran like organized the canvassing operations and things like that. And if people were talking about his canvassing operations, he would go jump on, debate them, argue with them, try to stand up for what it was he was doing. And that's a fairly normal thing. She is a content creator as well, and she had been on panels and had like a bunch of debates and conversations with people before that.
Right, but Tom, she was willing. This was once again, Destiny didn't find out about this whole thing until like 2 weeks after the fact.
Mhm.
She was willing to have a fucking interview with Destiny instead of actually reaching out to us to even talk about it. She was willing to make assumptions and broad strokes of assumptions with Destiny, but was not willing to reach out to me or even directly to Sheikah, right? Even to Sheikah herself. She was not willing to have that conversation. There's just a lot of things that I feel like you guys excuse. Not you. I don't think you really know her like that either. A lot of people are excusing her for this bullshit, to be blunt with you, and I think it's ridiculous, right? Willing to go out of her way to have that interview with this big, of course, liberal content creator, right, about an obvious issue that happened on my live. Right? Obviously, she's trying to get out there more, and that's fine. I mean, do you? I think it's, I guess, a smart market tactic in regards to pushing out the Unfuck America tour. I get that, right? But at least reach out to the people that you supposedly don't, that you've obviously hurt, right? Or like obviously harmed in some way. It just doesn't make any sense. But with that being said, Tom, like I said, I don't really have any genuine issues with you. I do think it was weird that you had a whole 15-minute conversation about race just now.
Well, I did want to
It is
ask
what
you.
it is. I'm assuming Iris brought it up.
Before
So I'm
you
not
go,
tripping about it.
I did want to ask because you keep saying that I wanted to talk about the unprofessionalism, but I wanted to talk about the microaggressions because that is the part that I wanted to understand. Is that if we can see like from her perspective that she would be defensive against any group of people going on there, it is the thought process that she was only defensive against you guys or saying the things because it was a group of black people, or is it that she grouped all of you as black people?
Yeah, not even that. I did explain it. I at least tried to in Mercedes Live, but I feel like I was kind of probably rushing because I felt like they were probably going to drop me like they did to Erica and to Sheikah. With that being said, yeah, I can explain it to you further, right? First and foremost, coming in there, being upset at the entire panel because of one black woman, because she was trying to be overprotective of a black woman yelling at her friend. That was one microaggression, right? So she already has energy towards everybody. Second one was having energy towards Tashika, just calling her a bully all in general because of past history, which she admitted to in my live. This is what I mean when they play that clip, it was very edited. There's another point that I feel like that was actually extremely disingenuous, especially when considering that there was no reason to bring up Tashika's past regarding what we were actually talking about. She obviously did that to try to manipulate like other people that were probably watching. That was really weird of her. Third one was completely dismissing the black woman's experience on my live by saying that we don't understand how to organize. And then telling a black woman that she had no clue what she was talking about, and then pretty much laughing in her face and saying sorry. Yeah, those are all microaggressions. All of these are microaggressions.
I agree that they can be,
say
but
that she had
that's
every-
why my question is it that you think she was saying those things because the women were black, and that's why you think that was why she said it, and you couldn't think that like she could have possibly said those things because of the things that were said before she jumped on, and she was just kind of grouping people?
I'm not even going to say that. We're forgetting how do we define microaggressions, right? It's the unintentional oppression or discrimination or derogatory wording that you would say towards a black person. That's what she did. So I'm not going to say that it was intentionally that she intentionally did it because we were black, but that's what it was.
Well,
that's why it's called microaggression.
Not
It's
intentionally,
supposed to be subtle,
but unintentionally because you're black. Like she's she has like a subconscious bias where she is reacting this way because you're black, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so I'm saying that I could totally see that if it was a group of white women, that she would react exactly the same and say the same things.
She did it with Elena. Well, she did it. Elena like I said, a week beforehand, she was on Dan's live, Elena, and
That's
Elena
right. I
was
did
pretty
watch
much
some of
asking
them.
the same thing that we were having, right? Z, when she had every chance, like when she did speak, very cordial, very nice, very polite. In my space, completely the fucking opposite, a complete 180.
But you know,
So
the
yeah,
person
I would
right
say
before
that's
she spoke, I
I
think
would say that
I forget his name. Jeremy. He said that he was the one person who shut down Ben Shapiro. He was mad that he didn't get invited because he's the one person who's ever shut down Ben Shapiro. Do you know who I'm talking about? He talks for
I
like
think
7
his name was
minutes straight.
Shane. Who's
Shane.
Jeremy?
Shane. That's right. Shane. So Shane spoke for 7.5 minutes straight, and he was kind of like scolding her the entire time, and then yes, so as soon as she spoke, it was right after Shane was like scolding her for a minute, and she had been up there for about 10 minutes like waiting to respond to a lot of things that had been said about her before she got on there. Again, not directly her, but when you're talking about the organizing and she's the lead organizer, that like it is indirectly speaking about her. And so when she
Wait,
was
if that
coming up.
was
Mhm.
right, and sure, if that was the case, then she probably should have directed the energy towards Shane. She didn't. She directed the energy towards the black woman, specifically towards Tashika. If her issue was, because I can understand that Shane was fairly.
Oh, you teach
So
up.
sorry. I can
You're
understand
good.
that Shane was really critical of her, right? Sure, right. But if her issue was with the way that it was that he was critiquing her and the way that she felt like she was probably getting attacked by him, then why not address him? Why would you hyper focus on something on Tashika when she wasn't giving you any energy? When she wasn't saying anything to you that was necessarily disrespectful? Main reason, if you actually, once again, long ass life, a lot of things that Tashika said was not directed towards Z as an organizer or anything. It was directed towards actually the black people that were going on that tour. She had issues with the black people on that tour about how it could possibly be in regards to if they're embarrassed, in regards to if they're not treated correctly, so on and so forth. And honestly, you probably need to speak with her directly. I think it would be important to have that direct conversation. I know you probably feel like she came in hot, but I feel like she did have every right to come in a little bit hot in Mercedes' life. Her waiting that long and then pretty much feeling like she was being put on a back burner. I think
You
she
talking
has
about
every right to
Tashika?
feel that way. Yes.
Yeah,
You
I'm
should
happy
definitely let
to
her up.
talk to her. I talked to her a little bit earlier, but she was,
Yeah, I was there.
every time I tried to respond, she told me to stop. She said, I'm not going to have a conversation with you. Stop talking. And so, yeah, I dropped her because, yeah, if she's just coming to preach to me, and not actually answer
Yeah,
questions or
well,
something, that's not what I'm really looking for.
yeah, she probably felt like there was nothing to say towards you because once again, you weren't really a part of the original live, nor are you. Are you going on this tour?
No, not as of right now. I no.
Yeah. So her issues and her entire conversation or what she had to say, I think that did you actually actively hear her out? You probably shut down after she dismissed you, but did you hear what she was saying?
Tashika on Mercedes Live or on this one?
Mercedes, yes, yes, on the Mercedes live.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, there was a lot, but specifically, is there?
Okay, well, no, I think that you need to have that conversation with her. She's in here now,
Okay.
right? I really do. Either way, with that being said, Tom, honestly, this was a mess. I guess this is weird meeting you the first time this way and everything like that today. But please speak to Tashika.
Okay.
I said what I have to say. Like I said, I was just the host, and I'm going to speak for my panel as much as I can regarding that entire live. But I think Tashika absolutely should be let up. Thanks
Okay.
for letting me up.
All right, thanks. All right, I will. Yeah, we'll give it a go with Tashika one more time. Let's see. Give me just a second. I gotta grab something to drink. All right.
Yay! Are you like
Tashika.
done being fragile?
Yes, I'm done being fragile.
Okay, so let's lock in. So when we talk about like white people and the fact that they used to eat us, it did not happen hundreds of years ago. It happened for hundreds of years. My own father grew up during segregation. I don't want to hear that bullshit come out of your mouth. Second thing is that indigenous people, there's no evidence that indigenous people ate other people. that is a lie that came up from white people. Okay, there's no documented evidence that indigenous Americans fucking ate people. So let's get that racist bullshit the fuck up out of here, okay? Also, yeah, I think it's fully like valid and reasonable to not like white people. Again, I think it's pretty valid to have an aversion and not like anyone who benefits or perpetuates any type of oppression. And the main oppression that we live in under these days is fucking white supremacy. So as long as white supremacy exists, as long as you as a white man could feasibly rape, kill, and burn me alive in that order and feasibly get away with it, is why I will never like you. I will never like any demographic of person that can feasibly ruin my life and kill me and get away with it. That's never gonna happen. These things did not happen hundreds of years ago. My own father is 3 years fucking Ruby Bridges Sr. Do you know who Ruby Bridges is?
No, I don't.
Ruby Bridges is the first fucking black person to go to an all-white school. My father grew up during segregation. Do you understand that? So this was not hundreds of years ago. This was pre my own fucking birth with my own goddamn father. Okay, so let's lock the fuck in, you skin-headed motherfucker. Okay? So again, have you ever seen the Troll movies?
Like are they called the Troll movies? No.
The Trolls movie with all the singing and dancing?
No.
You never. Okay, so in that movie, right, there's a type of monster called the Bergens, right? And the way that the movie begins is that the Bergens used to fucking literally eat the trolls. And by the end of the movie, the trolls kumbaya with the Bergens and they all become friends afterwards. Are you gonna sit here and fucking tell me in my black ass?
Explaining why you're racist is hilarious.
Okay, get these fucking white supremacist skinheads the fuck up out of my face, okay? What's funny about that?
I agree with them though. Like everybody thinks there's a good reason to be racist. That is what you're doing, is saying I have a good reason to be racist. Nick Fuentes.
I'm not.
Thinks
It's
the
not
same thing,
racism though. It's self-preservation.
Fair
You think
enough.
self-preservation is racist?
Discrimination based on race. How about that?
I'm not. I don't discriminate against anyone. I said I don't like you.
Well, no, but you say that you hate white people, right? So it's
I
not
do- I
just
do- I do hate
self-preservation,
them,
but
yeah.
you hate them. Yes. So it's
No,
not.
no, no, no,
like
no.
it
I
is-
hate white people. No, 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 no. I hate them because I require self-preservation against them.
Mhm.
I don't hate white people because they're white. I hate white people because they created things like white supremacy. I hate white people because they created racism. I hate white people because, again, you could feasibly fucking kill me and get away with it. So is that racism or is that self-preservation?
Well, it's the opposite of self-preservation. Like obviously that would be.
How is it opposite of self-preservation?
obviously
to stay away
that
from
would
a class
be-
of people that can kill and eat you.
Yeah, obviously that would be like a negative. Like the people who like benefit, right, is somebody like Candace Owens, who can like take the whiteness and try to blend in and benefit
she
off
cannot
of
take
it.
her whiteness
But the
and blend
exact
in.
like
She's not white.
opposite of that would be to make enemies of like all of the people.
Well, I'm
that you're
sorry. Why did
saying
you bring up
can
Candace
oppress
Owens?
them.
What can Candace Owens do? Candace Owens herself has been hate crime several times.
Yeah, she says she hasn't though, right?
Right. So why did you bring up Candace Owens?
Because she tries to blend in and tries to use like
But she doesn't
the
blend in,
fact
though.
that she correct, but she tries to use the fact that like she claims there was no racism against her, that racism doesn't exist, to try to be able to blend in
Yeah,
with
she's
white people.
she's a grifter. She's
Right.
made millions off of this shit.
Right, exactly.
If
She's
I didn't have
benefited
any
from that.
integrity, I'd do the same
Exactly.
thing. But it doesn't. I don't know why you're citing Candace Owens like I give a fuck what some coon thinks.
I don't. I think that it was essential to the point that I just made. Can you repeat back to me the point that I was making with bringing up Candace Owens?
I've been a black skinhead for longer than I've lived.
What's funny about that?
The black guy who just donoed that he's a black skinhead.
What's funny about being a black Klansman?
I don't know that he's a black.
Anyway,
Klansman.
you seem to be like a really big fan of that governor. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, yikes in the chat, y'all. Anyway, So yeah, I don't like anyone who is able to benefit from the system in which we live in right now. I don't like anyone who benefits from that, and those people happen to be white. I don't hate white people because they're white. White people hate black people because they're black.
No, you do
Black
hate
people
them
do not
because they're
hate
white,
people
because they
they're
don't
white.
choose as to whether or not they
No,
benefit from the system. If
no.
there's people who are actively working
All white
against
people
it.
benefit from the system. It's not a tit for tat.
So
All
Peyton
white people
is
benefit
trying
from
to,
West
correct, exactly, but he doesn't choose whether or not, Peyton does not choose
Peyton made
whether
the
or not.
video because Peyton
I
made the
understand,
video
you've
because of
said it 1,000 times. He made it your words, I
Right,
got
so
it.
let's not talk
But
about him like he did it out of nowhere.
I didn't.
If I
That's
didn't
not
want him to make
relevant.
the
I
video,
get
he
it.
wouldn't
You
have made
get
the
the
fucking
credit.
video.
You're awesome, you queen. You
Did
fucking
you just call
rock.
me? Hey, let's simmer down with that fucking rhetoric, skinhead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so the idea that he benefits from being white is not a choice that he makes, correct?
I don't care if it's a choice. I don't like him.
Right, but that's what you're saying is
Payne
that
knows this. Payne knows
that.
that his whiteness will always
But you're saying
always
obviously I
provide a
wouldn't
separation
like
to it.
somebody who benefits from this, and I'm saying, but you're making you're saying that based on something that person cannot help as an individual.
I don't care if they can control it. The fact is, and the reality is, that they benefit from this system, and therefore I do not like them.
Right, and that is like illogical bigotry.
That is not
why
illogical at
bigotry.
all.
It
That
is
called
illogical.
self-preservation.
It is,
So you're
yeah,
telling
but
me it's like-
self-preservation
so
is
wait,
also that
so
black
wait a minute,
people
so wait a
commit
minute. Are
crimes
you
at a
telling
higher
me
rate
that it
than
is
white people, and
illogical?
we need to stay away from
So
black
are you
people
telling me
because
that
they're
it
more
is
dangerous.
illogical for women to want to protect themselves against men?
No, it's not.
Wait, why would it not be illogical for a woman to want to protect herself or cross the street when like a man is walking behind her, or try to protect herself?
That's not illogical.
Why is that not illogical?
That's very different from what you're saying. They don't
Then
say
define
I
how it's
hate
different,
men.
skinhead.
They don't say I hate men, and therefore this is my
Women do hate men,
self-preservation
and
is
women say that they hate
hating
men all the
men.
time. I hate men.
Yeah, but that is the difference, is that some women
That
do
is
hate
not
men. We
illogical.
would
So
say
are
that
you
they're
saying?
sexist,
So you're
but-
saying to me? So what you're saying to me, you racist dog fuck, is that it is illogical.
I just want you to know,
It is
I'm going to talk to you the
illogical.
way that you talk to me, so I don't give a fuck.
I don't
You're
give
not
a
going to
shit,
use your
pussy,
blackness as a
okay?
shield
And you're
here,
never gonna
okay?
be able to
You
insult
being
me the
black
same
does
way that
not
I
help
can
you in
insult
any way here.
And you being
You're
a pickle
fucking
built
being dumb as
Baldies
fuck.
basics
Has
looking
nothing
ass
to do with the
motherfucker
fact
is
that
not
you're
gonna help
black,
you.
but it's
You're
not going
never
to stop me
beat
from
in this
calling you
debate.
dumb
You're
as fuck.
literally objectively top 5 ugliest niggas I've ever seen in my life. Okay, lock in. Okay. So
well,
anyway,
you
like I
need
was
to
saying
lock
before,
in. You're the one
and
who
you're
can't
mad.
even
You're
stay on the
mad.
same topic.
Anyway, you're mad. You're mad and stinky.
incapable of
You're mad.
actually engaging.
You're mad,
You are
skinny, and stinky.
illogical.
You're mad, skinny, and stinky.
Is it?
White.
Can
Unfortunate.
you tell me?
Anyway,
is
shut
it
up. No one
is it
cares.
because
Blah, blah.
white people
No one
ate black
cares.
people
No one
that you're
asked. No one
illogical?
asked. You're white.
Is
Ugly.
that
Shut
why
up.
you're
No one cares.
incapable
You're
of
white,
like
fumbled the
being
bag,
smart
poor and
enough
ugly.
to
No,
have
no
a
one cares. I
conversation
didn't ask.
like a
I didn't
civilized
ask.
person?
I didn't ask. I didn't ask.
I
Anyway,
know
I'm
you
not
didn't
civil
ask.
with
I'm
people who used
asking.
to eat me. Anyway.
I'm asking.
Anyway, you're mad.
I'm
Anyway,
asking.
like I was saying before.
I
didn't
asked.
ask.
I
But I didn't
asked. I know
But I don't
you're perpetually confused on this panel. I'm trying to get you to understand.
I'm not confused at all.
You are confused because you keep talking about whether or not you asked. Nobody cares if you asked. Nobody gives a fuck.
A lot of people care. You have views because people care. Okay,
No,
let's lock in. Okay?
if you could
Let's
answer
lock in,
fucking
baby.
questions. I'm trying to get you
Let's
to lock
lock in,
in.
baby.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Let's
I'm
lock
trying to
in,
get you
baby.
to
Let's
lock
lock
in.
in.
Pay attention.
You don't
paying
need me to
attention?
lock in. You're ugly and white and bald. Okay?
Sure.
Like I was saying before.
Are you paying attention?
More than you are, baby. Anyway, did all your brain stems go away with your fucking hair? Lock in.
Yeah,
Okay?
so,
like
so
I was saying before.
can you
Shut the fuck
engage
up,
with the
please. Oh my
point
God.
about the grouping people based on something that
It's
is
not.
the
It's not
difference?
grouping people. The fact is, Baldy, is that all white people benefit from racism and white supremacy. It's not a matter of whether or not they have a choice. I don't give a fuck. Okay, they had a choice on whether or not they ate us. They had a choice on whether or not they created racism.
Right, not
They had a
the, not
choice
the
on
people
what-
that you hate,
I don't know
though.
why
The
you're
people
talking
that you
over me,
hate didn't eat you.
Hey, Chalkman. I don't
They
know
had
why
a
you're
choice
talking
of
over me.
whether or not they ate us. Can you answer the question? Why would you direct
I
that
did
hate
answer the
towards
question,
people
Chalky.
that didn't eat you?
I don't know why this
Those
powder
people do have a
monkey is yelling at me
choice.
that.
Those people did have a choice. And now,
Yeah, no white person has a choice on whether or not they benefit from white supremacy.
do they have a
just
choice
do.
on whether or not they eat you?
Yeah.
How many people
they did it
alive
anyway.
today ate you?
It doesn't matter.
Mm.
Every white person alive today engages in my oppression.
I got a lot of women in my chat saying that men ate them, but I'd assume you can't say the same.
What are you calling me ugly? You're literally bald.
So do you understand the point yet? That like grouping people,
Like what?
based on race instead of as individuals This is
It's not a grouping though. The fact is
It is
that all
grouping.
white people
It
benefit from
is
white supremacy.
grouping.
Then,
It is
then it's an
grouping.
accurate grouping. It's an accurate grouping. Now what?
It's an accurate grouping that is not accurate to hate those people based on something they didn't do.
No, they are doing something.
What are
They
they
are
doing?
doing something. They are right. So them engaging in white supremacy, them not doing anything to deconstruct said white supremacy, deconstruct the systems of white supremacy, and the fact that they can feasibly kill, eat, rape, burn me alive in that order. The fact that they can
But
do
they
that and
didn't,
feasibly get
though.
away with it is a problem. But they
Right.
did though.
But they didn't though. So that
They
doesn't matter.
but they
That
but
is
I'm not
grouping.
saying,
You
yeah,
are
no,
grouping. You're
no.
saying
Hey,
these people
dumbass. Hey,
don't do
dumbass.
this
I
thing.
just said
Other
the
people
fact
who are
that
the
they
same
can
color as them
feasibly
do this
these-
thing.
Hey, dummy. Hey, I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know if your brain left with your fucking hair. Okay? I don't know if the cartons may match the drapes, but I need you to click your balls together and make some kind of electricity to make it go to your fucking skull.
I understand what
and
you're
have your
talking
brain
about,
work for once,
feasibility.
okay?
I am having a
Give me a
conversation with
sec-
you because I think it's feasible
It
that you could
doesn't
possibly
fucking
understand
matter,
words at
Lex
some point.
Luthor.
That's why I'm
It doesn't
continuing to have this
matter.
conversation.
Hey,
But
egghead,
that I wouldn't
Robotnik.
say that just
I swear
because
to God.
you, a black person, could feasibly have this
Oh
conversation,
my
then now I'm
God,
going to apply
Dr.
this to
Robotnik,
all black women and
please.
think all black women could
Eggman,
feasibly have this conversation.
please.
That's not the way that works.
Magneto, please. Anyway, like I was saying before, I said you could feasibly get away with doing these things because of the system of which we live under. It's not based upon hatred. I don't hate all white people, but I do hate the fact that they all benefit from this system. Therefore, I don't like white people. I'm not going to treat them differently. This isn't to say that I'm going to treat them differently. I still treat white people with respect. Maybe not your bald ass.
Then how is
but
it
I still treat
self-preservation
white
if you
people
don't
with
treat
respect.
them differently? Where's the self-preservation in that?
Because I don't allow them in my spaces, and I don't care. I don't have a lot of white friends.
So
And even
you
still,
stay away
it's
from
an
them.
arm's
That is
length.
treating them differently. Yes, that is. You do treat them differently.
Right, I'm not going to be mean to them.
You're
when they
trying to
approach
like
me. I'm not gonna
virtue
be to your
signal
bald
and
ass,
act
though.
like, oh no, I'm not that
That's not a
racist. No,
virtue
you are
signal.
that racist. Yes, you try to stay away from them. What the
Right,
fuck?
I stay away from people who are dangerous to me. Yeah, typically. I think that's a pretty logical thing to do, don't you think? Like you seem to stay away from like hair transplants. You know, like
Mhm. You seem really intimidated
know.
by me.
Intimidated,
Mhm.
brother.
Well, you keep going at like the
You
personal
literally
stuff. You're
kicked
really
me from
like
the live for
worried
telling
for.
you to shut the fuck up. Iris called you a moron for
Well,
20
yeah.
minutes straight, and I'm the one that's intimidated by you.
Yes,
Shut
yes,
up, pussy.
and I
What are you
don't even.
talking
Yes,
about?
and I don't respond
the
in kind
fuck
because
up.
I'm not
Shut up,
intimidated by
nigga.
you. I don't give a fuck what you have to
Shut
say.
your
You
bitch
obviously
ass
sound
up.
as
Shut
dumb
the
as you
fuck
are.
up.
So nobody's gonna
Shut
sit and
your
listen to
bitch
you
ass
call
up.
me
You're
dumb
literally
and
bald.
think, wow, that
You're
carries a
literally
lot of weight
fucking
with it.
bald. You're bald and project. The way you're able to project on me is because you're bald, and the waves of your projection are hitting me right now, and it's
Mhm.
really sad. Stop it.
It's too much whiteness for you, huh? You scared of me being
It really
white?
is, actually.
Is my
Yeah, it
whiteness
is. It
gonna
does.
eat you? Uh-oh.
Hell yeah.
My whiteness
Yeah,
is coming to eat you. Oh
yeah.
shit. My bald
Hell
head's
yeah.
gonna fucking grow a mouth and come eat
Yeah,
you,
your
isn't it?
your bald head is scaring the fuck out of me right now.
Yeah.
You're scaring me.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I'm sorry
Is this
about the
Riz, chat?
microaggression from my fucking
Is this
bald
Riz?
head.
You're so mad.
All right.
You're so fucking mad.
I
right
appreciate
now,
you
bro.
proving my point.
I can see the veins in your bald ass head.
I love you, Tashika. I hope you
Ew.
stop being racist.
Are you trying to show affection to me to establish some type of like power dynamic? Are you good?
Yes, that is what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's odd.
Okay. She's intimidated by me, bro. I think she likes me, though. I think she had a thing for me. She's so angry. I don't think she was angry. I think she was flirting. The black chicks, dude, they like them some tomfoolery. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what it is. I go out, they just come over and start rubbing my head. She'll hit you up offline, yeah, for sure. For sure, she's gonna be trying to get a little bit of that tomfoolery behind the scenes. I think they're onto something. She's got the hots for Tom. Yeah, it's not something I'm not used to. Appreciate the donos on YouTube though, guys. I might have to shut you guys off for a little bit when those come up. It's interesting because when people normally call on Discord on YouTube, they can't hear you guys. I always forget when I'm talking to them on TikTok, they can actually hear you guys. Are you Antifa? Yeah, I'm Antifa. Damn it, I just showed the fucking live my vape. Now I got restricted. Jaden, are you the one that they were all telling what's her face to pull up earlier? Mercedes. Yeah, I guess I'll talk to Jaden. Hello?
Hello.
Jaden, how are you?
I could be better. How are you?
I'm got a fucking migraine I'm trying to get rid of.
Oh, yeah? Tylenol helps with that.
Listen,
I was...
a minute ago.
I was disappointed in the fact that I had to wait an hour and a half to have a discussion with people who were familiar with me at best, and for whatever reason tried to avoid me whatsoever. But you're
Is
here.
that
It seems as though
Mercedes?
you're open. Mercedes and Z. Yeah.
You guys
had
have
made
beef?
a point. Z invited me to the tour, then has conveniently forgotten my existence. So I just wanted to raise a few things that I otherwise would have raised in that conversation that I wanted to have. You made a point earlier that it is the incentive of this movement to recruit as many former MAGA or perhaps current MAGA, Republican, conservative, moderate, et cetera, into this movement here. And I'm becoming increasingly concerned that these isms that we speak of here have taken a back seat in favor of simply winning elections and elections and elections. And I'm curious as to when those conversations will be necessary and will be had and actually address these major shortcomings that you guys continue to perpetuate.
Like what?
So, like the microaggressions and the racism and the ableism, as far as I know, this Ray person was invited on board and had a video as recently as 2 weeks ago, portraying a gorilla and using AAVE. So
Yeah, as soon as they showed that to Mercedes, though, and I don't know Mercedes that well. That's the first time I've met her. But as soon as they showed that to her and they asked him to speak on it and he defended it, she immediately kicked him off the panel. It seems as though she was
why
unaware
did it
of
take that, though?
Well, it
Why
seems
did it
as though
take
she
that,
was
though?
unaware of it. I don't know the guy. I don't know anything about him, but that was the first I've seen of him as well. And when they showed that, I was pretty disgusted by that as well. But I felt like she did the right thing when confronted with it and just kicked him off, right?
But surely they're not the first time you've heard or spoken with Z, right?
No, I've spoken with Z once before.
Okay, and you're aware of those past transgressions.
I'm aware of what they're calling microaggressions. To me, all of those things seemed likely, regardless of who was there. And I felt like most people would have had similar reactions based on the panel at the time. I am having trouble recalling exactly everything that happened, but I can pull it up if I need to and kind of go over all the things that were said before she played. Yeah, they played what happened with her on there. But yes, there were a lot of things that were said that make sense to me why she would have been as defensive as she was at the time.
Right. And are you at all aware of any of the private conversations she's had using incredibly ableist language, such as the R slur, to talk about people? She's talked about Martin Luther King boulevards being, quote, ghettos.
Correct, but those were
in her
long a
towns.
time ago.
She's not atoned for any of those things. Even as recently as last month, she's not expressed any regret other than the apparent lack of professionalism. Not that she was racist or ableist, just that it was caught.
Wait, on those things. Again, if those are from a long time ago, and she may have atoned for those a long time ago at the time. Most of us aren't, like, especially if you're not a public content creator, right? Excuse me. If all of a sudden I become a content creator and people go find things that I said 5 years ago, and I've been a very different person since then, I don't feel the need to apologize for that today to people who had nothing to do with it. I didn't say it to them, but they're just going and digging for things to try to get me to atone for it today. Why would she atone for that now?
How have any of them demonstrated growth, including yourself?
Well, I don't know myself. I moved over to the left over the last 5 years, moving away from MAGA, and especially like the more that I realized, like especially when Trump became the leader, as I was realizing that the conservative movement did not hold any of the values that they professed to have, very quickly started moving away from them and learned about things like systemic racism, learned about ableism, learned about immigration statistics and how, like, people lie about how detrimental it is, or, deconstructing all of the propaganda that's put out through, like, Daily Wire, who I was watching at the time, or Candace Owens or Steven Crowder. Like, those are all things that I think are the major issues that kind of confuse people and keep them on the right, is because they're very misinformed on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. Of the names you've mentioned, none of those seem to have been at all prominent or even moderate Democrats or liberals during their lifetime. These are all people who have, to their core, been conservative Republicans. I question the efficacy of frontlining people who have not been on this side, who have not been on the side of progress, who have still had these interpersonal biases that they still occasionally manifest. And you yourself did so in that last live. I mean, there's no reason as to why it took a white person to advocate for Erica Shante, who was actually on the tour, to actually speak and then get quickly booted. So I find a great deal of problems with the idea that this is the most effective approach of combating right-wing personalities and rhetoric when you yourself are not. And this group seems to be unwilling to atone for their own transgressions.
I don't know. I have like 3 questions here. So when you said the people that I brought up at the beginning, I was talking about moving away from those people. So like people like Candace Owens or Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro. Like I was saying that, like, yes,
I know.
those
My
were
point
people
to that
were
is
wrong.
that those people have never at any point been on the left.
Correct.
And yet it
And I'm
seems
saying,
as though we are front-loading people who are on the right or were on the right or moderate at best to take the mantle of leftist discourse. And I'm worried about that, the efficacy of doing that, when the right
Sure.
doesn't do that for their own.
They do to an extent. I disagree with that. I think that as soon as
Not
somebody
really.
puts out a "Why I Left the Left" video, they become the coolest person ever, and they all flock to them and show them love and try to, like, love bomb them all over the place to make them feel welcome. They are very good about welcoming people who do their "Why I Left the Left" tour, and then they become prominent figures. That is the start of a lot of people. Like Candace Owens is one of them.
Well, they're grifters, but I really
Sure.
don't see. And she wasn't a leftist, by the way. She was never a leftist.
Sure,
but
well, I'm not a leftist either. So.
I know that. And this is part of the problem that I have here, is that you noted some kind of rapport that you've had with MAGA, that you've had with Republicans, that this movement has had with Republicans. And I think the issue that I have with that is that they feel sympathetic in the fact that you guys don't seem to hold the belief of accountability to be necessary for this movement.
No, I do.
And
No,
have
no, no,
labeled
that
it
was the
in
first
the
thing I
terms
said
of
when I went on. That was the very
but
first
you've
thing that I
labeled it
said.
in terms like cancel culture, which
Correct.
is a right-wing talking point.
But I when I
Right,
went on
no
there,
one's
I
been
said
canceled. Z has
holding
not been
people.
canceled.
Well, no, I would say that it's the same thing, and that's what I said. Is that holding people accountable is cancel culture. These are the same things, that if over time we're holding somebody accountable who refuses to be held accountable, over time they are considered canceled because people stop following them, people stop associating with them, they lose followers, they lose jobs, like all of these things happen if they refuse to admit that they're wrong. And that was the very first thing I said when I hopped on, is that you guys are kind of making this blanket statement that makes it sound like we shouldn't hold people accountable, and that should not be the message here. And that was like the first thing that I talked about and asked them about when I went on.
So then who's been held accountable so far?
Well, again, the difference for me was that I don't think that should have been the messaging, because I just don't think that Z did anything worthy of being held accountable for.
That's the problem, is that you don't deem it that way. And that was the issue that I had with Mercedes, is that she framed everything as though whether or not the guest in the box, including myself, would be having a productive conversation. That productive conversation is predicated on how comfortable she was, not whether or not what we had to say was actually beneficial or intelligent or effective or anything like that. It was how comfortable it makes you. It was how comfortable it makes Z. It was how comfortable it makes Mercedes. This is part of the issue, is making this conversation palatable when it absolutely should not be. And I think you and the others a part of that conversation have become far too complicit in that. It's problematic to me that a gaggle of white individuals, cishet white individuals.
I'm sorry, you're adding a lot to me. I didn't say any of these things. I understand that's
I'm
like
not
Mercedes
saying that, but you
thing,
did
and
sit back and not speak out when it became apparent, and I would say that
it's
you
her
overstayed
life.
your
She's
welcome,
allowed
frankly.
she's allowed to run her life
Okay,
however
but you
she
interjected
wants.
yourself in conversations that you admittedly were not familiar with.
That is not,
and are
first
still
off,
doing
that's
so.
not that first off, that's not true. One, it's her life. If she's
It is
trying to like
true.
have a certain type of conversation, it is on her to kind of dictate what type of conversation she's trying to have. And the fact that you think it should be a different type of conversation is not it's not relevant at all if that's what she's trying to do. Me, I'm not trying to do that. I don't care. Like, I haven't been kicking people just for interrupting or anything like that. But that is her thing. And so I did think that like people were kicked a little bit too easily or things like that. But that's her life. Like, she's allowed to do what she wants.
That's
but
my
I am
point.
not
You
the
didn't
person
speak
who's
up
doing
about
this.
it.
But I did speak up to say that like I
But
wanted
you are
them to
complicit.
bring Erica on, and I'm not going to tell her how to run her life. Like, it's just not. It's the first time I've ever met Mercedes. I don't know her.
That was your first time?
Yes, I've never met her before.
And you sat there for nearly the greater part of 2 hours and watched them as they steamrolled and kicked multiple black women who had valid critiques, including the one that was a part of the tour?
I went live because I did want to talk to them, and that I was hoping that I would get that opportunity. So I'm glad that you guys have shown up, because this is why I went live on TikTok instead of just on YouTube this time.
How long have you been a part of this, I don't know, debate sphere or political discourse?
Years.
Years? How long have you been a leftist, or not a leftist, on the left side of the spectrum?
On the left, maybe a couple of years. Yeah, I started off as like a right-wing podcaster on doing podcasts and Facebook streaming. Then eventually moved over to Twitch. Twitch was a very like far left sphere, and was in those groups for a while, and then eventually got banned on Twitch and had to start over on YouTube more recently, and just kind of rebuilding on YouTube now.
Do you at all feel as though you've done enough to earn some kind of a mantle as a left-ish content creator? Or do you believe that there's more that needs to be unpacked?
I don't know what you mean when you say mantle. Like, I don't think I have to like earn being
As
called
in, like,
on the left. It's just more so like my ideology
I'll
or
frame
my
it this way.
beliefs.
Do you believe that there are any further biases that you believe can and should be unpacked?
Obviously, that's why I do debates. Like, this is how I learn. This is how I understand. This is why I say that I'm like wanting to have these conversations, so that I'm wanting to talk to these people. I'm wanting to hear their side of these things, is because I am always interested in what the other side has to say. But that doesn't mean that if I disagree with them, I'm not going to express that, or that farther down the line, more questions will get to a point where I'm capable of understanding a little bit better.
But I'm not talking about the opposite side of the aisle. I'm not talking about conservatives or Republicans. That's a cakewalk. I'm talking about people who you are now affiliating with, which is the Democratic Party. Have you actually taken the time to speak with these people, these core constituents, and unpack the biases that you and Z and Mercedes actually hold?
Obviously, that is a thing that I do, but obviously, whether or not you think that I still hold biases is going to be a subjective perspective depending on who's looking at it. But I'm always looking to learn more and try to understand more. That is, I don't think that is a goal that I will ever reach. I don't think anybody ever does.
Are you a part of this Unfuck America business?
No.
You seek to be?
I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I don't really have time for that.
I would just warn, frankly, as somebody who was initially contacted, that this approach that has been facilitated here is not effective, is largely performative, is largely money-based, and I think is alienating people to a degree that is sadly scapegoating the left for the failures of traction that centrist and moderate Democrats have now provided here.
Do you think
it is
Charlie
not
Kirk
the
has
left's
been
fault?
successful
Just a
at getting
second.
people?
Just a second. Just 1 second here. It
Okay.
is not the left's fault for saying that this is performative, that this is not how you should have these conversations, that this is not how you should properly atone for transgressions here. It is yours, okay, the liberal end of it, the moderate left, the center right, if anything, wing of the Democratic Party, not listening to these voices, these key and core constituents that further the progress that's necessary here. So long as you continue to deem it cancel culture and ignore it and say that it's trivial and that we need these Republican people and that these conversations are too difficult to have right now, hold it off. You made a quip about 56 genders. All right. We lose. We're not going to get the progress we want without the actual progressive people.
I'm sorry. The reason I try to stop you is because each time you talk, I have like 5 different things that I want to address, but then I only end up addressing one, and then we go down a totally different line of thought process. So, do you think Charlie Kirk is successful at doing what he does?
What does he do?
His movement is to get young men, and especially college-age men, to vote for the right and to vote for Republicans.
In that sense, sure. Do you believe your approach is effective? Or Z's or Mercedes?
Yeah, this is how I ended up moving over, is from like having questions about things and then going and watching debates to be able to see those ideas actually challenged and hear like both sides and giving me the actual information so I even know what to look for when I go and research more and know what I'm actually trying to find out.
I think you guys are underestimating what exactly Charlie Kirk is, okay? He is not a debater. He is an entity, a conglomerate of a multitude of different people with money that do some form of activism. It is not debating, okay? It is not the activism that I believe in, but it is
Correct.
a form of activism that is brainwashing people, systematically brainwashing people.
Correct.
That is not something that I believe mere debaters on a goddamn stream are capable of combating here. I think deploying people onto a college campus to ask questions and talk to people is not nearly enough. I think there needs to be some understanding that these key and core coalitions should be at the forefront, not the back burner, and that their voices and their problems matter. They're American problems.
Correct, but that doesn't matter. Like everybody has their place. Like one of the things that I said to them when I first hopped on is they were talking about the fact that like, some people are just debating and all they're doing is just bringing more liberals in to just watch them and cheer them on as they destroy the right, and that they're not actually doing anything to convince people. But that is part of the process. Like you have to have tribalism for your people and for your group so that they can all sit and feel proud of their ideas and have a coalition that they can lean on. Different people doing different things. I don't think Unfuck America thinks that they're fixing everything by themselves. They're just one part, one entity, but different other groups have to get out there and do the other parts as well.
Yeah, but you're not leaning on those coalitions. If anything, you're alienating them by those quips that you made earlier about 56 genders and saying that these microaggressions are ill-important or what have you. That alienates the hell out of people who will be the ones showing up for you, will be the determining factors here. I think for you to say, and for the rest of those people on the panel to say that this is not important and that there's bigger fish to fry, I can agree to some extent. Winning elections are crucial. That's a battle. This is a war we're talking about, a war on sexism, a war on racism, a war on women, a war on reproductive rights, a war on poverty, a war on homophobia, a war on ableism. Those things cannot take the back seat anymore. That's the problem that I had with the tone, with the rhetoric, with the actions that occurred in that live, and the complicity that you showed.
But the majority of that happens by winning elections. Like during Obama's tenure, the majority of change in America happened during his 8 years. Trans people became more and more accepted. The BLM became a bigger and bigger movement. There were like tons and tons of things that drastically changed within our culture just during Barack Obama's.
Obama wasn't a genie. So many things were set back
He
as
wasn't,
well.
correct.
So
but
many things were set
but
back.
That was a major turning point for our culture and for the liberal movements, and they won for the most part the culture war during his presidency, and winning those elections is when the culture has the most change.
And then what happened?
Well, this is why when you say that alienating some of these people when we're talking about 62 genders, that is why I'm okay with alienating those people, is because I think then what happened is the Democrats got painted as the people with 62 genders, as the people of cancel
problem
culture.
is they threw them under the bus, and they did it last election. Colin Allred ran ads about trans people in sports. They threw them under the bus
go look at
the moment
polling.
it wasn't convenient and let them fall to the fray of Republican rhetoric that gobbled them up and made them into villains.
You go look
we
at
need
polling.
these people to win, my
That is
guy.
incorrect.
We need these voices. That is true. Democrats threw these people, these constituents, under the bus.
As
They
I said,
ignored
if
the
you look at
anti-war
polling,
protesters.
that is
They
incorrect.
ignored the trans movement. They ignored the gay. That is, listen, my the rhetoric, the campaigning, the funds did not go to elevating those people. There's a reason why there were no speakers from said communities at the DNC.
But again, if you look
They
at
did
polling,
not
that is
take
incorrect.
Heed in their voice. What
Yes,
do you mean? Look at
again,
polling.
Because if you look at
Yes,
polling,
gay
part
people,
of the problem
trans
is
people
that
voted Democrat. I know that.
No. If you look at polling, one of the big problems with Kamala Harris is that a lot of people felt like she was too far left on things like immigration or trans issues, and that these are part of the problems where she wasn't. She does not. She was not on y'all's side. She didn't agree with you guys. But you guys are the ones that brand Democrats. That when libs of TikTok goes and plays a bunch of videos of you guys, they think that's liberals. But that's not liberals. That's leftists of TikTok. That's not liberals
Yes,
of TikTok.
stop
But
worrying
you guys are the
about
ones
these
who
optics.
brand us. No. Those optics
No.
are what win and lose elections. Politics is.
It's not because we
optics.
didn't play into those optics.
No,
we
you
shouldn't
didn't.
have to worry
You
about
didn't.
how Republicans
MAGA
are going to.
played
One second,
into
we
it
should
by
not
clipping
have to
you
worry.
guys and saying that's us.
We should not be concerned with how MAGA and Republicans are going to frame us. You take a far-right Democrat, they're going to frame him as a communist. It does not matter. I'd say so long as we're willing to stand our ground, put our feet in the sand and say, yes, we support these coalitions. Yes, we support the backbone of this party, which are black women. Yes, we're going to support these rights and not move back and not capitulate. I think that's going to send us further forward towards the goalpost than anything else.
You're
The
just
issue that I had with
objectively
the last
incorrect.
campaign was how much they did not stand for these coalitions, that they ignored these coalitions, that they did not feature them and platform them as prominently as they should have, and allowed them to fall to the fray of Republican rhetoric that demonized the absolute fuck out of them and make them into goddamn boogeymen.
Yeah, I would say the opposite. It's the exact opposite, and objectively, it is the opposite. Like people like to
No, if
Keisha,
Democrats
Tashika
double down
say, hold
on
on,
their
wait. I don't
protections-
want you to like ramble for long periods of
All
time.
right.
But the Tashika, like one of her posts is that like anybody who backed white men for Kamala or something like that, that those people should kill themselves. This is like, that is the backbone. Like white men are the biggest group of people that we are losing and that are going to the other side. And when we're demonizing white men taking pride in voting for a Democratic woman, this is insane. This is what hurts us. This is the problem. That is what we need to separate ourselves from. That's the branding we have to get away from.
You can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can recognize the progress in electing the first black woman to be president and also say that the kinds of activism, the kind of promotion that white people do is largely performative. Remember the black fist everyone was changing their profile picture to in 2020? That didn't do a goddamn thing. There
Yeah,
needs
of
to be
course. There are
some
things that are
backbone, some
performative.
level of standing down to the fact that these are coalitions that need support. And so far as people are willing to go the bare minimum and let them fall to the wayside and let them fall victim to the kinds of rhetoric and the kinds of language that Republicans use, then that is how we lose. I think we need to embrace these coalitions, not shy away from them.
Okay, yeah, I'm that, but that's because that's your coalition, and I'm saying you guys are the ones that are hurting us. Your branding is what's killing us.
No, I'm saying Republicans are not afraid to embrace those coalitions, okay? They're not afraid to sit down with goddamn neo-Nazis and shit like that, and unfortunately, they win. I don't know why they've allowed it as such that we can now create this rhetoric around trans people, around black people, around disabled people, around et cetera, et cetera. Reason why is because we don't support them.
We're wrong.
Allowing the kind of rhetoric that our side, just one second, we are allowing the very rhetoric that our side continuously perpetuates against them to flow without any kind of pushback. It's not cancel culture, it's accountability, real accountability. Oh, am I paid to kick now?
No. I don't do pay to kick. I totally disagree with you. I think that this is one of the things that, like, while I will look at MAGA and think that they are already far right, one of the things that they do a lot of is they do a lot of separating themselves from everybody else. So when they go out and they, Nick Fuentes shows up to a dinner with Donald Trump immediately after denounces Nick Fuentes. Marjorie Taylor Greene, even the most extreme person in Congress on the right, even she denounces Nick Fuentes, right? This is something that they do pretty consistently, is they try to make sure that they are separating themselves from the tiki torch carrying people who are a little bit more upfront with their beliefs and bit more blatant with what it is that they think. They are very good at separating themselves from those people, and that is something that the left has not done enough of.
Who do we need to separate from?
Like I said, 62 genders, open borders, my mind's blanking right now. BLM, rioting.
Okay, so nobody is supporting rioting, my guy.
I agree with you, but I don't think that is our branding, though. You have to understand, that is our branding. Like, it is our branding. It just is.
It is in the way that you say it is because you don't actually support them. And let those talking points become framed by the right, as opposed to doubling down and saying, no, that's not the case.
No, that
yes,
is what
we
I'm doing.
support people.
That is what I'm doing. That is what I'm
No, you're not. No,
that
you're
is
not.
What I'm doing. I'm
You're
saying
we
yes,
need to
we have
ourselves
nothing to
from
do with
people who
these
say
people.
blah, 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 gender.
Yes, I'm saying we are distancing ourselves from those people to say we are not those people.
Because they're valid. Their identities, their struggles, their lives are valid, and they are part of the coalition we need to win.
I agree that their identities are valid. They can identify as whatever they want, but saying that it's gender is the part that's not valid, and calling it gender and saying that there are 62 genders and blah, 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 that's the part that's not valid, and that's the part that we have to separate ourselves from.
Why not? Why not?
Why not what?
Because every scientist would disagree with you that studies this subject would disagree. Yes, they would.
No, they wouldn't. I've
read
a lot on this subject.
There are two major categories of gender, okay? But this would be like saying how many colors are there.
No, I agree with that.
Base this off of a spectrum.
But yes, but what is the spectrum?
You're afraid to have these complex conversations, and that's why it becomes framed by the right.
I have studied gender for years. It is like this topic that I've spent more time on than anything else. You are incorrect when you say that they would say that, like, there's a cuttlefish gender, there's 62 genders. They would say that there's a spectrum of genders, but that spectrum is based on femininity and masculinity.
Cuttlefish gender?
Because that is what we're talking about when we're talking about 62 genders.
Okay,
we're talking about those things.
No, it's not. What the fuck? No, it's not. And if you allow that to become framed by the right instead of embracing the conversation, instead of including people that study this to a greater degree than you ever have, then we can actually inform and educate and invite more people into this subject that previously had a different idea of it. But instead you want to say, nah, put that to the back. Nah, leave the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, all that shit, move it to the side because that's what's going to hurt us in the long run.
You're saying that
it doesn't. Moving it to the side and letting the right frame it instead of us is why we keep losing.
No, I'm telling you, I speak to these people directly, they are straight up saying, yes, I'm using cuttlefish gender as an example because somebody that I specifically spoke to numerous times that is a prominent figure on the left, or at least used to be on Twitch, identified as cuttlefish gender. And they, when I say prominent, sorry, I just mean
well,
like
they're not
as
a
far
monolith.
as like
They're
Twitch
not a
or
monolith.
something. Of course, they're not a monolith. They're not a monolith, and neither is the
stop
left.
making
And
them
so
one.
no, I'm not. Again, I am very clearly saying that the left is not a monolith, and I'm separating myself from this group on the left.
Then why are you exacerbating this lone example that you have of a fucking cuttlefish person?
I'm not. I'm saying that this is what our branding is, and that when I say I'm separating myself from these things, you're saying, but you should accept those things. No, I shouldn't. I should be very clearly separating myself from these things. I'm happy to have those conversations with those people. I'm happy to still find out that maybe I'm wrong about some of these things and learn more, but that is our branding right now.
Okay, no, it's not. You are pointing to a singular person that might believe that, which I don't even know they exist, to be honest with you, in saying that this is how a majority of people are going to recognize it as. Why not invite a larger conversation, a larger spectrum of people with a diverse range of ideas, instead of saying, this is too harmful, this is too complex, we're not ready for this, brain's too damn small, put it on the back burner.
I am,
no.
But that larger spectrum
when you
is
do that,
in the moderate.
That allows the right to take heed of this argument and frame it the way you have by saying people are identifying as cuttlefish, which
no,
they
I'm
aren't.
looking for the larger spectrum. It's just that spectrum, the side of
Then
the
why are
spectrum
you
that I'm
pointing to
looking
one
for is
person?
to the right of you and not to the left of you.
You think they can't be informed on gender?
I think they can. Again, but these are the ideas that I am saying, yes, these are the ideas that we want to separate ourselves from.
Why? You're not telling me why.
Okay, so we'll use the Unfuck America tour as a great example. I think that calling what she did, it started off as a microaggression, then went from a microaggression to racist statements, then went from racist statements to she is a racist, right? And this transpired over the course of like a couple of days, went from microaggressions to she is a racist.
So that's
and
the
now
rhetoric
she is
we
this
should distance
horrible
ourselves
racist.
from?
Yes, this is
So
exactly.
we should distance ourselves from calling out racism.
I don't think that's racism. That's the point. Again, it's not about whether or not we should
That's the
acknowledge
problem,
reality.
is that
it's
this
that
is
it's not
framed
reality.
from the lens of a white man's perspective of what is or isn't
Unfortunately,
racist. You are
white
not
men are the ones
qualified
you
to
have
that
to.
discussion.
Unfortunately, white men are the
You
ones
are
you
not
gotta
qualified.
convince. Unfortunately, we're
Okay,
the ones you gotta
a
convince.
white
of
man
it.
that does not understand racism and the nuances of it is not equipped to have the conversation or dismiss it when it occurs.
I'm sorry, but even Tashika has a great video on this
You
where
are.
she's talking about the fact that people, she says, black people keep telling white people to go ask their black friends or go talk to a black person about this and have them educate you. And she says, no, fuck that. They are logical people. They can understand when racism is happening themselves. They can look at it and they can tell when it's happening themselves. You don't always have to tell them to go talk to a black person and tell them when it's racism or when it's not. That is the case, is that yes, we're capable of understanding, and I am the one who would have to be convinced that it's racism in order for me to call it racism. You can't just tell me black people said it's racism, Tom. Therefore, you have to say it's racism because the black people that I know say it's not racism and that they totally disagree with this. I would say that probably the majority of black people would disagree with this.
That's why you lose, because you refuse to listen to the marginalized communities that are telling you point blank that you're wrong. And we'll continue to lose that.
I'm happy to have that conversation.
You want to bring in so many more Republicans like Ray with the fucking ape mask, pretend to be black, than you do the actual people affected by the rhetoric that you continue to perpetuate.
No, I don't. No,
I've
I
had
don't want
enough
either one
to say with you.
This is what I'm talking
Okay,
about, though.
then
I'm
you're
here
gonna
and I'm willing
lose.
to have
What
that conversation.
coalition are you trying to build, Tom?
Hold on.
Listen, Foolery.
Hold on.
What
Listen,
kind of
listen,
coalition
listen,
are you building
listen,
then? You're
listen,
alienating
listen.
people and you don't want
Hold
people on the right to come
Listen.
over. What the fuck do you want?
Hold on, listen. I am saying that I am willing to be convinced of this. But every time that I'm trying to talk about this,
you're not.
There is no. I am. I just talked with Ali about this. I tried talking to Shika about this. I asked for Erica to be pulled up because I wanted to talk to her about it. She wasn't willing to talk to me, but I'm trying to, and I'm willing to hear somebody explain to me how they think that this was specifically targeted. The things that Z did was specifically targeted at black people, and how it seemed as though she was doing this because they were black. But I haven't heard that yet, outside of the fact that there was a white girl who said something that she didn't say the same thing to them, but it just doesn't seem as though there was anything about race that had anything to do with what she was saying, and more so just the actual actions and the character of the people who were on the panel.
Do you know what a microaggression is?
Yes.
What?
It's an unintended way of like putting somebody down who is black, making them feel like inferior.
Right. And so when black women are referred to as aggressive, unintelligent, ill-informed, unequipped, those are microaggressions,
But
which
what if they
Z
are?
very much did engage with, as well as the things she said in private.
But
Such
what
as
if they
saying
are?
that every Martin Luther King such as everything, they weren't, but such as saying that every Martin Luther King Boulevard is a ghetto,
She
such as
didn't say that
calling
on the panel.
people the art. Yes, I told you in private. And your private conversations are indicative of who you are in public.
But again, that was a long time ago. Like again, you're bringing up stuff that I'm saying.
No, it
the
wasn't.
stuff
It
on the
wasn't.
panel.
What? So what? There's an expiration date on racism. She had enough time to unpack that. Then why the fuck is she engaging in these microaggressions now?
Again, you can't keep saying, I'm asking you, hey, explain to me how this is microaggressive, and you're saying, well, she said this other thing a long time ago.
Okay, well,
Okay,
that's
but
the
that was a long
issue
time ago.
here,
You're
is that
saying,
you're
but she's
trying to
doing
say,
microaggressions
as
now.
long as
No, I'm asking you to explain to me how this is a microaggression right now. And
That's
you
the
keep
problem
moving
I
to
have
other
with it,
things.
Tom. Okay,
This is the problem that
I'm not moving to other things here. You're saying that this was a specific time and that we cannot zero in on it and call it out as the problem that it is.
No, I'm asking
even
you
though
to.
it presents itself. Even though it presents itself as a pattern in the current behavior she engages in today. Do you understand that?
Correct, and I'm asking you to talk about the pattern of today, not of years ago. Yes, just talk about the pattern of today and explain to me how this falls into that pattern.
Both of those things have occurred, and both of those are indicative of who she is now, which is one that ignores black people, one that talks down to black people, one that uses incendiary terms and refuses to do any due diligence on the people that they bring in their company. How in the flying fuck was she able to bring in a white man putting on an ape mask pretending to be Shaq's cousin, and somehow or another that went over anyone's nose? This guy could have been the next fucking person on the Go Fuck Yourself America tour and would have set us back even further than we were now.
Yeah, again, I when I'm asking you to explain how this is like a
I've had
microaggression.
enough, man. You
and
can message me.
moving
It's
to
too
other
late.
things to
No,
say
I
that
already
it
explained
is
to you how, because it
microaggression because it's a
perpetuates tropes about
microaggression.
black people, because it further perpetuates tropes about black people that have demonized and delegitimized
Before
their
you go,
struggle.
I want to ask you a question. Okay, just if somebody is unprofessional or they don't know what they're talking about, is it okay for a white person to tell a black person that they are unprofessional or they don't know what they're talking about if that is the case?
They did know what they were talking about.
Answer the
It wasn't
question,
the
please.
case.
Answer the question. If that is the case, is it okay for them to say
If it would
that?
apply, then yes. But to make a baseless assertion off of that, off of no evidence, off of no inference whatsoever, would be perpetuating that racism.
Okay, I would say based on the statements that she made and based on what I gather from the panel, the statements that she made were factual and true, and that these were not these racist generalizations, but just true statements that she was making, and that if you think that they were untrue, it makes sense why you would consider it a microaggression. But for all the people who don't think it's a microaggression, it's because they agreed with the statements that she was making, regardless of the race, that just seemed to be the case.
All the
because
people
of the
that
things
don't
were
think
being
that
stated.
aren't black.
Okay, but that doesn't change the truth of the statement. That doesn't. You keep doing this, but the truth of the matter
statement is
doesn't
that
change.
she did. Oh my God, I'm telling you the truth. I don't know how, any way whatsoever, you can understand this as the truth or not. Okay, this is not your experience. This is not your ballpark. She did engage in microaggression. She did make baseless assertions of the character of the individuals involved in that panel without actually getting around to understanding what she was even being asked. She assumed that they had not done the kind of work that she had done, even though they did. She had assumed that they were ill-informed about the subjects they were talking about.
Yeah,
even though
she
they
didn't
were.
say that. She said that they didn't know what they were talking about.
She
but
did.
She didn't say that they
not
didn't
in
do
those
the work.
words. Not in those words. Okay, but that is what she said.
Correct, but they knew
And you
that
have
she
the
was
clip
working
yourself.
on a panel.
They played
Hold
it
on,
for you.
You're doing
They
this.
played it
Hold
to
on,
you.
please, hold on. You
What am I
are
doing?
saying that they know that she is running an organization. She is running this movement, and they are telling her that she is unorganized, that she doesn't know how to do this. She doesn't know what she's
They
doing.
did not
right?
tell her anything. No, they asked her a question. You have the recording. They
No,
played it to
no,
you
hold
on
on,
the
wait,
live.
wait, hold on, wait.
Geek
Before
is
she
here if you
jumped
want
on,
to talk to her.
hold on.
Tashika and Geek
Hold
are
on,
here.
hold
They
on,
were
hold on.
both in that
Hold
exchange.
Hold on. I before she jumped on, there were numerous people on there talking about how unorganized this entire thing was. That the people who were
No, they
running
weren't.
it didn't know what they were doing.
So now you have recollection of the clip. Now you
Yes.
know what they said now, because earlier you
but-
didn't.
No. I said this to Allie as well when I was talking to her. I said those two same statements when I was talking to Allie.
So you've watched the
Those-
live? How much of
Yes.
it have you watched?
I've watched.
You watched it now.
Yes, I've definitely watched I've watched it numerous times because, as I said, like I'm literally making a video on this.
I mean, how much of it? You've watched it all?
There's a couple of parts that I still have to watch in between, like the first like hour and a half, and then when Z comes on, there's about like an hour I'm missing in there that I have to watch. I think
Okay.
it's when Hannah was on.
Yeah, it was disorganized. That's not an assumption. This was what even people who were invited, even people who were attending it, had raised as a concern prior to even going. They had concerns about that and were asking about the efficacy of platforming and centraling the event around two cishet white young individuals who had no real activist experience as leading the movement chasing around Charlie Kirk in Texas. Those are valid questions to ask, is who is this going to reach? How is it going to work? How will this be a tour? How is this funded? What protection will the marginalized people of the tour receive? Those are all good things to be asking here. That is not an assumption to make. She failed in her part, not just as an organizer, but as a response to the kinds of questions that they had in actually providing any kind of structural plan. And
Yes.
ultimately we saw that roll out.
But I'm saying that if let's assume that Z is wrong, okay? But what she said, that is still her opinion that those people just didn't know what they were talking about. That is not necessarily because of their race. And that is the point again, is that the assumption is that she's saying this because of their race and therefore it's a
Intent
microaggression.
versus impact.
No, not intent.
Versus impact.
No, not intent. Not intent.
Intent
No,
versus
subconsciously.
impact. She
It can be
didn't have
subconscious.
to say it because of their race.
Not intent.
That's my point.
I'm not talking about intent. I'm not talking about intent.
Yes,
it could
you
be
are.
subconscious. No, it can
You
be
just
subconscious.
said, you just referenced intent.
I did not. I said that
People
it could,
can have
it could,
subconscious intent.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I said it's not because of their race. I didn't say intentionally because of their race. I'm saying because
That would
of their
be
race. That could be
intentional.
subconscious.
If it's
no,
because
it's not.
of
It can be
something, if
subconscious.
something is a because, my God, if something is because of something, that implies intent.
Okay, so if somebody
This
has a
happened because
subconscious
of
bias
this.
against black people and they say something rude to somebody, you're saying it's not because of their subconscious bias that they said that? That's your statement right now.
I'm saying it is because of that.
It
What?
is because of that. So now it's intent, is what you're saying. The subconscious bias is intent. That's your statement.
What are you getting at?
You're not making any sense. You're mixing all of these up, and you're saying that it is.
No, you are. You were
things at the
saying
same
that
time.
she didn't do it explicitly because they were black. That is intent. Her doing it subconsciously is also an issue, is an
I
equal
didn't
part
say
an issue.
explicitly, but I'm saying that yes, if the reason wasn't because they're black, and that she could actually come to the conclusion that they didn't know what they were talking about, and that wasn't that the reason was not because they were black, that even if it's subconscious or explicitly or whatever, regardless, if she could come to this conclusion that they didn't know what they were talking about, then we would not consider this a microaggression. It would just be she was wrong.
That's why it's called micro, okay? Because it's a subconscious bias that she has, not had, because she's not apologized, she's not impacted, and she ignored the black people that came up on the panel, by the way. Let's not forget about that. Her comfortability when it came to this was whether or not the white people on the live accepted the black people who were actually there to talk to her. You understand, my invite came in the fact that I went on somebody's live to talk about the racism of the tour, and that's how I got involved. This is not someone that actively cares about listening to black people, actively cares about uplifting them, actively cares about unpacking the subconscious biases that she has. She doesn't. And so far as you continue to associate, contact, talk to her, whatever the fuck you're doing with this, you're going to fall down that same rabbit hole too. And people will hold you to that. Tom. People will not forget about that. People will know your face, and it's not that difficult to forget, and understand the complicity that you showed.
I am here saying everything I'm saying with my chest on a public platform for a reason. So
I'm aware.
Please do.
Yes, you can be publicly wrong too.
Right, but I'm saying that I believe in the things that I'm saying, and that if people want to hold me accountable for my statements, I will stand behind them. This is what I believe, and I believe what I'm saying is true and correct, and I will stand by it.
Okay, good for you, Tom. I'll gladly forward you a cookie. Geek is in the box. She was the person that was involved, and I think you had a brief interaction earlier in Mercedes Live. I believe that that is a voice that you should have on next. You can ignore my suggestion, but I think that's crucial to the furtherance of this conversation.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Jaden.
All right.
All right. Later. Yeah, I'll pull up Geek, but I did tell, I think it was Olive, that I was going to pull her on next, so I'll talk to Geek again real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make this super, like, hopefully not. I don't want us to have like a weird, crazy back and forth. It's late, so I do want us to go point by point, right? I think that's very important. First and foremost, let's see if we can agree with something. First thing that Z said in regards to her response towards us was, "Hey, I think that you guys saying that this is disorganized is harmful because there are people of color working in the background." Was that tokenization, yes or no?
I would say no, based on the context of the statement, because before she jumped on, people were saying that there weren't black people who were part of the tour, that it discounted the work that black people in the tour were actually doing. And so the first thing she says is that
We
black
didn't
people
say
are part of
that.
the tour.
That was not the case. Actually, we specifically said, why aren't black people leading the conversation, especially if racism was going to be talked about? That's
Okay.
what we said.
I
In
could have
regards
sworn
to
numerous people said there were no black people part of the tour.
in regards to the conversation about the organization, why would she bring up the fact about whether there are people of color working in the background, especially when considering that that was never the conversation in the first place about people working in the background? Why
From
would that be
listening to
brought up?
the first hour and a half of the panel, that is what I took it as, is the biggest complaint was that there weren't black people who were working on the tour, and that this was the major problem from the first hour and a half of the
No.
panel.
No. So the first hour and a half of the panel was about the black people. Why weren't the black people that are content creating that were asked to be on the tour? Why weren't they going to be leading the conversations, and why weren't their faces or their names being put out there? That was the entire issue that we were having regarding to that. Had nothing to do with the organization. Once again, organizing wasn't brought up until way later. Way later in the conversation. So once again, when I have to ask you, when she says POC being brought up in the conversation, how could that not be seen as tokenization to you?
Again, from what I watched and from everybody else that I watched review this as well, that's how all of them took it, is that you guys had problems with the fact that there were not enough black people who were part of this movement, and that was the major complaint. It turned later into like security issues and things like that. But initially, everybody that I watched, that's how everybody took it, and that's how I took it. And so it makes sense to me that that is how she was taking it as well, is that they were upset. And when I spoke to her about it, I said, "Why did you say this?" She said, "Because they were saying that there weren't black people who were part of the movement, and that they were kind of downgrading the work that people of color were putting into this entire project." And so I was trying
Which
to
is
let them
not
know
true.
that they were just discounting their efforts in this.
Yeah, she lied to you, and however, yeah, she straight up lied to you. And honestly, it's really weird that you also read it that way, because the first hour and a half or 2 hours of that live that I hosted was actually a lot of us disagreeing, right?
No,
We
you're
were
correct.
really talking about, yeah. So once again, she straight up lied to you. It wasn't a fact about whether or not there were black people working or anything, working in the background, because that was never an argument that we even had originally.
Yeah, you're saying
As a
she's
matter of
lying, but
fact,
that's how me and everybody who watched it took it, is that you guys were upset that there weren't enough black people
no,
part of the
her
tour.
answer towards you was a lie, though, to be fair. She said, when you asked her, "Hey, why would you even bring that up about POC?" And her answer is, "Yeah, because, because they were complaining about black people not even being a part of this, or people of color not being a part of, like, being part of the organization, or like the tour itself." That's not true. That was never true. She lied.
Okay, but I'm sorry. I don't know if this isn't. I'm saying that if all of us, like a bunch of different people, took it in the same way, and she seemed to take it the same way we all did, it doesn't sound like she's lying. It
That
sounds like
wasn't.
you disagree with the way that we all
No, 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 no,
interpreted
no.
it.
It's simply, I'm saying it's a lie just to clarify, Tom. That was never the issue in the first place. We never complained about organization in the background or anything. I told you actually before I left the first time on your particular live, that the disorganization came from the content creators.
Yes.
So her bringing up people of color working in the background quite literally made no sense, especially when considering we spoke to Hannah, a white woman. We spoke to Mercedes, a black woman. We spoke to Simply Black Theory, a black man, right? And then we even spoke to Chris G, Chris G, a black man. I believe he's black. Before even Z came up. They all had completely different answers when we asked them the same thing over and over and over again. We said that was disorganized. We never spoke on people working in the background, right? And for her to even assume that, which was really weird, which is why we're like, whoa, why would she even bring this up? That was her tokenizing people of color in the background. That was like, maybe not intentional, but that was the case.
Right, but I'm okay. If me and a ton of other people took it that was one of the large complaints, is that there weren't enough black people who were part of the tour, and for me listening to that included like the organization, the the like background, the movement, everything. Like if we all took it this way, it would make sense that Z would also take it that way, correct?
No, I mean, yeah, sure. In regards to other people complaining, this is what I mean that people weren't actively listening to us in my live. You realize that we weren't complaining about the actual genuine representation of of the live itself. And do you realize that me and multiple other people were like, "Hey, we actually technically don't have an issue with with white men leading this conversation." Like
Yes.
that, like we had no issues with that, right?
Yes.
So no, the conversation in my life wasn't hyper focused on representation. It was mentioned here and there,
Which is
sure,
what
right?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's actually been something that I brought up a bunch, is that like a bunch of people kept saying that this was a safe space for black people and that there wasn't supposed to be challenges and stuff. You made it very clear that you wanted people to come up and challenge them, that it wasn't a safe space. It was there to be like a challenge. And so it's you were very good at like making clear that that you guys wanted to have the actual conversation there, right?
Okay, sure, right?
Uh,
If we understand, so what's your point of bringing that up? Just to clarify, was
I
that
just
just you
that
giving me
no
credit, I
no
guess?
no, that was just something that's I think it was, I don't remember the names of these, but like Unfiltered or something. There's been numerous people who have said this over and over. Is that it was a safe space just for black people, but I felt like you made it like clear that it wasn't, and that that was that like you did want people from the organization to come on. But sorry, so to the original point is that I'm just saying that if a lot of
We were
people took
just asking people that were a part of the tour to come up and like have the conversation and see if they're able to like answer our questions.
Mhm.
We weren't quote unquote like we were, of course you could say, challenging them, but we definitely weren't trying to like attack them.
right.
That was never the case.
Yeah, I don't think you were, especially because again, you made it clear like you wanted to have the conversation. But yeah, I'm saying that if a bunch of people who watched it all came to the same conclusion, that that is what was like being complained about, that it would make sense to me that Z also had that perspective. And I didn't mention this to her, but when I asked her why she said this, she says, because it seemed as though they were complaining about the fact that there weren't black people who were working on this, and that it diminished the work that black people were putting into the project. And so that was the first thing that she mentioned. So if that was the case,
Okay, well then
that
that's
wouldn't
her.
be tokenization, right?
No, it still would be though.
It would
Like I
be.
said, if you're forgetting that she was there. You may not have been there, but she was there for at least 30 to 45 minutes, maybe longer than that,
Mhm.
before she even decided to jump in a box.
Correct.
She listened to our conversations with the other people that were actually going to be on the tour, and she also listened to. She heard us the first time actually simply make our statements about how it was disorganized, right? It her deciding to answer the question and going like it seemed like this is what they were complaining about, was just honestly, to be blunt with you, Tom, dog shit. That was dog shit, because once again, that was never our issue about who's breaking in the background. We quite literally only brought up disorganized, I think, 3.5 hours into that live. 3.5 hours into the live. Okay, we talked about a lot. We yapped about it quite a bit. So no, her answer towards that was dog shit. That was her pretty much just trying to save face. Like, that was just her being weird about it. So yeah, I do think it's tokenizing, especially considering the fact that that was never our issue. We make that very clear in the conversation. In regards to the disorganized thing, was only responding to the content creators that came up and answered their questions. That was literally it. We never, and I mean quite literally never, until she brings it up, refers to POC working in the background. That was never the case.
Okay, yeah, again, I understand that you're saying that that didn't happen. I'm just saying that it seems as though there's a lot of people who had that perspective, and so it just makes sense that that would have been her perspective as well, especially from my point of view. Everybody that I watched review this had that same perspective. That was the perspective that I had, and so it wasn't crazy that she would have that perspective either. If you think that we're wrong,
Well, I would
that's
understand
fine.
other people that either weren't there. I would get other people that just simply weren't there. I get that, because you're kind of hearing things, and then you like already have that have that in mind, and like you're kind of walking around with that. I'm not going to give that excuse to her, only because once again she was in my live watching for quite a bit, commenting back and forth, actually being very extra in the comment section. One of my mods quite literally had to beg her to come up. I was like, hey, like, let's have the conversation. Come in for 30 minutes. 30 minutes just asking for us to have the conversation. She was actively in there. I don't know if she was listening, but she was in the comment section. She was watching my live. So I'm not going to give that excuse for her directly, which is why I'm not going to excuse whatever weird ass statement or answer she gave you. It was a tokenization. She knows it was, considering the fact that we weren't talking about people that were organizing in the background. We only referenced organizing in regards to the content creators. That was it. So yeah, her saying that we were quote unquote being dangerous or harmful for even talking about disorganized was also a weird thing, as if to dismiss us from talking about the conversation about how disorganized it was. That was weird. That's another reason why this is going to be considered a microaggression.
Okay, I'm I'm sorry. I don't even feel like we're disagreeing. You're just repeating something that I'm not contending with at all. It just doesn't seem to have much to do with like
It
whether or
seemed like
not.
you were actively disagreeing with Jaden, so I just wanted to confirm. Like you said that what she did wasn't a microaggression, or at least that you don't think it's important enough to address it. That's why I'm addressing
Correct.
this with you.
Okay. I'm saying I still see it as though it made sense. I watched the live. I didn't hear things about the live. I just watched the live. That was my perspective, is that was what you guys were talking about. And when she came on and said that was immediately what I thought is, oh, of course, she's saying this. It sounds like they're dismissing the work that Black people have been putting into this
That
the
would be
entire
you
time.
disagreeing.
And then when you guys immediately responded and said, oh, so we're not allowed to criticize this just because there's Black people working there, I was like, what does that have to do with anything? You guys acted like there weren't Black people working on it, so of course.
Stay there. Wait, stay there. If you are saying what does that have to do with anything, what was her point of bringing up POC of the conversation of being organized in the background? That was never, once again, nothing that we ever talked about.
Okay, again, that was my perception though when she said it, is that was what you guys were talking about. So I understand you were saying we weren't talking about that, but I'm saying the perspective of a lot of people is that was what you were talking about. So it makes sense that she may have had the same perception.
Tashika's direct statement was after she decided to use and make the statement about POC, about us not being able to critique
critique whether this was disorganized was because she used POC. So Tashika's saying, are you saying that because there is POC or black people in the work in the background that we can't speak on it? As if that's going to suddenly like stop us from being quiet, which is technically what she did and said, to be fair. Did she not? Like, we all watched the live. You already admitted that you've actively been watching the live as well, probably taking your own notes to understand. That's what Z did.
Okay, but again, if
That's
she
quite
had the
literally what she
perception
did.
that you guys were diminishing the work that black people were doing, that would no longer be tokenization, because she is just combating what is being said, and that the work
Oh,
that
how-
black people would be doing would be diminished at that point. So it would make sense that she would bring that up when she first comes on.
Okay, how is it okay, 1 second. Us saying, hey, let's say we were talking about these people in the background. It's like, hey, like this this, the people working in the background are disorganized. It's like so bad, gotta. How is that diminishing them? Especially when considering the fact that it was.
No, not that the
Disorganized.
black people are disorganized. That there weren't black people who were part of the tour. That saying black people are not
We are
part of
quite
this
really all over the
is
place.
this.
We're jumping all over the place.
No, this is the same statement that I've been saying. Is that from my understanding, you guys were saying that there were not black people who were working on the tour, and so when she first comes in, the first thing she mentions is that there are black people working on the tour, and that like acting like they aren't there doing this work is diminishing the work that they are doing. Not that saying that they're unorganized is the problem, but that acting like they didn't exist
We
was
never
the problem.
said that, Tom.
I know you're saying you didn't say
Tom,
that.
how
I'm
far
saying
in-
the perception that a lot of people had watching this is that is what the complaint was, that a lot of people were sounding like they were just saying there weren't black people who were part of the tour. When you say they're part of the tour, you're saying we're talking about content creators. But when I'm hearing people say part of the tour, I'm hearing like part of the entire thing, part of the organization, part of the
Tom,
content creators.
Respectfully, right now, I don't really care about how other people, I guess, read my live. I'm asking you, because you said you watched the live, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you hear any of us, before even Z came up, where did you hear any of us say, hey, there's not enough black people working on this tour? Where did you hear us say that?
That again,
Anywhere. You can give me a time
I can
point,
pull it
you
up
can
real quick and
give us
see
a
it
point
because
right here. You
and
can
scroll
tell us
through
who
it real
said
quick.
it. I would like to clarify, because that was never said.
Yeah, I'll pull it up real quick because it's possible that I'm just totally misremembering all of this. Oh, it's already up. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll wait, because I'm actually genuinely curious who said that.
Okay.
Back in the box. You can come back in the box. I just come on now. I need y'all to bring it in. I an open panel, of course, but please.
So I don't know if she's coming back.
No, I'll invite her back up here. She can come back. I'm just come on. That will actively follow them, donate to them, this, that, and the other. So it makes sense for them to be like the quote unquote voice of this movement or of this. Like, let me know if this is too. Can y'all see this? Audience. I can just make these a little bit smaller. Discussion about this UnF America tour thinking with Dean Parker, and I think other people are going to go. Now, I did try to go on their website. Right here on their website, because this is from the actual UnF America but I have seen there is a few black readers that have reposted this, so I do wonder. Like, I know Santana should be going as well. Santana's has become fairly popular on this app, also debating politics and Trump and everything. But I don't know if he's actually going to be doing any debates or anything. Can you pause this real quick, Tease?
Oh yes.
Tom, please tell me we're not about to play this whole fucking thing. Do you
No,
not
no.
have a specific time frame?
No,
I
beg. No, is around the beginning
of my
that
life.
no, it was around the beginning that I thought that was like the point of contention, is that it didn't seem like there were a bunch of black people who were involved, and so it was around the time that you were talking at the beginning,
Okay,
and
now
then
we're
when
switching.
the first person jumped on, and then yes, around the beginning seemed to be the initial contention from my understanding.
Okay, Tom, I don't think you realize that now you're switching your words. Originally, you said that V specifically stated that there's issues that we were complaining about black people working on the tour. And now you're you just said it 15 seconds ago, that supposedly the issue is that we were saying that there's not enough of black people on the tour. That's two different things. Tom. I don't think you realize that you just did it.
Not
different things, dude.
Yeah, no, so
Two
not
different things.
not enough. I didn't say not enough. I was saying that the complaint was that there weren't black people on the tour, and that's what I was taking it as, is that there weren't black people
No,
part of the
You
tour.
originally said that Z told you, I guess, I'm not sure the private conversation or just in general, that she told you that the contention was that there was not enough black people working with the tour or working on the tour, right? In regards to organizing, correct? That was what she told you, correct?
That
I just want to make sure, because I don't want to, like, I'm pretty sure that's what you've been saying
that
this
the
entire
reason
time, which
that
is why
she
you
said
pulled
it
this up.
was because she felt like they were saying that there weren't black people who were part of the tour, and so that's why she mentioned that there were black people working on it.
Now that we're switching up the term again, and I'm not saying that you're doing this on purpose, but you're backtracking really badly right now.
Okay.
So originally you said that Z, and let me just explain. Originally you said that Z said that the issue was that she didn't like the fact that we were saying that, this is disorganized, and that black people or people of color are working on the tour. There's not enough people of color working on the tour. Okay, that's what you originally said. And then you said there's not enough black people on the tour, which was the conversation. We already admitted that was the conversation. Okay.
Correct. I said a while
And now
ago.
you're saying,
I said a
and
while
then
ago.
you said,
Wait. I can clarify. I said a while ago that
okay.
you guys saying there weren't black people part of the tour. That to me, that was the same thing as working on the tour or content creators on the tour. To me, watching this, those two were the same exact thing. And so when she came on and said this, that made perfect sense to me, because that's the way I was taking it. That's the way that other people who I watched review this took it. And it seemed, and then when I asked her about it, it sounded like that's the way she took it as well. And so it was, yes, it seemed synonymous.
Okay. You hear me literally say, I know I told you to pause. You could probably rewind it 10 seconds. I quite literally say, I know Santana is going on the tour.
Yes, you did.
I quite literally mentioned the fact that black people are going to be on the tour. This is,
You
so
did.
sorry, Tom, but this is kind of crazy to me. This is crazy to me, because I understand that you're trying to say what other people are saying, but you also just said that you agreed with what she was saying.
Yes, that this is
If
my
you're
perception
agreeing
as
with what
well.
she was saying-
And I had never
Yeah,
heard
if
of
you're agreeing
Santana
with
at the
what she's
time,
saying,
so
then you have
it
to-
made sense when I watched it this time. But yes, before this, I never heard of Santana, and so watching this before,
So
I had no idea.
So you're admitting that you were wrong in this regards, or that you disagree with her, that you understand where I'm coming from. You're admitting this now, correct?
I'm saying, hold on, you are not the only person who's on there talking, and that this didn't, again, I'm talking about the first, I think I said the first like hour and a half conversation before she came on, that seemed to be the larger part of the conversation. But then when you started saying separating working behind the scenes and being a content creator on the tour, that to me, watching this
would
for the
still
first time,
imply-
those were not two different things watching it.
Wait, hold on, but I don't think you're understanding. This was still implied. Let's say even she said this working with the tour, like on a tour. Like, let's say we're talking about the content creators. This would still imply that she's lying, because one of the very first things I said, and you quite literally played it, I mentioned Santana.
Yeah.
I quite literally mentioned the fact that there's representation here. Right? I quite literally say
Correct.
that.
I did not tag this like question to you. I did not say
my
you are the person who's doing this, but I'm saying that this seemed to be the general sentiment from the panel, for the general complaint from the panel before she came on. This is what I've said over and over. I don't know who exactly said it, because for watching this the first time, it's just a bunch of new faces to me that I've never seen before, a bunch of new
But you
voices
said
that I've
that
never
you
heard before.
agreed with them, to be fair, Tom. Like, I
That
understand
was
you
my
saying that she
perception,
said-
yes. That watching this the first time, that was
Okay,
my
so I'm-
perception, and that watching everybody else who reviewed
asking-
it, that was their perception as well. Yes.
So you're saying that somebody else, I guess within the first 30 minutes, which I really don't think that I will stay that long. It's almost 5 o'clock here, so I know I have to go to sleep soon. You're saying somebody else on the panel mentions the fact that there's not a lot, just to clarify, I want to make this very clear, very specific. Somebody else complained about not enough people working on the tour, and you saw that as content creators, right?
No, again, they don't have to say working on the tour. That somebody just saying there's not enough people of color on the tour, to me, is them working on the tour. That is the same thing. Watching this, that like the saying there's not enough people of
How
color
would
on the
that be
tour.
the same thing, though? To be fair, like I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I very much have autism, so I'm very particular with words sometimes. Working on the tour and working with the tour are two completely different things, to be fair, Tom.
Sure, and that's why
And
I
I think
said that I
anybody
could have
think
been.
anybody can think those are quietly two different things.
That's why I've been very clear to say that like the perception watching this is that that you guys may have meant them as separate things, but I the only thing that I know is that I am not alone in this perception because everybody else that I watched this had the same perception. And then when I asked her about why she said that, that was her perception and that was my perception. Until you mentioned it here, those did not
So-
seem to be different things.
You read it the same way that Z said that Z read it. You're saying that when you heard that Z's contention was people of color working on the tour means working with the tour. You think those two things are synonymous? They're the
Yes,
same thing.
people of color on the tour seem to include, yes, people working on the tour. Yes.
With the tour and on the tour, I think are okay. I don't think, actually no, because let's be honest, these are two different sentences, right? those are the same. And I guess that's just our misunderstanding there, because obviously you're gonna like probably hyper focus on that. But no, those are completely two different things. Those are
I understand the
completely
distinction that you're making, for sure. Again, I'm not disagreeing on whether or not they are separate things. I'm saying that until you made that distinction, I didn't even think of that distinction watching this before.
Do you know exactly when this was said,
I
like on my live?
No,
Outside
I
of the
don't.
fact
Because
that
again,
obviously we
from
were-
my perception, it was just the general sentiment for watching the entire first like hour and a half to 2 hours of the panel. So yeah, I don't know exactly.
Okay, I don't want us to hyper focus on that then, because honestly, I'm not sure when it's mentioned. You said at the beginning, but the beginning could be the first hour, and I'm not staying here that long for that. So once again, you I guess don't understand the aspect of tokenization when she mentions people of color. Your excuse is that you agreed with her when it came down to saying working on the tour. Working on the tour means working with the tour. Therefore, the other people and people of color that were content creators that or just simply with the tour, you consider that the same as on the tour. Sure. Crazy still, but okay.
No,
that's
again, I'm
fine.
not disagreeing with you that those are separate things. Again, I'm saying that you're right that like that makes sense in
Now-
the distinction. Yes, now that makes sense to me. But at the time watching it, yes, that did not occur to me that those
But
you
are
guys
you
were talking
able
about two
to
separate
admit-
things.
So I want to clarify. So like I said, I don't want us to like be weird and backtrack and everything. I hate to say this, but I do hope somebody's recording this apart as well, because I really don't want us to
It's
have
all
like,
on
this
my
weird back and
YouTube
forth.
channel as well, so it's all there.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So you are at least admitting that you understand the complete difference there, and you
Yes.
understand where I'm coming from in regards to
Yes.
this as well.
Yes.
Okay, and do you still, I guess, quote unquote, understand where Z is coming from?
Yes.
After
That like
this has
your
been explained.
intentions for what you guys were saying may have been different than the way that it was taken, but that yes, that was not what you guys were trying to say. Yes.
Okay, interesting. Alrighty. Yeah, so that's a huge part of tokenization, right? I would still say so. I know that you're still disagreeing, but realistically it is, especially considering the fact that you just agreed with me that those are two different things. We were having two different conversations. So yeah, I think that I would be well within my right to say this is tokenizing, even based off the fact that you just agreed with me, correct?
Again, whether or not it's like
Why are you fighting
because
so
I
bad
feel like
against
this is
this,
getting
Tom?
confused,
Please.
and I don't know why. My argument is not that you did say this thing at any point. I've
I'm
been
not saying
very
that I did
clear.
at this point, just to clarify.
Yes, I'm being very clear to
I'm-
say that this is the perception of what is being said, and so from my perspective, because if she had the same perception, well, that makes sense to me because that was my perception, and so if she
That's
had
fine. I'm
that
asking you.
that I would say that wouldn't be tokenization
Yeah,
then
I
because
wanna-
she's just responding to a point that's being made.
Yeah, that's fine. And just I'm not saying that I am saying any of this, right? Like in regards to the way that I was speaking on that live. 'Cause I know you keep on trying to give me credit for, I guess, being a decent host. That's fine and all. But what I am saying is that if we are agreeing with the way that this could have been interpreted, in regards to saying that on the tour and with the tour, I guess, are synonymous to, I guess, you and her, right? And if you agree that there's obviously a separation on my end, right? You would have to agree, or at least admit, or at least give me the credit for saying that this is tokenization. You would have to. You would have to say, okay, well then I can understand why you would say it's tokenizing.
Yes, I'm saying
If
I
you
understand
agree
why.
with me.
Yes, you're saying from your perspective. Yes, I understand why you would view it that way. Yes, for sure.
Okay, that's all I needed in regards to that. And honestly, I don't want us to. I am so tired. I'm gonna.
Sorry, I
I
thought you were
really think.
asking me for like an objective statement, but yes, from your perspective, yes, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, of course, not even just from my perspective. If you agree with me in regards to like the language that we're using, you have to be honest and say, okay, well then yeah, what Z did is tokenizing. I don't know why you're struggling so hard about that when we just agreed with something for the last 5 minutes to be to Tom. I feel like you're just being stubborn. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like you're being stubborn with me, and it's fine. It's whatever. We don't know each other. You're standing up for that white woman. It's great.
Again, I don't know Z. I have no reason to like stand up for her. Like I was happy to like call the other guy with his like gorilla thing
dude.
racist earlier. I don't know any of these people. I have no attachment to any of them. I don't know where the disconnect is here, because from watching my chat, they all seem to think that there's like they don't understand why you're not understanding. I'm looking at the TikTok chat. They don't understand why I'm not understanding. I don't know what the
I don't
disconnect
understand why
here
you're not
is, but
understanding either.
I'm saying that yes, if
There's
I
no
had that
disconnect.
perception, it
That's
makes
the
sense that
issue,
she
Tom.
would have that perception,
That
and
is
so that's that.
no.
I don't
That's
know
the
where it is
Tom.
from
That's
there.
the Tom. That's the issue. There's no disconnect right now. We just clarified what we meant. You agreed with what we meant, right? Once again, I still don't understand the difference how you're using synonymous in regards to on the tour and with the tour. We just agreed with that. So if we just agree with that, and the example that Z used was POC, then you would have to at least concede and say, okay, yeah, Z was tokenizing in this moment. If you don't agree with anything else, you would have to at least agree with that, Tom. I don't understand why you're pushing back so hard about
Okay,
this right now.
maybe I'm lost on what you're saying. I'm saying that if she did, I just lose audio or did you mute? Because it doesn't say you're muted. Okay.
I
good.
muted.
Okay. I'm saying that if she has the perception that those are synonymous and that you guys are talking about whether or not black people are on the tour or working on the tour, but you're saying black people on the tour or people of color on the tour, and she's taking it the same way I do, that if she's just combating that to say that there are black people working on the tour, then that would not be tokenization. But you're saying, well, that isn't what we were talking about. So therefore, it is tokenization. But I'm saying not if that's her perception, then that wouldn't be her tokenizing them. But it makes sense why you would feel that way or think it is.
I'm gonna say this, try to explain this, and just please just listen. Hopefully it's not gonna be long-winded, but I do need to go ahead and leave after this.
Okay.
So just please listen. We actively don't talk about organizing in the background. We all watch the live. We never mention anybody organizing in the background. We do talk about representation in regards to BIPOC people that are going to be content creating, debating with Charlie Kirk, and talking to students. We also mention the aspect of whether there is enough representation in regards to leadership, in regards to talkers and speakers. We never mention people organizing in the background. When we talk about organizing, the only time that we are talking about reference that is in regards to every content creator that are going to be speaking, just to clarify, that are not just going to be working in the background, right? We only mention disorganization in regards to different answers from everybody that we spoke with. We never mentioned, and I really hope that I'm not repeating this. I want to make this very clear, right? We never talk about anybody in the background. So when it comes down to her coming up and her saying, hey, you guys are harmful
or I think it's dangerous. I don't know which word she used, so I'm trying to be careful here.
I think she
It's
said
harmful for you guys. Yeah, it's harmful for you guys to say that this is disorganized because there's people of color, POC people working in the background that it's going to suddenly that is going to be thrown out, right? In regards to it being tokenizing. Because once again, that was never the issue in the first place. Never the issue in the first place. We never talk about anything going on in the background. We never talk about, mention the multiple people that are supposedly worked on this tour. We never mentioned them, not one darn time until she came up. Not one damn time, okay? We only mentioned disorganized 20, 30 minutes beforehand in regards to the multiple creators we spoke with. Do you understand why we say that that's a token that she tokenized now? I
Again-
hope that I explained it as
Again, I get it
as much
from
as I
your
can.
perspective. Are you able to tell me what you think I'm saying real quick, just so I can?
Yeah, it seems like what you're doing right now is agreeing with Z when she says that our disagreement here is that people working on the tour in the background, that there's not enough representation, people of color working on the tour or working to organize the tour. That was her issue, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that it seemed like it was both.
Okay.
That you guys were talking about both. Yeah.
Okay, how about this? Go to 4 hours. You're on my video right now. It's actually perfect. I don't mind staying up a little bit longer for this. Go to 4 hours and 20 minutes or like 21 minutes. She starts speaking, and it's like literally the first thing that she says.
Question to ask.
Yeah, and that's you know what? Perfect. Z. She's actually going to be running the campaign, so I would love to hear from her. Or is she her, right? Z.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, but before you go, let me make this very clear. Despite if we disagree with them, we disagree with them. Let her get her point across. And then Z, you have to allow for us to respond, whether it's like negative or not. With that being said, why create this? What was the point?
Yeah, really quickly, can we not bring up my trauma? Can we not do that?
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah, let's not. Yeah.
Irrelevant to the conversation.
I did. That's okay.
I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying.
In general.
Let's not do it.
Yeah. I know. It's just as soon as I came up on the panel, you already were going crazy at me. But okay.
But I don't. She wasn't saying anything. She was muted.
So I'm just gonna.
Crazy. Let's not do that.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I don't like that. See, let me make this very clear. No, Julianne came up after I already let you up. To be fair. Second of all, the reason why you were getting
was Shane.
Second of all, the reason why you got any energy from any of us, particularly me, because I was one of the first to mute you, was because you completely cut off what I was trying to say to be antagonistic, specifically towards like what we were trying to talk about in here.
Well, I do think that this live is antagonistic. But anyway, I'm just gonna say my piece. So, but
okay, wait, hold on. So you don't want to have a conversation about this at all? See, I actually, we're all here because literally the question is, I'm not sure how long have you been in here, by the way?
So I've been in here for about 10 minutes. When you were guys in Hano, I came in. So I
Is this the person that is behind the tour?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I said that. Perfect that she's up here. Can we get an answer to Ellie's question first? Can we get it before she starts?
Were you talking just now?
No, but I would like actually to address that really quickly. I'm
Yeah,
actually glad you paused there. Yeah,
Okay.
so her saying that we as the panel was being antagonistic, do you not think that that was also a crazy thing to state? Especially when considering that she was actually trying to direct that towards Tashika only, which is still crazy. Because once again, she didn't know what the hell she was talking about. Would you say that that is not microaggressive?
Again, I from my perspective, they were antagonistic
quite
from
said
watching
this
the first
live.
hour and a half.
This
It
live
seemed
is
very
antagonistic.
Yes, from my perspective, again, watching it, it seemed very antagonistic towards the organizers of Unfuck America, especially.
So, do you guys believe that critiquing is antagonizing?
No, but I think that, so when we're talking about like criticisms of like, hey, this is something that I think that they did incorrectly or something like that, that's one thing. But characterizing something is totally separate, right? So if I say to you, I think that you're wrong on this, and this, that's me like giving the criticisms of that. But if I characterize you instead and say, you're dumb, you don't understand anything, that's like a characterization. There was a lot of characterizations about they don't know what they're doing, or they are unorganized, or they're that this has to be like somebody who's never done this before. There was like things like that were characterizations of her that, yeah, I don't think that's the same as giving a criticism.
This is interesting to me because most people would say that the way that we've spoken on this slide, except for probably like one or two people, wasn't antagonizing at all. And we're actually very good in positive critiques. So I'm not sure where you're getting that we were antagonistic.
Well, one of the people who can you tell me what this person's name is? I don't know a lot of their names, so it is hard for me to like separate one person from the other, and it was hard for me to know who was speaking at different times. This is Ice.
Their name is Ice, yes.
Okay, I think one of the first things they said when they came up was, I'm not a liberal or I'm not a Democrat. I'm actually politically educated or something like that, right? That obviously.
Ice said that?
Yeah, I think that was I think it was this person. I believe that.
No, she's very much. Oh wait, no, hold on. I know she did not say that. Homegirl's very leftist, very socialist. She did not say that. I think you're
Correct.
referring to maybe.
No, no, that is exactly what that's what leftists say. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I'm actually politically educated.
That's not what she said, though. That's not what she said.
I'm saying that is exactly what a leftist would say. So you saying she's a leftist? Yeah, she was the first person to come on. Yeah, it was. I'm almost positive it was her. We can go back to that after we play through some of this. But yes, I would say that this was antagonistic.
So just to clarify, her supposed statement was, "I'm not a liberal. I'm not a Democrat. I'm politically educated."
Yeah, something like yep.
That's not antagonistic, to be fair. I think that would be actually something you would agree with, to be fair. If you're not a liberal or a Democrat, you would say you would call yourself to be politically educated, though, right? That's actually a great statement. That's like a positive statement. I'm not understanding how that's. Hold on, how is that antagonistic?
I'm sorry.
Let's start there, I guess.
Can you make the statement again? What you think she said?
Yeah, I'm not a liberal. I'm not a Democrat. This is what you told me, right? I'm not a liberal. I'm not a Democrat. I'm politically educated.
Yeah, so
that doesn't sound like antagonistic comment at all.
She is saying these are diametrically opposed things that if I was a liberal or I was a Democrat, I wouldn't be politically educated. I can't be those things because I am politically educated.
Might have to. Interesting. We might have to go back and listen to what was actually said because I'm pretty sure that's not necessarily what she said.
Okay, but I'm saying you understand how that statement is antagonistic, like that. That's.
I won't. I unfortunately cannot say whether it's antagonistic or not because we have not listened to it.
So I'm saying just based on the characterization that I'm giving, if what I said was true, that you would believe, you would understand how a liberal or a Democrat would think that's antagonistic to say we're all not politically educated, right?
I mean, I guess so. If you're coming from like somebody that's obviously not a liberal or Democrat, but she believes that there's a better movement out there outside of liberals and Democrats, which I can actually fundamentally.
Liberals and Democrats are like, I am a liberal, I'm a Democrat. Like if I say, oh yeah, I'm not a leftist, I'm obviously not a leftist, I'm actually politically educated. Like that would say that yes, I couldn't be a leftist because those people aren't politically educated. I'm a liberal because I am politically educated, right? It's saying that like those people cannot be.
Let's go back really quickly, right? Because I don't want to still hyper focus on this. Are you trying to use this, or I guess her statement, as an example of being antagonistic on my life?
Yes, I'm saying that's like when I'm seeing that as like one of the first things being said as somebody pops up, that yes, that is setting the tone for the panel as I'm listening to the rest of the things that are being said, that it's starting with, I'm not a liberal, I'm actually politically educated, that I'm thinking, okay, this is kind of the perspective that they're coming from in a space like this.
So her saying that, hey, I'm not a liberal or a Democrat because I do believe that people that are technically this need to do better at being educated on politics and policies, because that's what it pretty much gives to me. I don't think that's necessarily antagonistic, but that's just, once again, what are we talking about? Misunderstandings and the way that we're wording words. Well, either way, go ahead and play. You can finish playing the clip if you like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just so there's no confusion, like I said, y'all, I told y'all, come on out, we've got to let them speak.
No, hold on, Allie, because your question wasn't answered.
I'm going back to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go back. I'm going to ask it again really quickly. So Z, yeah, I'm just curious, why the tour and why the setup, and exactly was the point just to, tell Charlie Kirk F you, or can you dive a little bit? No, I'm
Yeah.
adding more to it. But yeah, that was.
But I'm talking about, is she here to have a conversation or she's just gonna spew and then?
Oh, the second question. That is a good point. Z, I know you said that you wanted to leave soon. Are you here to actually have a conversation and explain or expand a little bit more on this?
We can have a short conversation. I just can't stay up here long because I have to get on a meeting. But
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I appreciate, pushback in any respect. Obviously I'm an organizer. I'm used to that.
A lie.
But the point I wanted to bring up to start with is that I think that having conversations where we say things like, this is so unorganized, which came out of multiple people's mouths, things like that are directly harming the people of color that are behind this tour, that are working tirelessly to make this happen. And I'm just telling you guys that because I know that you don't know, okay? But the majority of the people behind this tour that are staying up late, working on this, because this is not easy. You think that getting 50 plus people to another state to do this is easy? Because it's not, right? And so
Tom, do me a favor and go back to right when she starts talking about disorganized one more time. I want to make sure I'm understanding her words.
Directly harming the people of color. I think that having conversations where we say things like, this is so unorganized, which came out of multiple people's mouths, things like that are directly harming the people of color that are behind this tour, that are working tirelessly to make this happen. And I'm just telling you guys that because I know that you don't know, okay? But the majority of the people behind this tour that are staying up late, working on this, because this is not easy. You think that getting 50 plus people to another state to do this is easy? Because it's not, right? And so we have young people that are putting everything into this, that are scared of this administration, and then people are saying that they're unorganized.
There's
and
no fucking way. Okay, so, right? So what she's talking about right here has nothing to do with the content creators, correct?
Correct.
Nothing to do. Okay, gotcha. So we agree that the only thing she's referring to are the people that are organizing in the background to make this tour happen, supposedly. Correct? Okay, so if we agree with that, and we also agree that we never brought up people working on the tour in the background, then why would this not be tokenizing the people of color working on the tour in the background, which we played twice, by the way. So you can't, we have to, I just want to make sure we played that twice. Do you agree and understand why we're calling this a tokenize now? At least listening back to that, like both of us in this room right fucking now, can you at least say, okay, yeah, that was tokenizing.
What do you think changed by playing that? What do you think changed when I played the clip? Like, what to you was different from what we were saying before?
I wanted to make sure that you understood exactly what I was referring to, right? So you kept on, what you kept on referring to is the content creators and everything, and then you were referring to the people, the organization, and then the content creators, then the organization. You kept on mixing up your words, which is why we had that little back and forth with the on and with and what that means, yada yada yada. That is what you were doing, to be fair, Tom. That's exactly why I said just pull up the clip and play it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm actually gonna get to be understood here. I'm saying that what you guys are saying is referring to content creators. I think makes sense that people would have taken that to be talking about the organizers as well. And so I wasn't switching back and forth. I mean, we've already been over like 10 times at this point, but I don't, playing this is what I said it was, and it seems to be the same thing.
You would have to admit that wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. Content creators, we're talking about people like Santana, Simply Black Theory, Chris G, Hannah, people that were actually that were actually going to be speakers. Why would people then why would she jump to the conclusion that we're talking about the organization on its own? Why would that even be the assumption when that was never the case? Never said to begin with, Tom. How would that make any sense even for her?
Yeah, we're just going to keep going through the same circles. It's, again, that is the way that I took it, listening to it. That's the way that a lot of people took it. You're saying that's not what we meant. That's fine. That wasn't your intention, but that is the way that a lot of people took it. Okay, I still, playing this did not change my mind on that. This was exactly what I thought she said. This is what I was thinking of. This isn't different to me in any way.
Okay, well, you know what? I do believe, and I do agree with you,
Yes, just real quick. As people in chat keep saying, just say that you're wrong. This is why I've said it over and over. Yes, if that's not what they meant, then obviously I took it incorrectly. But that we are talking about the perception of Z and her intent when she says this. And so even if I'm wrong on what I think they're saying there, that doesn't change whether or not it makes sense to believe that. And so for people in chat who keep saying like, well, just admit you're wrong. It has nothing to do with whether I'm right or wrong. To me, it just has to do with whether or not that is a perception that is reasonable to believe that is what Z believes at the time. And that's what Ali is arguing as well, is that we're just talking about whether or not Z has this perception when she comes on.
Well, that's the issue, right, Tom?
Mhm.
I think I told you this 3 times. And at this point, we are talking past each other, but I will say this. Z already knew what the hell we were talking about because she was in that live for at least 30 to 45 minutes before she decided to actually request in the box. She knew what we were referring to when we said disorganized. And as a matter of fact, Tom, on your own time, of course, because I'm actually about to dip after this. I'm so sorry. I'm tired.
No, you're fine.
On your own time, just scroll back like maybe 20, 30 minutes and just kind of listen to like the conversations we have and why we bring up disorganized and what we mean by that.
Yeah.
Just so you can understand where we're coming from.
Before you go, let me play the thing that the first person said.
Yeah, please. Go ahead. People feel some type of way because I can't
But I guess I'll just say it here.
Just fine, but
Oh, I had just sent a message in the thing, but I guess I'll just say it here. I watched a couple videos so I can be informed. But I don't know. Like, I've never thought their content was for someone like me. 1, I'm black. 2, I'm a woman. 3, I'm politically informed and inclined. But like, to me, their content has always been like for like young liberals or like mid-tier conservative boys who love this kind of.
That is what I was talking about.
that is your dude. Okay, go back a little bit, please. Go back a little bit, please. 10 seconds, please. If you could.
Politically informed and inclined. But like, to me, their content has always been like for like young liberals or like mid-tier conservative boys who love this.
Yeah, how is this antagonistic, please, Tom?
Their content is not for me. I'm politically informed. This type of content is for liberals. She is saying, I'm not a liberal. I'm actually politically informed.
That's not her being antagonistic. That's her understanding the audience of that person, of this tour itself. That's not her
and
being
saying that they're
antagonistic
not
at
politically
all.
informed.
That's
So when I talk about MAGA, I will say I'm not MAGA. They're politically uninformed. And so I could never be MAGA because they're so politically
No,
uninformed.
she didn't say that either. She never said. Wait. You're now what you're doing now is just assuming assuming
Yes, I'm
what she
saying
means
that's
when
the
she says
insinuation. Yes, that is what I'm saying.
No.
Correct.
That is not what she's doing, though. And I guess that's the issue of like your own perception as well. She's stating like, hey, I don't have like a particular way of thinking about this because I'm politically informed in regarding to her own topics. And that's why she says, hey, it might be different for them because they're liberals and because they have different content. This is not
And
something I
politically
necessarily engage in. Did she say politically uninformed?
She says
Or just
that
politically, did she say politically uninformed or just politically informed for herself?
Yes, that
you can play it back
she
again,
doesn't
though.
watch it because she's politically informed. That is what she said. She doesn't watch it because
She's just talking
she is
about
politically
herself,
informed.
though.
So you're saying
She's
that
talking
that's
about
the
herself.
insinuation is not that politically uninformed people watch that. That's not. You're saying
No,
that
she's
isn't.
quietly
Okay.
telling. She's telling me, the audience, everybody else, that she is just simply informed that she's black and that she's queer. Like that's all she's just really just talking about herself in that moment. I don't
Okay.
understand how that would be antagonizing anything.
Okay.
But either
Yeah.
way, it is what it is. I know it's probably late for you as well. I guess thank you for letting me up. But I still think you're being stubborn on the whole tokenizing thing. I don't know why you're struggling so hard to admit that point at least, and we just listened back to it, but whatever. I don't know why. What I
think
was
we
expecting,
share that
honestly.
sentiment, but I do appreciate you coming on and talking to me and actually actually trying to have the conversation because yes, this has been very helpful for me at least. Oh, she gone. Okay. Shit. Okay. Yeah, my head's killing me. What's I did say I was gonna bring on Olive. She's been waiting forever, so I will pull Olive on real quick. Hello, Olive. Hello. Dang, she might have fallen asleep waiting. She's been waiting a long time. Olive, are you there? I can hear movement in the background, but I don't want. I'm gonna mute her real quick because yeah, I don't want. If she actually did fall asleep, I don't want anything accidentally being on stream. But I'll give her a minute just to make sure that or they to make that they have time to respond, just in case there's like just in case they're having like audio issues or something like that. Yeah, I think they might have fallen asleep. Crap. I feel bad. They were waiting for a really long time. Yeah, I'll give them a minute just in case they were just away from the computer for a minute or something like that. I know, guys on YouTube, I know you guys couldn't see the chat on TikTok, but the whole time they were like, the chat on TikTok just kept saying like, just say that you were wrong. Just say that you were wrong about whether or not they said people behind the scenes. They just kept saying this over and over. That had no bearing on what we were saying. I can say, yeah, sure, I was wrong. It didn't, like, yeah, it changes literally nothing as to what the conversation was about. It was about like what Z was talking about, what her frame of mind was going into that panel. That's all we were talking about, is based on what was said earlier. Was it conceivable to believe that she thought that they were talking about people on the tour, and that is why she said this? And so yeah, it had nothing to do with like whether or not they actually said those things, because I said a long time earlier, okay, so you guys didn't mean for that to be the implication. That makes sense. But that's still how a lot of people took it one way or the other. So yeah, it's just about how people could reasonably perceive what it was that she was saying. That's it. You're just excusing tokenizing and microaggressions. Well, sure. Again, if you guys believe that to be the case, of course, that's the way you're going to see it. But I'm not sitting here thinking, you know what? This is tokenizing and microaggressions. But Z is just couldn't possibly admit that Z would do that. I couldn't. There's people in the chat keep saying like, admit how long have you known her? I've spoken to her once, and it was just a couple days ago. Like, and then before today, this is the only other time that I've spoken to her, and it was just because of my video that I was working on that I wanted to ask her some of the questions to make the video. But Olive, I don't know if you're there. If you want to unmute, if you're at the computer. Okay. Yeah, I'll yeah, I feel bad if Olive ends up coming back later. I'll try to pull them up, but yeah, I don't think I don't think I want to get into this that much more. Mantis.
Finally.
Sorry.
How could you subject us in YouTube chat to this absolute dog shit nonsense? This is nonsense.
Chill. I get it. I got it. I know.
I will. Look, you're not going to get banned for that word. Listen, you had racist stuff on your panel earlier, so like
I'm not worried about getting banned. I'm asking you to be nice. I don't care about being banned. I'm telling you to just.
No, I don't. I'll be nice enough. I don't really like being nice to people who are just plain racist. So I'm not going to be nice to some people. But yeah, I mean, like Tashika's clearly racist. So I love that every one of these people in the chat are supporting a racist and justifying racism. So I don't know. Do you want me to be nice to racists? Is that what you're saying?
No, but I don't. Yeah, I think everybody got the picture on Tashika. I don't think there's much more you can say to that.
I'm mostly. I'm just like.
Pretty cool.
I'm representing YouTube chat. And I just want everyone in TikTok chat to know that we've been laughing our asses off at you, as you literally this entire conversation is going to be clipped up, and it's a really perfect representation of how come we need to get rid of you. Like, we need to separate from you. This is perfect. Like, microaggressions that are like non-existent, or if they're anything, it's just like completely pathetic. Like crying, being racist and justifying it because of like history from like thousands of years ago, eating people or whatever the hell she said. Like the talking over the host constantly and then like crying when he just tries to like ask questions. Yeah, you guys are, this is just perfection. Like watching this, and I want you to know that everyone who's not in your little echo chamber, we all hate you. Like, this is why. And this is just great. So we're going to keep microaggressing, or whatever the hell you guys call it when you're just slightly offended and your feelings get hurt. I guess we're just going to keep microaggressing on you, and we're going to watch you call it microaggression, and we're going to laugh, and we're going to kick you out of the movements moving forward. And you're not going to be a part of this, and it's going to be funny. Because you guys are like part of the reason why MAGA exists, unfortunately. And until you take accountability for that, and you take some serious accountability for that, I don't see anyone taking accountability for that. And quite frankly, it's disgusting that you're not taking accountability for that. And you're just going to let your friends be racist and justify it, then yeah, we're just going to keep laughing at you.
Yeah, but is it like the point is that this is like the thing that we are. I think liberals overall, Democrats overall, it's a thing that we're trying to separate ourselves from. This is the ideology. This is the rhetoric. This is the thought process. These are the things that, yes, we very much want to separate ourselves from. I understand that you guys have like a different way of thinking about these things. That's fine. You can believe those things. It's just, we wanted to be clear. Yes, we are not the same group of people, and we couldn't be because we're politically informed. But there's no way you can find that offensive. So
True. Yeah, no, we're just politically informed. We're not leftists, so it's no big deal. It's not antagonistic at all.
Yeah. But all right. Yeah, I'm gonna probably move on to some other stuff. Unless Olive comes back, I'll pull.
Yeah, please do some politics. Jesus.
I got you.
This has been torture. Absolute torture, and this is why no one likes TikTok. All right, adios.
All right, later. Yeah, actually, let me play
kind
through
of debate content.
Let me play through a little bit of this just to make sure I'm not crazy here.
Mm-hmm. And I think I'd rather them do this than do nothing.
I personally think so as well, but people like the reason why I have her up here is because she's one of the other content creators that pretty much argues the same thing that like politics that Dina Parker argue in a way, right? Sure. She made a post. If people don't know, like me and I do, but if people don't know, she made a video. This was like a few days ago about how she's not really like she doesn't really care about about what's going on here. Like she doesn't care because she feels like white cis hetero people. Overtaking this tour, and we should put more marginalized people
Cleo,
of color.
She don't want you coming up here and saying slurs.
Listen to that, Cleo. We gotta take a break. We on break right now, okay? But as we get more ops, I'll let y'all in here. giving
Yeah,
him
like-
that energy.
Yeah, like when Kobe comes up and stuff like that, or even when this one girl, I think her name's Anne, that comes up there sometimes for Dean. Parker usually.
Yeah, also, while you guys are here, make sure everybody on YouTube double tap the screen. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. TikTok, y'all tap the screen over there as well. As I said, I am going to be coming out with a video in a couple of weeks on the Unfuck America tour fallout and everything that happened. Gonna try to, get as many perspectives as possible and make sure that we have like Did my mic go out again? My mic's not, instead of going fuzzy today, it's just muting. It's just going out. So I don't know what the deal is, but yeah, thank you. But yeah, the video is going to be coming out, so make sure you guys follow me on YouTube because that's or subscribe on YouTube because that's where the video is going to come out on. But yeah, there is a lot more to it that is making this a bit more interesting. A lot of people have reached out, and there's just a lot more to the story that I didn't even know about until I started like reaching out and talking to people, and I'm glad that I did reach out to a bunch of people because yeah, there is a lot more to the story that's just not that I haven't seen people actually talk about. So yeah, make sure you follow me on YouTube. There's a link in my profile for my YouTube channel. But that it'll probably be a couple more weeks before we get the full thing out.
Usually has Kobe come in there sometimes, and sometimes he even has Jaden. But like, I feel like it's just like when they talk to females, sometimes I just feel like it's more like mean and direct because like I understand we have feelings, but like it's just I feel like maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's just like I feel like a female should talk to another female about when it comes to abortions than them talking about it.
Basically, I think it is important for men to be a part of these conversations, sometimes maybe even lead them, because
Grown men will go onto college campuses and then like own the libs, and it's a bunch of 18-year-olds and they're like well in their 40s, and how they do it is just by speaking fast to a bunch of children that are unprepared.
I just want to let y'all know. I want to let y'all know. No misinformation, unfortunately. Charlie Kirk's 31.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so you like that he's educated on numerous topics? Could you tell us the one topic that he talks about that you like the most?
Exactly. How do you know he's educated if you can't say it?
Can I answer or
Yeah,
no?
Answer, bitch.
Same question. What the fuck are you talking about? Answer
Okay,
the
if you
question.
could shut your fucking mouth for like 5
bitch, you
seconds.
shut the fuck up.
Damn. Who is this that they're talking to here? What the fuck?
Alrighty.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on, y'all.
Order in the court. Order.
We can't hear it. Y'all can't hear me? That's rough.
Listen, this is the reason why I be dropping you, motherfucker. Y'all are too much.
So
They don't know how to shut up.
Now I'm about to drop you too, girly pop. You're gonna get back in the box. You can come back in the box. I just like, come on now. I need y'all to bring it in. An open panel, of course, but please.
So I don't know if she's coming back.
No, I'll invite her back up here if she can come back. I'm just like, come
Yeah, who was that? Who was that they were talking to?
on, please. I'm begging. Get that figured out. Maybe not.
I don't know if she's still in here.
I think she is. I see her in the viewers, at least on my end.
I'm sorry. I'm calm now. The will of God changed me.
Okay, so I don't know what
example of something that you've heard him talk
Okay,
about.
that's the answer. Take it how you want it.
Oh my God. Thank you, Nick.
So it's just that you just like that he talks?
Yeah, she likes to yap.
Muting me when I'm trying to answer.
I'm not muting
Why
I'm
are
not
you doing
muting
that?
you. Nobody's. Why are you worried about? Why are you
either.
worried about who's muting you? Just answer the
Because I'm
question.
trying to answer the fucking question.
Okay,
How can I
okay.
answer the fucking question when I'm getting fucking muted,
Can you
right?
give us?
Like,
Can you just? Has there been like
oh
one
my
debate
God,
that
this
you've
is
actually?
exhausting. All of you are exhausting. It's
Oh
hard
my
to have a
God.
conversation.
Answer the question.
I'm gonna go to another panel. Y'all are fucking
Bye, bitch.
exhausting.
Okay.
Bitches.
Did you decide? To another panel.
1 second, y'all. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be dropping all of y'all. Y'all can come back. No, I did not mean to drop all of y'all.
So wait, what was that about?
Weirdly,
Right.
we just literally talking about this
It's
one
not even
fucking
obsession.
time.
It's disgust.
Right.
Why does he
Right.
look like
It
this?
is.
Younger than
Clock
Candace
it.
Owens?
You guys don't know what words mean.
Clock it
How old is
because
Candace
clock it
Owens?
because it never
35.
gave obsessed.
Okay.
Respectfully,
lives,
as long as
too.
like I've been watching this kind of work, and all this kind of stuff, well, actual work, not this debate talk shit, we can be as nice as we want. Some people aren't gonna fucking get it. Like
Some people don't respond to niceness, and that's the
a
problem.
lot of people don't. They feel as they like hating people. They like being bigoted. Like we understate how much people like being hateful.
And I'm a black trans woman. You can never expect me to be nice. Sorry.
I also think it's really interesting, right? Because let's be realistic.
Hey guys, quit spamming. I'm not pulling up any more calls for right now.
I don't know, Bryson, how long, like if you actually are in their spaces and like how long you are in there, but I've actually been in there for like,
You don't care to understand. I just went through like 6 different fucking conversations, and I was happy to have those conversations as long as they were willing to have them. That's just kind of ridiculous. They're like, he's running, he won't talk, he won't even try to understand. Like this is just trolling.
They'll be in there for like maybe at least an hour, sometimes 30 minutes. They'll talk to like a few individuals at a time. They always start off the conversation nice, very, very simple, very polite, very patient, and then they will probably ease into being impatient and being quote unquote rude and disrespectful. And I mean quote unquote, I'm putting that very loosely because I think that they only give that energy when that person is actually just being extremely illogical, not following what they're saying or listening to them, actively trying to interrupt them and not answering points. So at that point, I think it is fair for them to get frustrated. I don't think it's, nor do I, just to answer what you originally were saying, right? Because like I said, you said you're not really speaking for yourself, but other people. First and foremost, I don't think you should do that anymore because now you're in that position for us to ask you, why the fuck would you come up if you yourself don't necessarily disagree? But
to have a conversation.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't
I
disagree with what you call it.
I
didn't know we were
think
just
it's more
debating.
about the
You want to be an
aspect
advocate
that
for these people.
that's crazy.
I'm trying to get back at his next smoke.
Yeah, no, y'all. I just think,
We don't know who yet.
I just don't understand
so.
why it's a necessity for them to have other people if they're going to troll this man.
Because a lot of people want to troll this man.
Listen, if y'all got the money to troll, go troll. We know they have the money. True, they get the money.
But the other one's
this is how I
tagging
know
along
this
for
person.
free.
Do y'all see that name? How do they spell Tashika's name at the bottom?
Oh boy.
All the time talk about like feminism and talk about how like marginalized and black people will like go through yada yada. So it's just weird not weird. I think it's ironic that she's the one that making that comment when she understands. If she actually listens to other black voices, she would understand why black people and why other marginalized group of people are not quote unquote leading this tour or leading this conversation. It doesn't make sense for us to do so. It literally puts us in an unsafe situation, quite literally. But
Hey, Ali, I have a question.
Yeah, so that statement right there, that's something that I would take to be part of organization, is the people who are leading the tour. That's something that obviously I know now. She means that to be the content creators, but when I hear people leading the tour, I would take that to be organization.
Richie, you sound very familiar. What's your other name? Don't lie to me.
No, it's Roche, but it's Roche.
Don't lie to me. What is your other fucking name? Is this Gray Sean?
Ew, it's him again. Ew.
Is this Gray Sean?
or whatever.
No, it's
what is-
Gray Song.
Oh, shut up.
That was his name.
Gray Song.
Yeah.
What did you want to say? What's
Well,
that?
I'm just here to see what up with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get some hotcakes, some corn.
I would take it to mean both. Well, sure. I could totally see how it would be taken as both. Yeah.
Fritter sometime, you know what I'm saying?
Thank you so much for coming,
Some what?
Rashawn.
Some
Thank
fritters?
you so much.
Corn fritters?
Wait,
No.
Cornflakes.
I don't know. We're moving on. Fritters. What is
Corn-
that?
Wait.
Cornflakes.
God, get me go. I didn't.
Y'all know what fritters are?
No.
He
That
said
sounds like some
cornflakes.
southern stuff.
They're like
We're
a
not
baked
from
good.
there.
They're kind of like donuts.
Wait, corn fritters?
Wait, wait, no. I know what none of it. He said
Like
corn
the hot
fritters.
fritters? He said corn fritters.
Hot
though.
cakes and corn fritters is what he said.
Yeah.
Here you go, Allie over here blushing and
Allie
shit.
doesn't live.
I can understand the idea that, like, if you don't have an education, like, you shouldn't be talking about these topics. But from what I know, Charlie Kirk's topics are very general.
Political? That's
yeah, like white. Minorities do come up. But honestly, with all these white people, it's an afterthought.
Though. This is my
That's
problem.
what I'm saying. It's an afterthought.
He's there.
Here, because I think that your energy in the comments was a little bit weird. But one moment before you go and we introduced you and everything, I wanted to first and foremost, this is why I think it's important for you guys to actually read. Go on their website because I found it. It's literally the unfamericatour.com. They actually explain why they're there, right? They say that obviously it literally says, you can scroll down, taking the fight to Charlie Kirk in the far right, right? They talk about why they're there. They're saying,
Yeah, one thing, when we went over this, we were listening to Allie because we had just gone over the website as well before we watched this this live, and it was really hard to tell what the hell they were even doing on the tour just from reading the website, or what the goal was, what the plan was, what it was that they were like raising money for, what they were trying to accomplish, like the actual activities that they were going to engage in, the idea that they were going to go to a campus where Charlie Kirk was and try to counter signal him was not what I got from that. It wasn't until listening to other people talk about it that I figured out what it was that they were actually doing.
and then they obviously explain who's Turning Point USA, which is Charlie. That's who's going to be funding. That's who's funding Charlie Kirk, right?
Wouldn't that be by definition harassing them? That y'all be harassing that?
I guess. But he deserves
Listen,
it.
I just didn't want to say it. I knew what it said. Is pure harassment.
It's taking me a minute, but yeah, technically it is. And they said that and they explained what they are. So why are we?
Hello.
It says why are we challenging Turning Point and Charlie Kirk? It says because they're targeting our communities, our campuses, and our future.
People to follow them around.
That is a good point. I can see that. I can see that.
The entire point is that, and this is literally what their website says, and that's how you know that some of you bitches didn't read it, is that there are people who are going to be voting in the upcoming election that are uneducated. Most
28.
Okay, cool. So I saw that you were kind of disagreeing with like Safe Space in the comments, and what was it that was said that you disagree with necessarily?
Yeah, no, I just feel like I don't really like Parker or Dean's intention in general. Like, I watched them at first, but the incident that did happen with Tashika, and even watching like the Jubilee episode, made me kind of uncomfortable. And also I kind of don't really jam with people that were like, oh, I used to support Trump. But it's just like, I don't know, I feel like it's still an inherent racism that they need to unlearn. I don't think it's fully there yet. So I can understand to a certain extent of being like, okay, you don't want to put certain people in danger, but I feel like it makes sense to always question when white men are leading, because look how we were led so many times from white men leading and trusting white people. So I feel like to a certain extent, it gives that they are making a career and making a lot of money just off of our tears. And I don't know if they really genuinely are like, it doesn't feel like an actual fight of passion. It feels like something that's stuck. It's fun for them, and it's not really gonna be with a
Tired of everybody thinking that we're supposed to be babysitters.
It's our job.
I can understand on a politics sense where
this
they're coming from. Like, I can understand that. I just feel like, as far as it being genuine, I guess that's more so where I'm coming from.
What part of it is not genuine? Because they were genuinely distraught about Kamala not winning after this entire thing happened, they still are having these conversations with people. They're still now doing
but
this
why
whole tour
when you
in
have
order to change the minds of people like them. So
but
why?
why when okay, so
The devil that comes when y'all call his name. God damn it.
But do we really
He was in the
think?
comments earlier.
Do we really think
He's been
that?
in here.
Oh yeah, that's right. There were people who were like totally against like the idea of like going and debating overall. There were people who were saying that like it was a dumb idea to go engage with like a Charlie Kirk and follow him around and do this shit. And they clarified initially it sounded like they were saying that it was messed up to go harass him, but eventually they did clarify that they're like, I don't care if Charlie Kirk is harassed. But they were just like, yeah, dogging on the overall concept of the movement as well. Like, yeah, these are a lot of things that I would definitely, all of this stuff are all things that, yeah, I would say are all obviously antagonistic across the board. Like they're not just saying like, hey, this is a thing that I'm curious about. This is a thing that I'm wondering if we could do better on. This is a thing if I'm not understanding what the utility is here. This is something that I'm like that giving criticism of. They're just like, yes, like a lot of characterizations of these things as just bad ideas or dumb or crap like that, which we ask when people come up. Yeah, of course, like you guys, again, I'm not like downing the fact that like you guys were asking people to come up and talk about it and engage with the idea, but I'm saying that just still is antagonistic. Like it just is antagonistic, and that obviously anybody who is the organizer of this event is going to find this as antagonistic. So I feel like that's you muted me for calling out racism. My bad. I should have blocked you. I don't know why I didn't do that. My bad. Thank you for reminding me to fix that. So yeah, that's that was the point. But yeah, on the other panel, Dean popped up for just a little bit, but he only popped up to tell them to bring not Tashika. He popped up to say to bring up Erica. Yeah, Erica. But then Erica said that she wasn't going to talk to me. When they specifically said that they were trying to find somebody to come on to have a conversation with me, and then Erica says, "Well, I'm coming on, but I'm not talking to Tom." And they were like, wait, we brought you up to talk to Tom, and you knew that like for the past 30 minutes we're trying to grab somebody to talk to Tom, and you waited in line, and then when you got here said, I'm not doing the thing that that you guys said you were bringing me up to do. So it's a little odd to wait in line for that. But even the other guy who came on a little bit ago, he was saying, well, it's crazy that they kicked her off when she wasn't engaging the way that they wanted her to. It's like, well, if somebody says, hey, I'm gonna do a panel on tariffs, and then somebody else comes on and they're like, no, actually I'm here to talk about the intersectionality problems for women and being black and being xenogender all at the same time, like it's like, okay, well, it's not what the panel's about, so we're gonna we're gonna move on from this. Like, not that that's on Erica, because honestly, I think that she might have been waiting before I even got there. It's possible that she was waiting before I even jumped on. So it could be that she was there for a totally different reason altogether. But the guy acting like that was ridiculous for them to move on. I think that they kicked her a little bit prematurely. I was hoping to be able to talk to her, but yeah, that's these things just don't. These criticisms to me just don't make a whole lot of sense. But yeah, I think that's all Dean ended up saying.
That want to have production.
I don't think I did that, but I think that it'd be worthwhile to let Erica up. Erica's a fantastic individual. I spent some time with her on the trip. Very awesome, kind-hearted person. I think it'd be really worth it to have a conversation.
Like productive.
I don't know if you guys know Erica better than I do. Everything that I've seen from her, she seems like a really like chill person, but I don't know her very well, so
I don't know anyone.
I could be wrong.
So.
Yeah, I think it'd be productive. I gotta drop down though, but I just heard my name and I was like, hey, I'm gonna use this opportunity.
Like, what was the point of that live? I'm not really sure. I tuned in and they were sitting there talking about like cancel culture and the fact that it seemed like the point of the live was similar to what we've been doing here, where we're talking about the fact that there's like a specific part of the left that isn't liberal, that is illiberal, that has illiberal ideas and an illiberal an illiberal thought process and illiberal values, and that this seems to be like the opposite of what it is that Democrats are trying to work towards. And yeah, they that seemed to be the overall idea. That's what it seemed like to me, but I'm not sure. I wasn't there for the whole thing. So you're Republicans, go fix your own party. I'm not a Republican. I'm definitely not Republican.
Opportunity to pop up and recommend they bring Eric up.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, see ya.
Okay, would you want to talk to Erica? I think this will be.
What do you think liberal means? Liberal is like a group of values, like Enlightenment values, where we're talking about equality, individual rights, free speech, stuff like that. That is liberalism. That is what liberalism is. And so, yeah, those are liberal values. It's liberalism, willingness to respect or accept behavior or opinions different from one's own, openness to new ideas, a political and social philosophy that promotes individual rights, civil liberties, democracy, and free enterprise. So yeah, like being pro-capitalism. These are LMAO, him Googling it. Yeah, to show that I'm correct. Yes, to show that the statement that I made before Googling it is correct. Yeah. What is leftism? Leftism is generally going to be a farther left, like progressive ideology of equity, mostly, whether we're talking social or economic. Are they the same? No. No. So there's kind of a separation when it comes to liberalism and leftism, to where being a leftist values equity or equality above individual rights, and liberalism values individualism and individual rights over equality. And so yeah, they are separate things. So that's why, like, a liberal will believe in capitalism, whereas a leftist is more likely to believe in some sort of socialism, anti-hierarchies, or more in line with Marxism, those sorts of. Which of the two is willing to align with systems of oppression? I would say I don't think you can just say one or the other, because obviously if we look at tons of socialist countries throughout history, they've been fairly oppressive and fairly willing to align with systems of oppression, and the idea of socialism seems to consistently be oppressive in and of itself, which is why, yes, again, liberalism is going to be pro-capitalism and leftism is going to be pro-socialism or communism. And yes, they are just diametrically opposed ideas. What one is more likely? A leftism, probably. If I have to give a generalization of overall, yeah, leftism. Like there's a meme like cut a liberal and a fascist bleed. So if you guys don't know about this, this is a phrase that leftists use all the time. They always say cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, meaning that they may not think that liberals are fascists in and of themselves, but that they will align themselves with fascists and they will work with fascists. They will be willing to give fascists, room to breathe so that they're capable of building movements in the first place. But throughout history, that's kind of been the exact opposite, where it's more likely that it ends up being socialists who work with the fascists over time and are more willing to build coalitions with fascists, and then the fascists kill them. So yeah, it's kind of been the opposite historically, like Soviet Russia. Yeah, there's a lot of examples of that, including Nazi Germany, and it's a fairly common thing throughout history. So all right, give me a second. We had some other stuff to go over. Being against others' genders is anti-freedom. Yeah, again, they're free to identify as whatever they want. I am totally open to people having the ability to identify however they want. Yeah, like this is a video that I came across the other day. This guy's name's Zachary on TikTok.
Stop doing debates. Just stop it. I'm tired of it. I don't want to see it anymore, okay? Because it's not useful. We've established that it's not fucking useful, all right? All it does is platform assholes, all right? Because you're not solving anything. Look, if you had a proper debate between two established scholars, two qualified scholars with real notes and points and things to bring to the table, and you had it moderated, and you had a scholarly discussion, a debate in that format, I'm there for that. I'm there. But that's not what this is, right? These debates we see online all the time, whether it's the dudes debating on live, the dudes going to Trump rallies just making people feel stupid, the Hassan Ethan debate, like whatever it is, it's just two people with strong opinions butting heads for the sake of butting heads. It's kind of like what WWE is to martial arts, right?
There is an extent to where this is true. There is obviously this is true to an extent. There's a lot of performativity that goes into debate where it's, two different sides looking at their gladiators in the Colosseum going to fight for their ideas and going to fight for their ideology, going to, fight for their person or for their outcomes. There's obviously that's blatantly a big part of debate online, especially. People are going to debate for W's. They're going to look for wins. They're going to look just to own the other person or destroy the other person. That is blatantly a big part of it. But that's not all of it. And most of the biggest debaters that I know of, they are consistently kind of moving back and forth between the two, where there's sometimes you're going up against somebody that is not there to have an honest conversation, but you're there to kind of, one, combat their ideas so that they're not just always speaking without any opposition, which is one of the things that the Unfuck America tour is trying to do, is make sure that Charlie doesn't get to just sit and talk without any pushback. He doesn't get to just sit and try to convince people of ideas without anybody challenging him or people who know what they're talking about challenging him. Because obviously it's pretty easy to just bring up any caller or any random person at a campus and make them look bad. Just about anybody who's, relatively skilled at debate, they're going to be fairly good at just destroying random people or making them look dumb. But when you actually go and get skilled debaters on the left and have them go up against somebody who's on the right, you're able to actually counter signal a lot of the crap that they're going to say. That in and of itself is a good thing. On top of that, people who are actually looking for information, debates are places where they get to go and listen. So it's not about convincing the other person that they're wrong, right? If I go and I debate Charlie Kirk, I'm not going to debate him to convince him that he's wrong. I'm going to debate Charlie Kirk to let him to make sure that if somebody's looking for answers on these topics, they're actually going to be able to find them in that debate, where they'll hear two sides talk about things, and that every possible thing that Charlie Kirk could bring up, I will have an answer to that. I will have a better answer. I will have more studies. I will have more stats. I will have better logic. And that is that's a really important part, because for me, when I was on the right, when I started to realize that I was wrong about things, or when I started to question things, when I started to look for more information, debates were the places that I could get that. If I thought, okay, people keep saying that immigration is fiscally bad for the country and that it hurts the country, that it's bad economically, that it's they're using a bunch of our tax dollars unnecessarily. Like, there's a bunch of stuff like this that's going around on the right. If you go listen to a debate and somebody talks to you about this, I thought you were still on the right. No, you didn't. If you go talk to somebody about this, and somebody and you have that conversation to where it's on the internet now, somebody who's actually questioning these things, when they go and check for other ideas or other information on this, they're going to be able to find it in these debates. They're going to be able to find that other information in that debate, to where you're actually giving the answers to those problems. And that's where I found them. I was able to go look up debates on immigration, and when somebody would say, yeah, but it's fiscally a net negative for our country to allow a lot of immigration into our country, there was somebody else who said, no, actually, literally every study says that it's actually a fiscal net positive or net nothing. There's no positive or negative from it. It's just nothing, and there is no harm from immigration whatsoever. That's obviously very convincing, and then you can go look it up. And that's what I would do, is I would go and I would start questioning things. I would go look up debates. I would listen to the debates, and then those debates would give me things to say, yeah, actually, this is the study that says X, Y, and Z, or that actually you're logically incorrect on this or that, because this is there's better answers here or better answers there. And so, yeah, you're actually able to find a place that has answers and has the things that you're looking for. They can actually give you a starting point to go and research these things yourselves. It's not good to just get all of your information from YouTubers. It's not good to get all of your information from people on the internet. But the problem is that most people don't have time to go look this stuff up. They don't have time to go read a book. They don't have time to go and read a bunch of studies or look at a bunch of statistics. Most of the time, they're going to listen to people online or on CNN or on Fox, or somebody like Tim Pool, Candace Owens, Majority Report, TYT. They're listening to these people to just give the information to them, and that's it. That's it. That's the end of it. They just hear the information, and they're like, oh, okay, well, this person that I trust has given me the information. Now I have the information, and that's the end of it for them. But it is better if you have the time, if you're capable, it's better to actually go look these things up yourself. Go find the information yourself. Go look into it deeper. Go read a book on it. If you have the time. That is, these things are generally going to be better than just listening to some random tell you about it on the internet. But this is the utility that debate has to me. One, and then two, it also has utility in the fact that if people who are already liberal, if they listen to me debate somebody and they start hearing things that they think are true, right? I think I brought this up on Mercedes Live, that they've heard too many times from too many different people that Hillary did X, Y, and Z with the email scandal, or Hunter Biden did this, or, Joe Biden did that. Like, after you've heard it so many times, it starts to feel more and more true the more you hear it. And so to have somebody give you the response to that, give you the answers to that, give you the counter narrative to that, and arm you with the information that lets you know that what you're hearing over and over is incorrect. Like, that's important. That is something that really helps people when because people who are liberals are going to question their ideas as well. They're going to question what they believe as well. And so, yeah, it's better that we're arming people with that information.
Right? It's like the purely entertainment-centric version of that art form. Okay? Do you understand? Like, it's not a useful debate. These Jubilee middle ground bullshit where they sit down 4 insane people and 4 normal people and they go, find a middle ground. All that does is make the insane people seem like they're within the bounds of normal politics. Makes them seem like you could find a middle ground. They'll literally be sitting there like, well, I don't think trans people are people. And then you go, well, we can find a middle ground. No, there is no middle ground with that shit. They're fucking insane. They're fucking insane, dude. Why are you giving them a voice? Why are you putting them on YouTube?
That perspective totally makes sense. The problem is that there's too many people who do believe that. There's too many people who do think this. There's too many people who are transphobic who don't think that trans people, a trans woman is a woman, or they think that, the whole idea of like trans women playing in women's sports is insane, or the whole idea of, somebody who's young getting some sort of transition surgery or taking puberty blockers or anything like that. They think that these things are crazy. They think that that's insane. They couldn't possibly understand how someone could ever believe in something like this. And so, yeah, that is just a common enough sentiment, and the idea that we have is new enough to where it does make sense that, yeah, like, we would go and talk to those people. We would explain it to them. We would be willing to have those conversations. And I've had enough of those conversations where I actually did convince the other person to look into this more, or that they were wrong, or, I was able to convince them of something more liberal. And so, yeah, there's the idea that, like, you don't want to platform these things, you don't want to give them a voice. That makes sense. But if it was a minority of people who believe this, I could totally understand why you would want to just say, don't even listen to them. Don't even talk to those people. They're a minority. There's not enough people who believe this. There's not enough people who think this thing to where it's even worth your time to combat it. That would make sense. But that's just not the case. Like, yeah, enough people are transphobic to where those ideas need to be combated. They need people out there who are willing to give them the other side. And you just sitting there and ranting to a camera by yourself is good for people who are already on your side. For people who aren't on your side, you're not actually answering a lot of their questions. The more you say, the more questions they probably have. So actually engaging with somebody else who believes the same things as them and will ask the questions that they'd ask, that's going to get a lot more done.
Like, with a large platform on YouTube. Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And the other thing, back to the people who, like, debate on live and stuff, you're not ever going to convince these people. The people who go onto your live to debate you, heads up, are not going to be convinced by your arguments. And additionally, making people feel stupid and making people look stupid actually doesn't look good on you. Like, even if you're 100% correct and you are absolutely smarter than them, which you probably are, showing that off and just, like, flexing your mental prowess and how correct you are ideologically looks fucking...
This is just totally incorrect. This is 100% factually incorrect. Everything that he just said here is totally incorrect across the board. The reason that, like, earlier they were talking about, like, oh, anybody who talks about cancel culture is pushing the right-wing narrative. I'm sorry. I've been somebody who's, like, been a proponent of cancel culture. I've been somebody who says, like, yes, cancel culture is a thing that is necessary. It makes sense. It is something that works. Most people get ideas based on stigmatism. Like, if you stigmatize an idea enough, that's when people stop having those ideas over time. Being racist over time dwindles away the more that we stigmatize certain types of behaviors and certain types of beliefs. Being a neo-Nazi starts to go away more and more the more we stigmatize those types of beliefs. Anti-Semitism, is stigmatized more and more to where those beliefs go away as well. But you have to stigmatize it in the right way. If it is this like screaming and yelling at somebody, calling them a fascist and calling them a transphobe, calling them a racist every time they say something bad, that ends up just getting pushback. You're not actually helping yourself a whole lot there. But calling people out for something, holding them accountable, saying what it is that they did wrong. But yeah, these are things that are necessary within our culture. And we only weed out bad actions and bad ideologies when we stigmatize them throughout culture to where it becomes a norm that is no longer allowed. That is just how these things work. That's how culture has changed over time in any direction. So like the neo-Nazis did the same thing, where they started stigmatizing anybody who wasn't pro-Hitler or who was willing to help the Jews. There were times where dating a black person, they had terms for people who were willing to date a black person, and that got highly stigmatized. But over time, that they were stigmatizing those things to where they were heading in one direction, and then we stigmatizing those things to where we start heading in the opposite direction. The stigmas within culture make a huge difference and are what shape your culture. And if you praise people who do the right thing and stigmatize people who do the wrong thing, you're going to end up molding your culture into something better. And that includes making people look stupid with a certain idea. That includes making people look bad who believe something bad. That includes making people look crazy if they say something crazy. That is all in there. This is all part of molding a culture and shaping a culture. This is all part of it.
Mean. It looks mean. That's not convincing. If I'm a Trump supporter watching that shit, I'm gonna be like, wow, liberals are assholes, dude. Like, the format of a debate that is driven by passion is not a useful one. It's just not. It's just not. Like, there are academic debates which are very useful. This is not that. All right?
I think most debates are academic debates. Like, most of them are using academics and academia as a source. Most of them are sourcing academia. If I'm going to go have a debate on climate change, I'm not going to sit there and just talk about logically, this is what makes sense. No, I'm going to reference studies. I'm going to reference scientific data. I'm going to reference things that are, the authorities on the subject. That's going to be pretty much all debates. So I don't think you have to have just the academics having those debates, because climate change didn't become a norm within our culture. It didn't become something that a lot of people believed just because academics said so. It became a norm because regular people were having those conversations as well. Regular people were debating it. Regular people were convincing each other of this stuff. Regular people were engaging on the topics and having those conversations with their friends, with their family. Like, regular people are what pushed this conversation and made it to where more and more people believed in climate change. So, let's see. There was another guy who said he might want to come on and talk to people about this. If he wants to jump on, I'd be happy to let him debate some of you guys on some of this stuff, but I'll see if he's around. And We'll look into it for a minute. Oh no. Hold on, what is this?
Your feelings are your problem. I don't give a damn about them or you. I decline to take part in this struggle session, and I have nothing but contempt for anyone trying to drag me into it. You know, during my time on the public stage, I have found myself thrown into the middle of some very dumb, very fake outrage cycles. But this week, I have experienced what surely is the
Matt Walsh retweeted a swastika, and he got trolled into doing it. He didn't know that he did it, but afterwards, everybody was telling him to apologize, including conservatives. Conservatives were telling him to apologize for this as well, but he accidentally tweeted out a swastika, and it was fucking hilarious, dude. It was so funny, and he got so mad about it afterwards that it just made it so much funnier. I don't know if you guys didn't see this, but it was so good, dude. It was freaking hilarious. Where's the... Oh, crap. I don't think I have it. Wait, is this it? Yep, this is it. It was an AI picture of these girls. And he tweeted out something like, you know, these people are American. Obviously, they're American. You can... just because, you know, they're native to America, you can tell, blah, blah, blah. And he had no idea that this was a swastika. Like, he had no fucking idea that he was retweeting a swastika. And everybody leaned into him for this so much. It was so funny. I don't know if he needed to be trolled into posting it. Sure, but like, it's just funny that he did get trolled into posting it. Like, that's what's so much funnier about this, is that it's clear he didn't know that it was a swastika. And when he got caught, he got so mad about it and got really butthurt and was like, was saying that the people who trolled him into doing this owed him an apology and crap like that. He's just so soy, dude. It was fucking hilarious. This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And so yeah, the person here, they tweeted out, they said, these people are native to Europe, not the Americas or Africa. And so he said, the people who look like that have been living in the Americas for 5 centuries. If 5 centuries is not enough to qualify as native, then how long do you need? So obviously swastikas are, like, we're gonna relate that to more so to Germany, not the Americas, but he didn't get the joke. And so then yeah, afterwards people kind of showed him that he was tweeting out a swastika. And he said here, he said, I've been in the middle of some stuff. I've been in the middle of some bullshit outrage cycles in my day, but the one that some of you have cooked up this week is probably the fakest of all. There are even conservatives now hounding me, demanding that I apologize for a hidden swastika that someone else posted in a tweet that I replied to. Just to be perfectly clear to all of my slimy little smear merchants playing this game, I apologize for nothing. I owe you nothing. I will not explain myself to you. You all know exactly what you're doing. If anyone is owed an apology in this situation, it's me. This is the wildest thing about this is that he trolls people all the time, and he does it in disgusting ways. He does really disgusting things when he trolls other people, and he doesn't ever apologize for it. Like, he doesn't ever care. We played the other day some of his clips from his Am I Racist movie, where he goes into like therapy sessions and they all recognize him immediately, and they're like, bro, Matt Walsh, like, what the fuck are you doing here? And he's like, oh, I'm just hanging out. And they're like, and some of the women there are like, I don't feel safe with him here and all these cameras and everything. This is like really messed up. Like, what the heck? And yeah, they record all of these people. They publish it in the movie. It's insane. It's insane. He does really fucked up trolling to people all the time. But then he gets trolled and he says that they owe him an apology. He's not apologizing for any of his trolling. He never apologizes for that crap.
The dumbest and fakest one of all. Over the past several days, I have been attacked by both the left and even a fair number of people on the right for, as the story goes, posting a swastika on Twitter. Or as it has been put, including by this ostensibly right-wing account, I, quote, approvingly tweeted a swastika. Now, this is the narrative that various factions have decided to run with, the story that they're telling. Never mind the fact that the story is entirely made up. It didn't actually happen. What did happen is that a few days ago, I tweeted a point that you've heard me make many times, especially recently. I called out the PSYOP that has been conducted to convince white people that they aren't native to their own homeland, even if their ancestors have been here for dozens of generations. And somebody responded to that point that I made on X, and they responded and said this, quote, these people are native to Europe, not the Americas or Africa. Sounds like you need to Google what the word native means. Now, accompanying that caption is a picture of 6 blonde white girls, which you can see here. And I responded to that, disagreeing with it, and I said this. People who look like that have been living in Americas for 5 centuries. If 5 centuries is not long enough to qualify as native, then how long do you need? If the answer is that your ancestors have to actually originate from the place, then nobody is native to anywhere. So where do you draw the line? So that's what happened. That's it, what you just saw. Now, you might be thinking, but wait a minute, where did you approvingly tweet a swastika in that exchange? Well, apparently, the picture posted by the other account, the one that I was arguing with, contains a hidden swastika that you can only see if you squint and hold the phone far away from your face. And I'm not joking, this is actually what people are mad about, okay? And now you might be thinking, wait a second. People are mad at you because someone else posted a picture with a hidden swastika?
I'm sorry, but like, it seems pretty obvious. Like, as soon as I look at the picture, like, you can see the way that this dress is coming off to the side and how, like, this girl is at such a weird angle. It seems so blatantly obvious as soon as you look at the picture, just how... I don't know how you miss this. I don't know how you don't see this. No squinting needed for that. Yes, exactly. Like, I don't know how you miss this. All I have to see is, like, this dress coming out to the side here and her to the side here. And I realize, like, wait, this is something else. What is this? And then I can see the rest of it, and it becomes pretty clear. Like, if you're looking at it on a big monitor, like I am right now, it is harder, okay? It is harder. The smaller it gets, the more blatant it gets. And so for you guys looking at it on your phones right now with it like cropped on my computer, it's, yeah, or cropped on my stream, it's probably easier for you to see it. It is a lot harder to see it like this. But yeah, the bigger it is, the less obvious it is. Like that part is true, that like when you're looking at it in full scale, it is not obvious at all, outside of the fact that you can just see the dresses kind of looking a little awkward, and it starts to look like it's something else. But yeah, when it's really small, it looks exactly like a swastika. It sticks out way more than it does when you're looking at it on a big screen or something like that. But that's part of just what makes this so funny to me.
That nobody can even see unless someone else tells them it's there? Well, yes. But also no. Yeah, that's the genesis of this latest outrage cycle. It's why I've been attacked for 2 days straight. But no, they're not actually mad. Okay, nobody is mad. This is all a game they're playing. It's the game the outrage mob always plays. The game is to lie, defame, and smear until the target, me in this case, performs whatever self-debasing act of compliance they're demanding. And in this case, they have demanded repeatedly, many, many times, that I apologize and disavow and delete and deliver some kind of assurance that I am not, in fact, a Nazi. They're trying to force me into a struggle session. That's what this is all about. And we'll get back to that in a moment. But first, I want to show you how far this Matt Walsh posted a swastika story spread. and also how it spread, because I think this is a good case study in how these mobs operate and how they corner people into engaging in the struggle session. So it begins with tweets like this one.
Yeah, it's AI. Like you can tell the women in the pictures are AI, and like it is. Look, if it was anybody else, like I would understand. Like, okay, yeah, if they accidentally did it, like in blah blah blah. But normally people would also understand, like somebody who's actually cognizant of what it is that they're doing, or they're cognizant of racism, they're cognizant of these things. They would see that and say, oh, wow, okay, so I can see that other people just see me posting a swastika. I didn't know that I posted a swastika. So you would respond with, okay, I can totally see why a lot of you guys were upset. I missed it. That's my bad. I didn't know that I posted a swastika. That's on me or something like that. But he doesn't do that. And so when he doesn't do that, that makes it fairly clear that that's just on him. Like that he just doesn't even understand that if he did post this, like why people would be upset, or if he did notice and posted it, why people would be upset. And so yeah, this is the issue, is that he just doesn't engage in that at all. But also it's just funny because it's Matt Walsh, and he is a troll. The fact that he got trolled like this and that everybody's screwing with him like this, it's very fun.
From an account called Dreamleaf, she posted a screenshot of the hidden swastika picture along with a side-by-side.
Where did he get the photo? He was quote tweeting somebody else. Somebody else posted it, talking about like whether or not white people are native to America. That's it.
Side of the same picture with the swastika drawn in red for reference, and the caption says, "I like how he pretended not to notice." Because it's so noticeable that she had to color it in red so people would notice it.
So that's this person right here. Is they quote tweeted they tweeted out the two pictures and then said, "I like how he pretended not to notice," and then in red they outlined it, and so that's what he replied to, and his quote tweet was that one.
And that tweet, by the way, has 10 million views and 25,000 likes. Lots of other accounts piled on. Most of them were leftist accounts, but also some on the right as well. Many people all claiming that I was sending out a Nazi dog whistle. They expressed concern. They were troubled. They needed me to explain myself. And pretty soon the narrative shifted. So they all agreed that, after several hours of this and all the tweets and everything, pretty soon everyone seemed to agree that, well, even if I didn't see the swastika at first, I must see it now. And in order to prove that I'm not a Nazi, I have to delete it. But I didn't delete it, which was even more evidence against me. Large accounts like this one with over 100,000 followers declared that my refusal to delete is self-incriminating. So this guy wrote cryptically, "Matt Walsh's swastika post is still up. He knows." Soon other conspiracy theories started flying around, like this one. How can people not see a Nazi logo on a picture? You really have to be blind.
Oh, damn, dude. This is crazy. Sheesh.
And the thing about Matt is that I think this was already planned in advance. He wanted to get people talking about him. You know what they say, talk bad, talk nice about me, but just talk. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe this was all planned. Maybe I'm in cahoots with the other account. Maybe the other account is actually me. Who knows? Now, the only way to absolve myself of the charge is to come out and explicitly say that I'm not a Nazi and I'm sorry about.
Yeah, it's just funny because he's such a baby, dude. That's all. If it was somebody like nice or something like that, I wouldn't care. But this is just funny just because it's Matt Walsh, bro. It's just fucking it's so funny that he's being such a baby about this. This is hilarious. Like, I can't imagine, like, if the same thing happened to me. I know tons of, like, insanely bad faith people who would turn around and be like, "Oh, he is a Nazi. We knew he was a Nazi. We got him. He blah, blah, blah. He did this on purpose." And they would, like, make up a bunch of narratives just to fuck with me. And I would probably turn around and be like, "You guys are fucking pieces of shit. Fuck you." Like, it's possible that, like, I would go through the same thing. But it's still funny just because he's a piece of shit. So, yeah, it is what it is. There will always be such people, Tom. Yep. I just think it's funny that he's getting fucked with, but they can call you a skinhead. Well, obviously, I do have skin and a head, and the two happen to coalesce on top of my skull into a skinhead. So, what's so bad about saying I'm not a Nazi, anyways? Yeah, it's got to be rough. It's got to be rough for him to be put into that position to where he would have to say that he's not a Nazi. That's it's got to be really hard for him. I can't imagine. But all right, I'm gonna head out. Make sure you guys follow me on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, and if you're on YouTube, make sure you guys go follow me on TikTok. It's Tomfoolery Show on both platforms. You can do tiktok.com/@Tomfoolery Show or youtube.com/@Tomfoolery Show. I will likely be back on tomorrow, so I know that I said I was going to be taking a break from streaming for a while, but at the beginning of stream, I talked about the fact that a lot of this has changed, and so...
Ikey Tesla's on the rig.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think it's really telling that he couldn't just say, I didn't notice, I'm not a Nazi, sorry, accidentally reposting it, guys. Yeah. Yep. I love how you guys are so extremely shitty to another human. Being that happens to disagree with you politically shows me why, lifelong liberal, I voted for Trump. I explained earlier, it's not just that. It's the fact that he is a troll. He does the same shit to people. And in this, he's demanding that they apologize to him for trolling him. Yet he trolls people all the time. I'll post him up. Like, he does the same thing. This is exactly what he does to other people.
Okay, we're here at the movies. We're going to watch a scene from my new film, Am I Racist? And
I don't want the fucking commentary. Shut the fuck up.
The white participants in the group feel that there's something in themselves that they have to overcome, when all that's being requested of you is that you be. Hello.
Hi.
How are you? How are
Sorry
you?
about that.
Oh, no problem.
If you've never done something bad, the Cybertruck security has enormous blind spots. Plus the sound of keys on raw garbage is cynical and delicious.
Thank you for that.
You good?
Yeah.
All right, I
Remind
see
me of your
it,
name
Mantis.
Steven.
Steven? Yeah? Okay.
They all know who he is.
Did you want to come up?
Come up?
Yeah, do you want to come up and share anything?
Sure. What do you want me to share?
Whatever's on your
I
mind.
just want to know that, like, my physical safety and yours and everybody else's here is okay.
Why would your physical safety not be okay? Did I miss something?
I don't feel comfortable.
What? Can you guys catch me up to speed on what's going on here?
You don't need to be caught up. We're going to be silent.
Is it because I said I had 17 black friends? It might have been 15. It depends on how you count them.
Bro, they make it look like she almost laughed, but you can tell as soon as they cut to her face, they cut away, and she has a very different facial expression on immediately after. So it's obvious that, like, they edited it to make it look like she was about to laugh at his joke, but then when they cut back, that doesn't seem to be the case.
And 15. It depends on how you count them.
I would really appreciate it if you left so that the people who actually want to be
It was definitely fake. Like, that was very fake.
here and deserve to be here can get what they need.
I do want to be
Can
here.
you please leave?
I would like it if you left.
I'm trying to learn. I'm on this journey.
Come with me.
Well,
Have you seen the one where he debates trans people? It's so funny I can't handle it. They make that nah so uncomfortable intentionally.
Maybe. I don't know.
I didn't consent to be touched.
I'm not offering to touch you. I'm offering to walk you out. Will you walk with me and I'll answer your questions?
Okay, I'll admit it. I'll admit it. My name's not Steven. Maybe you already knew that. My name is...
I don't think this is staged. I don't think it's staged, but there was obviously more that went into it that they're just not giving us, because there's already cameras like posted up in the corner that are obviously there. They all have cameras and like microphones and crap with them, and so I think it's possible that they they probably said something like, "Hey, we're doing a documentary. We have like, you know, this person, that person,"
Bald guys are
and
hot.
they probably just like lied about who they were and what they were doing to make this scene happen, because the other people in this clip seem fairly genuine, and they don't seem fake. They don't seem like they're acting. And so yeah, it seems like it was just a way for them to set it up.
Is Matt Walsh.
We know.
I just was here on this journey that I'm just starting, but I see that I'm not wanted.
If you were on your journey, then you would have told us who you were, your real name, but you didn't.
Are you saying I
Please
needed a
leave.
better disguise? Is that what you...
I don't know, maybe, but you can figure that out as you walk out the door.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you so much. I really had a transformative experience myself, and my pronouns are he, him.
So yeah, it's not just like, oh, he disagrees politically. It's that he is a troll. He does this sort of stuff to other people. He tries to set people up to look stupid and then exposes them by doing this sort of shit, right? This is exactly what he does to other people, but he doesn't turn around and apologize afterwards to any of them. Yet when he gets trolled, he says he deserves an apology.
Doing nothing.
He demands that they
WYD looks.
apologize to him for trolling him. He's just a big baby, and he's a hypocrite. That's why it's funny. That's why it's funny, is because he's just being a big baby. Like, he has a whole video called, What is a Woman, right? He's got his whole documentary called What is a Woman. And it's the most disingenuous piece of shit, like, I've ever seen. It's at no point does he go and talk to biologists. At no point does he go talk to linguists. He doesn't talk to philosophers. He doesn't talk to anybody who would actually be able to answer the question. He doesn't talk to people who have written books on these things. He goes and talks to people who are gender affirming care people, and he goes and talks to gender affirming therapists and that sort of crap that has nothing to do with what a woman is. That he goes and talks to tribes out in Africa. He has he doesn't do anything to try to look for like answers from authorities or experts. He goes and talks to just random people, and he's just trying to clip farm. That's all he's doing. And it's just the most disingenuous documentary I've ever seen in my life. Like, it was just a comedy piece, but he acts as though this is like proof of how crazy the left is, or how crazy the Democrats are. And yeah, it has nothing to do with what a woman is. So. He's trying to talk to people who have a warped sense. Well, right, but it's not even just like trying to talk to them. He's just doing propaganda, right? That's all he's doing. He's just a propagandist, and he acts like he's proving something, right? Because a lot of people will say, well, obviously that was just like a comedic thing. Yes, but he acts like that proved something. Numerous times afterwards, he talks about that documentary as though he proved the idiocy of the trans ideology and crap like that, right? He always has this, he acts like he demolished the entire idea of transgenderism that he uses. You know, it's bullcrap. The whole thing is bullcrap. It's all just propaganda to make it look like he destroyed the idea or he destroyed the movement or whatever. But he didn't go talk to any of the experts on this. He didn't even try. He didn't even ask the question in a way that would have gotten a real answer. Because he's not actually interested in the question. He's not interested in getting answers. He's not interested in talking to those people. He just wants to push propaganda to reinforce the confirmation bias that already exists within his audience. You don't need experts to answer the question. Yeah, that's what you guys say. But then as soon as we challenge you guys on it, you say, all of the experts agree with us. All of the science agrees with us. But it doesn't. And you guys don't actually engage with any of the experts or the science to know what the fuck you're talking about. You guys just make it up as you go and act like science is working on the same third grade level that you are. It's just not the case. What's 2 plus 2? You can't answer unless you're a mathematician. If I was doing a documentary on math, yeah, I probably would talk to a mathematician at some point. Yeah, I think that at least at some point, yes. If I was doing a documentary on math, I think I would talk to a mathematician at some point. But you understand that what you're doing here is total bullshit because you realize he acted like he was talking to the experts. You know that, right? You acted like he was talking to the experts. You know that, right? Answer that, yes or no, right? Answer the question. Did he act like he was talking to experts during that documentary? Did he? No, he didn't. All right, you're a fucking liar. Either you didn't see it or you're lying. He did. He was acting like he was talking to the experts when he went and talked to somebody who is a gender affirmation therapist, right? He did. He did act like it, and he's talked about it numerous times since then. He had a conversation with Jordan Peterson recently as well, talking about the fact that he proved how ridiculous this ideology was. He has done it numerous times, talked about the fact that he dismantled all of this, and this is not something that was just a comedic piece. This is something that he's used as evidence since then. Ed Krasenstein said, I literally just had the Secret Service at my house. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, before I get off, we'll touch on this real quick. This is insane, dude. All right, so this guy, Ed Krasenstein, a little while ago, the old FBI director, a couple days ago, tweeted out a picture.
Everyone, I'm Laura Ingram. This is Ingram Angle from Washington tonight. As always, thank you for joining us. Please,
James Comey tweeted out this picture, and he posted on Twitter and said, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk," and the shells say 8647. Okay, 86 is a term used to murder somebody, and 47 obviously is Trump. James Comey tweeted out this picture, said he just happened upon some cool shells while he was on the beach, and they say 8647 on them. And this has become a meme. It's a funny meme where 8647 is just people just like goofing off about the killing Trump, right?
I am here to be schooled.
Awesome. So Ed Krasenstein also tweeted out a picture of Trump with the Abrego Garcia meme where on his knuckles it has 8647 on his knuckles. And he says, this is what needs to happen. Trump's cabinet members need to immediately conspire together behind his back to 8647 him. They need to come up with a foolproof plan to make sure that their plot is a solid one and work together in a way that will save America via the 25th Amendment. And so it's like, okay, so at the end you get that he's not actually asking for him to be killed, that he's asking for him to be impeached. That's the meme, that's the joke, right? And so you get to it right at the end of the tweet. He's talking about the 25th Amendment.
Snow the final boss is your mom's snatch.
And so somebody actually tweeted out and said that they tweeted at Grok and said, at Grok, could this be considered a threat against the President of the United States? And so Grok replied and said, let's break this down. The post you're replying to by Krasenstein is pushing for Trump's cabinet to 8647 him, which seems like a coded way of saying they should invoke the 25th Amendment to remove him from office. The image with 8647 tattooed on the knuckles is clearly a symbolic jab. Pretty clever. I'll give them that. So it goes through like the law and the way that the law works. It says, that said, the tone of conspire behind his back in foolproof plan could raise eyebrows. It's dramatic and sounds a bit like a movie plot, which might have make someone squint and wonder if there's a bit more to it. But without an explicit call for violence or harm, it's hard to see this crossing into threat territory. It's more like political trash talk with a side of meme energy. If I had to guess, I'd say this wouldn't hold up as a legal threat, but I'm not a lawyer, just a curious AI with a knack for sniffing out the vibe. And so, yes, it's making it clear, like, obviously they're not calling for him to die. They're calling for him to be impeached. It's just playing into the meme, okay? But now, Ed Krasenstein just tweeted out, said, I literally just had the Secret Service at my house. More details in a minute. And here he posted, here are more details about how the Trump administration had the Secret Service show up at my house simply for posting 8647, followed by an explanation in that thread saying, I am not calling for violence. And this is Ed on TikTok. Sorry. Fuck. Okay, sorry, this is muted. My bad.
So moments ago, the Trump administration just had the U.S. Secret Service come to my house. You might be wondering why. Because yesterday I made a post that said 8647, which means, if you look it up, get rid of Trump, as in impeach Donald Trump, as in 25th Amendment Donald Trump, as in vote Trump out of office. Why, you may ask? Because last night on the news, Donald Trump made the claim that 8647 means assassinate him, which it doesn't. I would absolutely never ever call for violence against anyone, let alone the President of the United States. So the Secret Service agents were extremely friendly. They were like, yeah, we understand. It's just something we have to do because Washington told us to. Washington told them to come give me a visit. That's what he said. Trump wants to be a dictator, and I will not be intimidated into not voicing my opinions or my dissent against him, ever. When Biden was president, multiple large social media accounts on the right used the term 8646, meaning get rid of Biden. But now they want to create this new meaning in order to go after people who disagree with them. We're not going to become a dictatorship. Keep fighting back in a non-violent way.
Yeah, and this is true. Like, there were 8646 bumper stickers to get rid of Biden. This isn't a rare thing to do. But yes, the bumper stickers, 8646, not my president. This has been a thing in the past. I don't think anybody actually thought that they were calling for his assassination. But this is what the right does, where they're all snowflakes every time it's, well, there are just always snowflakes. The right is just always a bunch of snowflakes. They're always whining and crying about every little thing, and they'll do one thing over and 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 over, and then somebody else does like half that, and they all fall on the ground and scream and cry, saying that somebody hurt them and how hard it is. Oh, everybody feel bad for me. Somebody come kiss my boo-boo. It's the way it always works. It's always the same thing. It's always a bunch of, they're always doing one thing and then whining and crying as soon as the same thing is done to them in the slightest fashion. And so, yeah, it's not going to stop anytime soon, but it is what it is. This is ridiculous. But all right. Yep. Now I'm heading out. Okay. So, yeah, everybody make sure you hit the thumbs up button. If you haven't yet, subscribe, hit follow. And I should be back on tomorrow. I stream pretty much every day. And so, yeah, we'll get back to it tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get into some regular politics and some regular debates when I get back on tomorrow. But till then, appreciate you guys. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Whatever you're, I mean, we tend, I guess we agree. I mean, we agree on it, which is that, and if you actually are on the left, I'm surprised that you would agree that illegal immigrants should be deported. So, I mean, I guess we just
hold on one
about
second.
The process.
Hold on one second, real quick. I need to do something. Hey, chat. If you're a liberal here and you think that illegal immigrants should be deported, can you guys just put a 1 in chat real quick? Legally, you think that illegal immigrants should be deported after they get some sort of due process? Can you guys put like a 1 in chat for me real quick, just so we can see if there's yeah, there's a lot of them. Shit. I think we all need to move to the right, apparently. We're on the wrong side. All of us have the same opinions, and we're all... Why? Damn, I can't believe we voted for Joe Biden and fucking Barack Obama when they were setting records for deportations, and we started calling Barack the deporter-in-chief as like a slogan for how much he was deporting people, and it's crazy, like we didn't even know about it, and we were still calling them the deporter-in-chief because the media wouldn't tell us that they were deporting all of these people, yet we still just somehow came up with the nickname deporter-in-chief and started calling him that. It's fucking wild.
Whatever you're, I mean, we tend, I guess we agree.
I honestly can never tell if this chick believes half the stuff that comes out of her mouth.
A conservative thinks you're wrong. A liberal thinks you're evil.
I grew up in a conservative family, and I was taught that all Democrats were baby murderers, devil worshippers, and that they were evil. But I don't think I really hear the word evil very much from liberals.
A conservative says, I disagree. It's a free country. A liberal says, I disagree. You should lose your job.
Those aren't really liberals. Those are leftists. There's a difference between liberals and leftists. I do know that conservatives say, we disagree, so I want to take away your rights. We disagree, so you should get deported. We disagree, so I'm going inside the Capitol.
A conservative wants freedom from the system. A liberal wants freedom funded by the system.
Those are literally the same things.
A conservative says, toughen up. A liberal says, trigger warning.
Actually, trigger warnings were invented in safe spaces. Sorry, I meant echo chambers. No, sorry, I meant churches. where like-minded people can all go and hang out together, and where it's considered a horrible disrespect and sacrilege for somebody to come and speak against their beliefs or their God. But again, they invented trigger warnings. The Women's Christian Temperance Union initially lobbied for more government intervention on movies to stop them from showing so many offensive things. Then the Catholic Legion of Decency eventually got the movie industry to implement rating systems. So things like G, PG, PG-13, rated R. In that way, Christians got a warning ahead of time as to whether or not there was going to be offensive language or offensive violence, and they could choose not to go and not get triggered.
A conservative trusts their gut. A liberal trusts 42 peer-funded studies.
Actually, I'll give her that one. We are more logical and empirically minded, so I'm actually blown away she's willing to admit that.
A conservative waves a flag. A liberal waves 17 flags and still calls this country oppressive.
Again, I think she's getting liberals mixed up with leftists. Leftists think the country is oppressive. Liberals like our country. But I know Donald Trump and his followers are always saying that he's oppressed.
Conservative fears losing their rights. A liberal fears being misgendered by a barista.
Again, doesn't sound like she's talking about liberals. Sounds like she's talking about leftists. Those people don't even vote for Democrats, so it's weird to keep mixing us together. Though I don't think conservatives actually fear losing rights when currently they're doing everything they can to erode the few rights that we have left. I mean, these are the people who voted for the guy who before the election was arguing why he can terminate the Constitution, and then after he won, they all cheer him on as he continues to argue why he can take away more and more rights. I honestly can never tell if this